Good morning, everyone. It's the APP Tour. We're here, we're live, we're basically on time, a couple of minutes late, but, you know, pretty good, I'd like to say. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful pickleball-filled weekend here in Delray Beach, Florida. I am Lauren McLaughlin, along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming, your crew through it all, through thick and thin, all APP Tours. We're here with you. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in the middle of our pro singles second round match going on right here on Championship Court. We have Lika in the white playing Frank Anthony Davis in the black. We are just at the end here of game one. The score is currently 10-0. It's going to be a side out there, though, for Frank. And we, of course, have two other courts here in the stadium, which we're very excited about. One of them is going to be live streamed as well simultaneously to ours. We'll get you all that information. But on one of our other courts, we also have Jocelyn Davier taking on Jack Foster, also in that match. So we'll get you. Oh, hey-o. Oh, all right. Let's get into the action here. Of course, like I mentioned, this is game one here, men's pro singles, second round. 110 is our score. Frank Anthony Davis serving.
Yeah, we've been watching this match from the beginning, and Eden has just been in control the whole match from the jump at 10-0, but now it's 10-1.
Keeps it going.
Yeah, and I think it's important for Frank to, again, we've talked about this before, but get a few points for some confidence for that second game. Get used to this court. We're in a swirling wind situation down on the court, and get a couple points for his confidence.
Yeah, leading into game two, Frank needs to kind of get something together here, like you said, Dave, so he can have some confidence going into game two. And I think that's it right there, too. Frank takes a timeout.
All right, and if you're just joining us, thank you again so much. Good morning, everyone, from gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida. We are here at the second stop of the 2021 APP Tour here in Delray Beach. We are, of course, at the Delray Beach Tennis Center, but there will be no tennis this weekend, in our worlds at least. It's going to be all pickleball all the time. We have transformed the gorgeous tennis stadium here at Delray Beach into three beautiful courts here in our stadium. It, of course, is a 8,000-seat stadium. I don't know if we'll sell it out yet this weekend, guys, but we're going to make a good run at it, I think. But we have, of course, like I mentioned, we're going to have a second court streaming. I believe they are live right now as well. You'll be able to find both of those courts on our Facebook and YouTube pages. But let's get back to the action.
That'll do it for game one here with Lika taking game one 11-1 against Frank Anthony Davis.
We're going to take a very quick sponsor break, guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Where are we?
Well, we'll see you later, Irina.
Bye, Natalie. I got it.
Oh, man. Thanks, Irina.
And that's how you do it, Patrick.
Ah, cramping.
Pickleball cocktail.
Thank you. Oof. We need a new sound guy.
kidding me?
Oh, I got some. Enjoy.
Oh, thanks.
All right, we're back, guys. This is the start of game 2 here in round 2 of our men's pro singles. We have Frank Anthony Davis in black on the near side now, taking on Eden Lika in the white. And we also have a bit of a shocker on one of our other stadium courts. Jocelyn Davier has just lost his second round match to Jack Foster. So hopefully we'll see Jocelyn continue on through the day, but congrats to Jack Foster for a big win here in the beginning of our brackets as we're getting going. I, of course, Lauren McLaughlin with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming with you all weekend here. Game 1 went to Eden Lika with a score of 11-1 here in round 2, so we'll see if Davis can get a little something going here to stay in this match, stay alive.
And I think what we've seen so far is when you have a taller player playing singles, the variety of shots they can hit just because of their length. Eden has been attacking deep. He's been using his reach in the kitchen to hit angles, and he's had everything going for him, including that one right there off the tape and on the line. That just pretty much sums up this match so far.
Right, exactly. Frank almost jumping over that ball thinking it's going to go out and just drops in. But yes, just like you said, Dave, everything falling Eden's way.
Oh, wow. Great job by Davis moving him around there. Ultimately catches the tape. And a reminder to everyone, the APP Tour is, of course, a sanctioned tour by USA Pickleball. We will be using all of the new 2021 rules here during this tournament, so look out for those. Ooh, just wide there. But that includes, of course, the drop serve, the let on the serve, and we'll see if St. Navratil busts out some new variation of his serve. It's all legal here.
So what Frank does really well up at the kitchen line, especially when in singles, when he's here, when he blocks, he literally flattens that paddle to just block it. And the key there is just keeping that ball in play. And so you'll see when Frank comes up, he almost pancakes his paddle and just flat out blocks it right there. And just forcing Eden to get to another ball. Wow.
Great spot there by Lika.
And that's a point Frank would love to get into. So if he's not winning those types of points, that's trouble. And as you can see from the scoreboard, Eden has been just perfect. And what he did there is he took a cat and mouse point, which means they're having that little exchange, and then pushed Frank deep. Really well played.
Yeah, just Frank seems just a little off. And like you said, Dave, Frank does want to get into that cat and mouse and use his quickness. And if Eden's beating him in the cat and mouse game, Frank needs to regroup and find something else.
Nice job by Davis recovering after that ball clipped the net. Placed it really well, forcing Lika to kind of scramble for it. Ultimately pushed that one wide. 0-2 here in game 2.
Wow, just the angle that Eden can create from his size right there. And he has Frank running, 6 to 10 feet wide of the sideline. It's incredible in what he can do because of his size alone.
It's just very patient. He's under control, no wasted motion. Really well played so far.
Oh, just missed it, I think.
That was so close, though.
Oh,
I think
Oh, we got it.
Eden, I thought it clipped the line just ever so slightly.
Referee gave it to him.
Very close, though. I can.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so referee confirmed that it was out. I thought he confirmed that it was in. He confirmed that it
Agreed.
was out, and so now Eden takes a timeout at 0-2.
I think probably a good timeout. He's a little frustrated about that call. I'm sure he thought it was absolutely in, but of course that's the way it goes sometimes. You know, these really close calls, hard to see. Sometimes the ref is in a good position to be able to make that call. Sometimes they're not able to add to it. But thank you so much for joining us again, everybody. We're here at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open for the APP Tour's second stop. We have, for the first time ever in the history of pickleball live streaming, 2 simultaneous courts going on at the exact same time. We're going to have some great senior pro matches over on that other court, possibly here on ours as well. But either of those streams can be found on our Facebook or YouTube pages. Hopefully you guys get creative with being able to watch them at the same time. I want to hear from you guys at home how you're watching both at once.
I saw Patrick Sullivan posted yesterday after we posted about the 2 cameras and we're going to have 2 live streams, and he's like, well, looks like I'm going to have to drag my TV out of my bedroom into the living
Exactly.
room, double it up. That's awesome.
Yes, put one of them up on your big screen, have another on a smaller TV or a computer. Let us know at home how you're getting creative to be able to watch both of these at the same time.
Send us your pictures. Let's see how creative you guys can get.
All right, we're back here from the timeout. Our score is 0-2. Frank Anthony Davis serving to Eden Lika.
I see Eden body up Frank
Yep.
there. And I think that's a great neutralizing thing for someone who's so quick and wants to be on the move. He went right at Frank's body, almost caught him by surprise. I think if Eden can do that a little more too, he'll catch him a couple more times. Oh,
There it is.
didn't miss that one. He
Yeah.
looks over at the ref and goes, "Did you see that one?"
Just
With a smile.
making sure. An absolutely fantastic around the post there from
See it on that
Lika,
replay right there.
making up
Nice.
for the last one. 3-1, Lika serving.
That's what Frankie's got to do, is push Lika back, deeper returns, deeper serves. He's letting Eden dictate everything here so far, and that's a way to neutralize something. Keep the ball deep. And he did exactly what I asked him to do with a great serve and got a ball in the middle, and then
Yeah.
unfortunately couldn't take advantage of it.
Eden he's just in control of this game. He's feeling really good. Every shot he hits is a purpose, and he's moving Frank a lot more than Frank even wants to move.
For sure. But if that return sits in the middle of the court like that, you're guessing, and that's just no way to play singles.
Right. When you talk about that, Dave, you're talking middle court. In singles, where do you want to go? You want to go alleys, you want to go the outer thirds of the court and get your opponent moving. Cuts off that angle.
Yeah, and just get the ball deep on your return here just to neutralize the advantage.
Oh, that's too good. And see how Eden just kind of gets over and around that ball and is able to hook that in. It's not flat. It almost moves the ball away from Frank to dip back in. It's a great shot.
And very effortless, too. It's beautifully, beautifully struck.
Eden getting fired up there. Big one. And Dave, like you mentioned, Frank Anthony Davis, his singles game, he likes to play it at the net. He likes to come in, that cat and mouse, that's very much his style and what he wants to be doing. And you're seeing him get into those points and kind of be able to get what he wants. And then, like you mentioned, Lika is just, he's in a groove right now. He's in control. He's kind of able to do what he wants right now with the ball.
Yeah, and I like to sort of watch what's happening as people go to the chairs at a timeout. And Frank literally just clapped his paddle for Eden there. And sometimes the other guy is just on point. I mean, Eden's not just hitting good balls. Eden is hitting perfection so far.
Right.
And he's moving fantastic. And I think that is a big part of what we've seen here. Frank's tried a drop shot. Frank has tried to move him side to side. And the length, he's had 2 ATPs. I was wondering how he would deal with that when you think you've hit the shot of the day in our first match and didn't get the call you had hoped for. The fact that he got another one of those 2 points later just sort of gets you mentally like, I'm fired up, I'm hitting these awesome shots. And, Frank has got a train running at him right now, and he's got to find something different, make him hit a different shot, just find something that isn't what he wanted to do, because as he's brought him to the net, he's lost nearly every one of those points.
Right.
Nice deep spot there by Davis in that back corner. We, of course, on our other streaming court, I see we have a men's senior pro singles match going on over there. I see Rick Witskin, and I cannot make out who. Dave, do you know who Rick is playing over there?
It's a little ways away, but we'll look that up and get back to you.
I know.
The birthday boy Ben John sighting.
Oh.
It's his birthday today.
Well, all right then.
Just when it's not going your way right now with Frank, it's just not.
No, miss serve when you got the ball back after playing a really good point, and then a miss back in that he'd make 95 out of 100. Unfortunately, that was one of the 5.
8-1. Lika serving here in game 2. Excellent job by Davis there. Kind of reading where he thought Lika was going to go with that. Great placement.
That's a good shot there from Frank. Good placement. Got Eden going to his left and then back right. Opened up the court for himself to hit the winner down the line. I think that's what Frank's got to do here. Change his strategy up just a little. See, and Frank's trying to get into that game that he likes to play, but Eden's playing it a little better right now. And you're seeing the point that Frank won before that. He went away from his typical cat and mouse and drove a ball down the sideline and then put it well away on the opposite sideline.
And we talked about Frank needs to look for deeper returns. Eden is hitting that cut backhand beautifully deep there. I mean, he took a deep serve and put his return within 2 inches of the baseline. That just gives you the chance to capture the net as the returner, and that's been the way of play throughout this match.
Name of the game this match.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1 went to Eden Lika with a score of 11-1. Currently in full control of game 2 here as well. Score of 9-2.
I mean, when you're on, right,
Yeah,
Dave?
sometimes there's nothing your opponent can do. Like, we're talking about what, Fad can do. Sometimes there's nothing. There's sometimes, it's too much to overcome when your opponent is just on and everything's going right.
Yeah, it's too much Eden
And
right
there
there.
it is, and the match goes to Ed and Lika. Fad will drop down into our consolation bracket, but a big congrats to Ed and Lika moving on here after our second round of men's pro singles. We will have much more action as we continue, but we're going to take a quick commercial break, guys, and we'll be right back.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again, till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
For over 40 years, Papico Sports Surfaces has been providing expert service and supplies for any court surface, from resurfacing to building from the ground up.
The growth of pickleball is doubling every year.
Court equipment for private residences, court seating, and court maintenance from tennis, basketball, tracks, and now pickleball.
We're actually doing indoor, private, public facilities. There's really no limit to what people are converting now.
Official court surface of the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. PapicoSportsSurfaces.com.
So this is one of my favorite paddle, the V530 Power. It's a great paddle. It's perfect for the transition when you're a tennis player. One of the features that is so good about it is the fact that it's so close to a tennis racket in terms of shape. It's not circular, as you can see. It's more rectangular a bit. For me, it was a game changer for my serve, for just so much power generated because it's a bit heavier in the head. And then when I go to the net, I have a good balance here and I can be aggressive. It's so good as well for resets and for dinking, but mostly to put away the ball, to create a lot of power, so it's just a perfect product.
We're all pretty obsessed with pickleball. We want to grow pickleball into all areas of the country.
When you're in person, they can actually see you and they can analyze what you're doing wrong and, correct it right on the spot.
We do a pre-video and a post-video so that you can actually see yourself
practicing something and putting it into action. It's just internally very rewarding.
It's money well spent, and if you want to get better, you have to do this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here, gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida, at the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open here in the gorgeous stadium. This is our first time in a big stadium, guys. I am Lauren McLaughlin, joined with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming. As always, your tried and true crew for the APP Tour in the commentating booth. We, of course, for the first time ever, have two courts simultaneously streaming right now. You can find both of those streams on Facebook or YouTube. Our other court led by Morgan Evans, who's joined our team, which is very exciting. And we got a senior pro singles match going on over there. But guys, this is only our second stop of the tour. We had a bit of an extended break from our first stop in Punta Gorda, which was a huge success. We had to push a couple of our tournaments back a little bit for COVID reasons and where in the country they were at. But why don't we go ahead and look now ahead for the rest of 2021 and our amazing schedule. We are going to some very cool locations still this year. After here, we are headed to Cincinnati. We were there last year, had an amazing time. What an amazing group of people there. Their volunteers, their pickleball club, led by Michelle Cook. She is fantastic. We are thrilled to be going back there and visiting them. Then, of course, we are headed to Indianapolis. Little Midwest tour. That one I know is being co-hosted by Rick Witskin, who is playing over on our senior pro singles match right now. And then, guys, we're headed to SoCal. We're going to Los Angeles for the Los Angeles Open. Head into SoCal Classic after that at Bobby Riggs with the Dawsons. And what are you sign language? We're using some sign language over here, Don?
LA.
He's doing the LA.
I love it. Dave, where are we going after SoCal?
Well, one of our favorite places to play.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to the Beer City Open.
Yes.
And it's, again, you want to talk about a great group of people up there. It is a group that loves pickleball. They put on an unbelievable event. We were able to do a tour bus stop exhibition there, which was awesome last year, and I'm thrilled that they're part of our tour. So back there just after America's birthday on July 7th. And then it's sort of a reverse of what we did last year. Then to Oregon from there. Last year we went from Oregon to there. Another great place, Bend.
Fantastic.
Bend, Oregon. So that's going to be exciting to bring this amazing tour and all of our great players to two very different places that have such a nice foundation. So to bring the best players in the world there is going to be awesome.
Yes, Dom, we're going to some new exciting places up on our East Coast.
Yes, we have 2 new places and 2 new tournaments on the tour up on the East Coast. The East Coast people asked, and we listened, and we are going to Jersey for the New Jersey Open and going to Philly for the Philadelphia Open mid-June to the end of June. So the Philly Open has only amateur players. And then we finish up the back half going to Chicago, my hometown, love it, in September, mid-September to Atlanta. Then one of our favorite places in
back
October.
to Hilton Head. Fantastic location at Palmetto Dunes, led by Sarah Ansberry. Does an amazing job. And then we're going to finish it up with a little Vegas action, maybe hit the casinos while we're there. Who knows? Make a little money. And then, of course, Casa Grande is new to our tournament schedule as well this year, the site of where Nationals used to be played at before they moved to Indian Wells, so we're excited to go back there. We're going to wrap up the year, of course, back in Florida with the World Pickleball Open in Port St. Lucie, and then, of course, our Miami Masters finishing up the year. And we, of course, are hoping to have a bunch more amazing stops next year, as well as we continue to add on, of course, our international stops as well in Canada and Europe. So that will be very exciting. But guys, a special treat. Let's check in on our second court as we can go there right now. Look at that, guys. Look at that. We're watching the second court right now. It is Rick Witskin on the far side taking on Tony Gottlieb in the gray.
Can I give a little update on what's coming up on Championship
Yes,
Court?
please
Can
do.
I do it?
Yes.
We have a good one coming up. Jake Kusmider and Zane Navratil are on their way to center court right now. So we will have a good one coming up. But in the meantime, let's catch in on Court 2 over there, where we have our senior pro men's singles going on.
We're of course. Of course.
Of course.
What was that accent?
What is that?
It's St. Patrick's
It
Day.
just started.
We're just rolling it over, guys. Of course. There we go. I can enunciate. We are going to have some other amazing. I know sometimes people have requested more seniors, and we got them. We listened. We got them, guys. They're probably going to be playing mostly on that second streamed court, but check that action out over there if you're looking for any of your favorite senior pro players in singles today. Of course, we mentioned back here on center court, we're going to have Zane Navratil, one of the APP darlings. We'll see which serve he decides to bust out when he comes to the court. But all day today, we have our pro singles. Our men's and women's doubles is going to be on Saturday, and our mixed doubles will be Sunday, everyone. So put that on your schedule. And just a reminder, tomorrow on Friday, there will be no pro events. It's a little funky with the schedule. So there's no streaming that's going to happen on Friday. We, of course, do have a packed day full of amateur events here at the Delray Beach Tennis Center. God, I did it again. But there will be no streaming tomorrow, guys. So we have singles all day today, a break tomorrow, and then we'll be back all day Saturday and Sunday on Facebook and YouTube. Of course, got those 2 courts streaming. Thank you so much for joining us this entire time, guys. It's very exciting to be back after our extended break after Punta Gorda. We've been gone for a minute, guys. We missed you. But thanks so much for joining. Make sure and share these streams to your friends, pickleball clubs, all that good stuff. Make sure they are watching this fantastic action going on today. Big shout out, of course, to all of our sponsors as well. They have just been amazing in supporting the tour, and especially here in Delray Beach. We are co-hosted here at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open by Anna Lee and Lee Waters.
You need a break?
I do. It's been rough already, guys. And Steve Kennedy.
Yeah.
So
Don't
a big
forget
shout
about
out to
Steve.
all the never. But I know some people were asking as well the weather here. It's not too breezy yet. There's just a light breeze going on in the stadium. It is toasting up, of course. It was nice this morning. It's going to get hotter as the day goes on. We will be well in the 80s the whole weekend, so we'll definitely keep you guys posted on the weather conditions and what we're working with here. Oh, we got Larry Scott, looks like, going to be our referee here on center court as we come back.
So a couple things there, Lauren. Fitness will be a factor now. You know, we're going to see not only that it's singles, but that it's 85. So people coming from all over the country will see the work that we don't see. The time in the gym will be a factor later today, for sure. We have wind swirling in this beautiful stadium that we've got here, so choice of sides in the tight matches are going to be interesting. And then what we have coming up here, when we last visited Florida, all the talk of the town was Zane Navratil and the Zane Saw serve and all of the great nicknames that he came up with there. So does he continue his Florida domination with his serve? It's going to be fun to see if there are new tricks. As you mentioned, we have the new USA Pickleball rules in effect here, so he can use the full arsenal in all of our tournaments. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got in store for not just us, but everybody that's watching at home.
Indeed. Dom, anything to add as we move forward?
No, just Zane is coming in and he's playing against a new up-and-comer kid, Jake Kusmider, who played Rafa Hewitt in the first round and won in 3.
Wow.
Dropped the first game 7-11, then won 11-7, 11-4. And Jake has been making some noise on the singles scene recently. So out of South Carolina, young kid, athletic. So it's going to be fun to watch him and Zane go at it here. And Zane, with his seeing his new billboard all over the place now with his Franklin shirt, Franklin bag, Franklin shorts.
He is the newest Franklin acquisition.
He's out. So he's all over the place with that, which is great for him. Congratulations for Zane. Well deserved. But going to be a fun match coming up here, and we're looking forward to it, I know.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's rare that you have a player win a tournament without a paddle sponsor. But that's what he did in Punta Gorda, and then had a lot of fun with it. He had a decision like some of the highest-rated high school athletes have when they choose their college. So Zane is always both entertaining on and off the court, and we certainly appreciate that and his personality. And you'll see the fire coming off that Franklin paddle here in a minute. The players are just now figuring out that those chairs over there are for them. So you see them walking across. They were like going to sit on the floor.
Rookies.
Okay.
Those are the big leagues, guys.
Yeah.
You get chairs here. I love it. Speaking of Zane, and of course some of our other fantastic players, we should mention, if you guys have not yet checked out our wide variety of amazing original content on APP TV, please go check it out at a point when we're not live streaming matches, because, you know, we don't want to take you away from the action, but we have some amazing shows. Zane has been on your show, Dave, breaking down the points, which is fantastic. I'm just a little spoiler. I don't know. I might take him on a first date. I'm just saying. So we have shows from all three of us, of course. Dave, give us just a tiny synopsis of your show.
Yeah, I'm excited with my show that we get inside the brains of the pro players, and we talk about points. We show them back 4 or 5 times. Why did it happen? How did it happen? And the goal is to help the folks at home get better. What can they add to their game? What can they add strategically? Next up, next Wednesday, will be Andrea Coop, who was fantastic.
Oh,
so
excellent. I love
excited
it.
to have her on there, and excited to see her play this weekend.
Wonderful. We have our 2 players warming up here. We're going to take a quick sponsor break, guys, and we'll be back for this round 3 match. Don't go anywhere.
There we go.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows softness.
How does he know all this stuff?
Strength.
That's always right.
Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for a round 3 match here between Zane Navratil and Jake Kusmider. Some of you might not know Mr. Kusmider. I am not as familiar with him, so I'm going to turn it over to the experts here. Of course, I think everyone's fairly familiar with Zane at this point. We'll chat about him as well a little bit, but Dom or Dave, give us a little background on Mr. Kusmider.
I think what you're going to see is one of the most athletic players we see this entire weekend. So left-handed, loves to cut the forehand, is a big hitter when he needs to be, but you're going to see someone who can cover the court. So Zane is known for covering the court.
Yes.
Jake can cover the court. What's going to be interesting is, can he handle, I'm playing on this court against this player.
Right.
This is a big opportunity for him. We're talking about him, and I'm excited to see if he can translate the talent that I have seen in him in other matches into a big stage right here today.
Without a doubt, Dave. And he's a super nice kid, young kid coming up. Got a chance to meet him recently. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do here against Zane. Like you said, on this court at this time against this player, this is the time for him to shine, right? And we've already seen one pretty good upset today with Jack Foster taking down Jocelyn Davier. Maybe another? Who knows? Hey, that's why we play the game.
It's pickleball. Anything can
Yeah,
happen.
that's why we play the game right now. Here we go.
All right, Larry Scott, our USA Pickleball certified referee. Zane Navratil serving first on the near side. Jake Kusmider on the far end in the hat.
And right off the bat, Zane's serve comes into effect. First point.
Oh, and so he hit the net. If it had gone into the box, it would have been played. However, it landed in the kitchen, so it was too short. But had it gone farther, we would have played that out under the new rules.
And just very smooth there from Jake. I mean, just very effortless and athletic. And those are the players you worry about when you're on the other side of the net, is that someone who can do that with just such ease right there against a player like Zane.
Yep, there's the big forehand that I was expecting to see. And this is great confidence, because if you miss that first return, you're like, oh, no.
And don't snowball here.
He immediately got the ball back and has won 2 points in a row. And, you know, that's the way you settle in to a big match like this.
Nice job. Zane was on that one. He was ready to hit it. The wind took it a little outside.
So Jake is doubting a call ball that he played on the baseline. I think he wanted to call it out, but he didn't.
Nice shot by Zane there down the line.
And as you can see from the foliage behind the court, the wind is swirling. So
it is indeed.
Getting used to where that lands and how that affects play is going to be interesting. And there's the big serve again.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 3 points already are straight service winners.
And of course, this is going to be, you know, Jake Kusmider's first time playing Zane Navratil. And so I'm sure he's heard of the serve. He's seen the serve perhaps in action, but it's a whole other thing to be on the receiving end of said serve. And he's experiencing that right now.
And not only is the serve tough in general, now add in the wind that's blowing every which way on the court.
Oh, and of course, Zane has mentioned, you know, he's willing to risk a couple serves not being in if he can really get what he wants on that serve. But we got a couple missed serves on both sides there.
Go ahead, Dave.
I think, you know, the opposite is true here. Zane's probably maybe rarely seen Jake, too. So you don't know the playbook against him. So you got to sort of work that out on the fly.
Nice job by Zane.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Dave. It doesn't matter. You could be the #1 player playing against someone you don't know. That's that, you know, hey, it's Thursday, right? The NCAA tournament starts today. That's the 16 versus 1 right there. You may have never seen each other. Anything can happen.
4-2, Navratil serving here in game 1.
That's a great job there from Jake Kusmider, moving Zane around and being able to pull him. I mean, that's what you really have to do. You have to pull Zane off the court to be able to get a ball away from him.
And you have to live with the fact that you usually have a winner and you've got to hit 2 more winners against Zane, because he's going to track him down every time. His footwork, you have to be ready.
That's the wind you're seeing on that point right there, especially. Navratil's ball kind of getting held up there a little bit. Jake Kusmider having to kind of come forward a little bit. You can see him talking to himself over there. I'm sure he's, you know, trying to pump himself up a little, shake those off.
So I think a key here for Jake, for Kusmider here, is what you don't want to let Zane do is extend. When Zane extends forehand and backhand and let him rip, he rips and hit that ground stroke really well. He needs to go at his feet, go at his body, jam him up a little bit.
It's going to be just wide over there.
Must have heard you.
Of course, we have Lainey Hall mentioning it's awesome that we have the zealous insole referee mats out there for our refs to stand on. A big shout out to them, the official insole of the APP Tour. Some nice little comfy, cozy mats for our refs to stand on, because that's a tough job.
And they are pretty soft. I was standing on one
They're
earlier.
very nice. Nice and squishy.
If one's missing, it'll be below my feet later.
It's in my kitchen in front of my sink.
You mentioned Lainey said that, right? So Lainey is, you know who Lainey is?
I sure
That's
do.
Gizmo's wife.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
Gizmo was telling me in Punta Gorda that they do have those in front of their stove and their sink, and they use those.
That's amazing. I love it. Well, that's how kind of Zealous started, was making, those kind of mats for people that, are on their feet a lot and all that stuff. And then they kind of through engineering and all that amazingness got into insoles and used the same sort of technology that they were using. And we are thrilled to be sponsored with them and have them on board as the official insole. So a big shout out to them. And I'm sure the refs are very appreciative of their little mats as well.
So we just got a hat throw. We talked about and we wondered how's Jake going to just mentally handle this and, missed the first return, then got the next 2 points. So I'm up 2-1. We've seen him talking to himself quite a bit, and as he called timeout, the hat hit the ground and has not been replaced on his head here.
Yeah, so we're going hatless.
We're going hatless. So let's see if he can, just settle down. I like the way he's hitting the ball. He's just got to settle in.
It is 6-2 here in game one. Navratil serving after this timeout.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
I'm sure.
Sure, it was
we
something
don't even
funny.
need to hear what Zane's saying. We know it's just something funny. He's basically like, come on.
That's an incredible get by Jake, just to get it back over.
He
Fight
is thrilled.
To live.
Look at him. He is thrilled. He's just like the happiest he's been all match. Wow, great passing shot there.
So that's a thing that we talk about. If you have your opponent back, keep them back.
Yes.
Don't allow an athletic person to come up and be able to hit that shot, and that's what Zane did. Made a mistake. Jake comes up and hits a winner.
Wow.
Oh, what a shot right there. Jake gives a little point to his two fans over there in the corner. I love it.
I can't believe he stayed on his feet. Those slides, he was sliding all the way across. He almost went down at one time. I was like, oh, he's not going to stay on his feet. But he did. Unbelievable. Zane, I could see on his face as he ran that ball down, he thought it was going out, of course. It stayed in that back corner, and he was just, you could see his face was, why did I let that go?
Same guy. And Jake kicking himself right now because he knows too. That's an easy shot. He's set up. His feet are set. Just missed it. Return just long.
Another point off the serve. I mean, that's
3. No, is it 3?
3.
Yeah.
7-4.
And when you watch this, guys, watch how the ball bounces sideways. That's what Zane is trying to do that with his serve, and you can get that vantage point from behind. So that threw Jake off there and has a couple of times.
Oh, just wide there.
So Jake trying to use the wind there because he knows he notices it's pushing from his right to left, so he tried to use it and drop that on that sideline. Just didn't work there.
great get by Jake Kusmider there. You know, it's funny because as we mentioned, you know, probably a lot of people at home have not seen Jake Kusmider play before. He's a new player to a lot of people watching at home. So it's very exciting. I love getting to watch new people and kind of seeing their style and what they're all about. And I have already come to the conclusion that Jake is a very emotional player. He's very, you know, a lot of talking to himself, a little hat throw earlier, a lot of highs and lows. He wears his play on his sleeve, I'll say. I like to see it.
Oh, wow. That's
Great.
Just a great shot there. And Kusmider reads Zane covering line and just backdoors him and goes sideline. That's a great shot.
And I think for younger players, especially those that are new to singles, he's willing to just drop that third. And it's an important shot in this game than just trying to rip passing shots.
I mean, he missed that last one, right? But Kusmider's putting on a third shot drop clinic from the baseline in singles. That's absolutely incredible. I mean, he dropped 4 or 5 in a row right there that were beautiful.
And I'm sure Zane is like, okay, I got to just be patient and keep pushing him, keeping him back there, because when I bring him in, nothing good happens.
Oh, that's too good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you again for watching, guys. It has been always a ton of fun getting to spend all 3 of our days streaming with you, singles, gender double, and mixed doubles.
Wow. I mean, the fact that he just gets a paddle on that ball is ridiculous. I mean, he's almost full out splits getting that ball.
And
he has worked on his flexibility, I can tell.
The court is just underway here, and we've got Jake marks all over it over there.
And just Zane being able to cut that ball off out of the air just doesn't give Kusmider time to get in position. If Navratil lets that ball bounce, Kusmider is able to recover. But because he gets to take that out of the air, doesn't let him recover and makes it a more difficult shot. Wow, the hands from Kusmider. I mean, just those rolls are incredible. You think, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at, and the ball bounces, it's hard to read that off the ground, too, when you put that much of a roll on it with the top spin that he did there. I mean, there's been 4 missed returns by Jake, and that's obviously a big part of Zane's game, but, if some quick math tells me it's 6-all on the points that have been played and scored outside of those 4. So, I'm really happy for Jake that he settled in after the hat incident, and now we're getting to see a guy that's got so much potential and is every bit in this match. Zane is being smart with I know this kid's going to track down everything, so I just got to keep pushing him back there. Can he hit, as we talked about a minute ago, can he hit 7 balls in a row in the kitchen or not? Because I know he's going to go get the next one. He'll be in position. So, Zane's trying to figure this new opponent or relatively new opponent for him out, and that's what makes this game so fun, to see a young player really forcing Zane to elevate his game. And we're seeing it here.
Indeed, and that's one of the great things is, as players are coming onto the game, it forces the people that have been on the scene a little bit longer to improve their game as well. You can't just, be complacent. You gotta keep improving. You gotta find ways to get better, to combat that, etc. So, I think Zane's serve has kind of done that to some of the pros in the game as well, forcing them to elevate their game to be able to handle that. But speaking of, we're on game point here for Zane Navratil. We'll see a little banter. It's going to be 10-6 here. Navratil serving.
So an interesting thing that Jake did there is he sprinted to the side to return that serve with his forehand. Like he was saying, if you serve this down the middle, you might even ace me. He took off before that ball came off Zane's paddle. Again, maybe eliminate the errors on the backhand side on the return.
$6-10. It's not over yet. Oh, I know Navratil's not going to be happy with that.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, that's a big point right there. He gets that to 9-10. Now is 1 point away from tying it. Instead, 2 points away now, and with a game point on Navratil's paddle.
Oh.
Oh, and overflicked.
Wow. You hate to see it end, but Zane did a couple of those on the other side as well. But a big congrats there to Navratil taking game 1, 11-8. But what a performance by Jake Kusmider. He held his own. Started off a little crazy, but let's take a quick commercial break, guys, and we'll be back for another exciting game 2. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in a very exciting men's pro singles match. About to start game 2 here. We have Zane Navratil on the far side, playing fairly probably new to a lot of you at home, Jake Kusmider on the near side now. Zane Navratil took game 1, 11-8. Jake Kusmider started off a little hesitant, I think. Had to kind of get used to Zane's style, but really came into his own there. So I expect a very exciting game 2 here.
So these first couple points are really going to determine this whole second game. If Jake can keep it close here and not let it get away from him too fast, it's going to be a good game. We just can't let him let it get away from him too quick, because Zane's too much of too good of a player to not take advantage of something like that.
What a recovery by Kusmider, and unfortunately that last ball, he sent that a little wide, but what a scramble.
And it's hard to play under pressure the entire time, and that's what Zane has been forcing him to do, and then you have to be so exact, and he tried to hit a hero shot there.
So notice something different, too, from Zane from side to side. It may be a wind thing,
Yep.
but he's gone from the spin out of his hand to the spin off the paddle now with his serve. So I think he may be a little more comfortable on that side, going with the spin off the paddle. He went with the hand there.
Well, he's mixing it up. Gotta, keep him guessing.
What's this ball going to do?
Oh, jeez. I think Zane joking a little bit about, hey, can I make it any easier for you? John Davidson says Zane needs to get a tan on that tummy. He got blinded when he was wiping the sweat off. I think that's everybody that plays pickleball.
So I just heard from the truck, we got some really good, interesting news that in an earlier discussion someone in the truck had with Zane. Zane is saying he's getting a little more spin with his hand than off the paddle.
All right.
So that's why he's going with that.
Not that he couldn't go off the paddle,
right,
because
again, our
here on the APP tour.
But again, our truck,
new rules.
they do some great stat work and some great behind-the-scenes work, so we really thank them for that.
We love our pickleball insiders.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. That's sorry.
Kusmider,
I got a little excited there. That's a
You're
great
allowed,
shot.
you're allowed.
That's a great shot from Jake, and it's a good read. Because if he doesn't read that right away, that ball's past him. But great read, great cross-court winner.
And when you're athletic and tall and have a great reach, I mean, that just gives you shots. You know, a shorter player doesn't touch that.
Just short.
Jake hasn't quite found that myriad of drops into the kitchen that he was starting to get very comfortable with on the other side. And again, the wind is a factor, and switching sides changes everything. And so far, he hasn't been able to dial that in.
There's another missed return and a timeout as a result. I think, especially given the heat of southern Florida, we're definitely going to see everybody take all those timeouts. You know, even if it's just, hey, I need to take a breather, grab a drink. But that was a frustration timeout. You can see, you know, he threw his towel down a little bit. Like we mentioned before, he's an emotional player, kind of, you know, ebbs and flows with how he thinks he's doing. Little self-reflection there with the towel on his head. So he's going to kind of hope to get it together a little. Zane is out to an early lead here at 5-0 as we're going to come back from this timeout. So you just said if Zane gets too far out ahead, it's going to be really hard to catch him, which is exactly what's happening. So we can see up on the screen here a little stats for Mr. Zane Navratil, of course, from Brookfield, Wisconsin. He is no longer a free agent. He is Team Franklin, so big congrats to him as well for joining the Franklin team. But it is true he does drive for Uber Eats sometimes, so that's still a thing. We're back to the action, guys. It is 5-0 here in Game 2. And another missed return. We've seen and you guys talk about all the time, you know, a missed serve, you don't give up any points. A missed return, you're giving up points. So that's not something you want to see. We've seen quite a few this game.
And wicked bounce on that serve right there. And Jake has run around the backhand return a few times, and after that wicked bounce, he left the return short and was in deep trouble coming into the net there. So it's not just the winners, but it's where that ball is placed on the return that sets Zane up.
Wow, that's a great shot there from Jake.
Nice spot.
Again, athleticism and reach right there, just being able to get around that ball and bring it back to the opposite side. It's a great shot there from Kusmider. Let's see if he can put something together here. More than capable. Love to see him get back in this game here.
Yep.
Oh, I think he got it.
Really close.
Yeah, and he did.
Just off the edge.
Jackie Hawkins watching says, why does Zane touch the fence before he serves? He's superstitious. It is from his tennis days, Jackie. I think a lot of tennis players do kind of have a routine and like a little thing that they follow, and that is indeed one of Zane's. Every single time you'll go back, even if it's a fence, whatever's back there, he'll go back and touch it with his paddle before every point. You are correct. Good eyes.
And here's the run. So there's 3 in a row after that really tough point that he got the ball back on. You know, that's one of those where next thing you know, it could have been 10-0. So,
And he had every single thing he wanted. He hit the line on the serve, had Zane staying back, had total control, and just missed it.
7-3, Navratil serving.
And there's that what we talked about in an earlier match, Dave, is the return to the middle. It opens up the whole court for Zane there, and Kusmider's almost guessing where that ball's going to go. Just trouble.
Yeah, he's just not as comfortable returning this serve off the backhand. It's been footwork. It's been chasing the bounce, the wind. It's not an easy thing, certainly. And uncomfortable with the forehand as well, unfortunately, there.
Match point here.
10-3. And there it is. An easier second game there for Zane Navratil, defeating Jake Kusmider, but an excellent showing by Jake. You know, he, I believe, will have a long future in pickleball, and we got to see some great play there from him here in this early round. He'll drop down in the consolation bracket now, but Dom's going to go chat with Zane down in the studio momentarily, guys. We'll take a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere.
We're all pretty obsessed with pickleball. We want to grow pickleball into all areas of the country.
When you're in person, they can actually see you and they can analyze what you're doing wrong and, you know, correct it right on the spot.
We do a pre-video and a post-video so that you can actually see yourself
Practicing something and putting it into action. It's just internally very rewarding.
It's money well spent, and if you want to get better, you have to do this.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
For over 40 years, Parenteau Sports Surfaces has been providing expert service and supplies for any court surface, from resurfacing to building from the ground up.
The growth of pickleball is doubling every year.
Court equipment for private residences, court seating, and court maintenance from tennis, basketball, tracks, and now pickleball.
We're actually doing indoor, private, public facilities. There's really no limit to what people are converting now.
Official court surface of the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. ParenteauSportsSurfaces.com.
All right, guys, I am in studio with Zane Navratil after his 2-game win over Jake Kusmider. Congratulations, buddy.
Hey, thank you. What's going on, Dom?
Always good to have you, brother, for my first interview, too, of the weekend.
Okay.
Of the weekend.
Of the weekend.
Yeah, we're getting it.
He's cleaned up a little bit. He's got rid of the
I did.
Whatever the 5 o'clock shadow.
I
you
did.
Cut off the red tail.
I did.
Great.
It's all gone. I had more of a U haircut. All right, so going into that, playing against Jake. Jake came out pretty good, pretty well. You guys were going back and forth to start. He missed a couple serves, but you guys were going back and forth that whole game. What's your strategy going against Jake?
Serve hard and hit forehands and backhands hard. That's more or less my strategy against everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So Jake does a phenomenal job of covering the court very well. He's super quick and he's long. I think he's probably like 6'2".
Yep.
Maybe a little taller. So there's not too much space to pass him, but yeah, if you take the ball early, it can help open up a few angles.
Absolutely, and it showed in that game too. And again, with your serve, we've all talked about, it's been talked about for months and months now, but it is a weapon. And we counted 3 errors he had in game 1, so that's 3 free points for you, a couple in game 2. But again, we talk about your serve. Going from the paddle spin to the hand spin, what's the difference? Are you seeing a little more spin out of one or the other?
You can just do different things out of your hand and off the paddle.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
We're going to leave it at that. You guys, you heard it here. You can't get much out of Zane. He's not giving away any tricks.
I'm normally a pretty open book, but that's trade secret. So.
That's all right. That's all right. And so then going into game 2, we were talking and saying, hey, Jake needs to really keep this close right away. We don't want this to get away from him. If Zane gets out to a big lead, it's going to be tough for him to come back. You jumped on him pretty early. Was it just to keep your foot on the pedal and keep going there?
Yeah, I mean, that's always the idea, and there's not so much you can actually always control. The idea is to get out to an early lead and to keep a lead.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah.
I mean, in singles, if somebody's executing off of their serve, it's tough to stop. So I got to stop, and I think I ran 3 points off right away. Singles is truly a game of runs, more so than doubles.
Yeah.
So
all right, well, Zane, congratulations on this win. Nice seeing you out here on center court, and hopefully we'll get a couple more times to get you in the booth as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have to let me shout out my new sponsor, Frank.
Oh, I forgot. Well, I'm imagining you're going to be in here a few more times. So, but we called that out right when you walked on court today. We're like, you look like a walking billboard. He's got the Franklin shirt, shorts, everything. So, no, and again, too, congratulations on that. That is absolutely awesome. No one deserves a contract like that more than you, buddy. So, congratulations.
Hey, well, thank you. Yeah, first ever 10-figure pickleball contract. It was pretty cool to sign that.
That's awesome. So, hey, congratulations, buddy. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with our next match.
Thanks, Tom.
Perfect.
No.
What?
No.
What happened?
I don't know if it's the cords. I don't know. Test. Test.
Which color is that, Kyle?
It's yellow. Test.
Yellow.
Test.
That one's good, Kyle.
All right. The pink one's bad.
Pink one.
Yep, guys. Audio testing. That's what it goes. Technology. Super exciting. Good stuff. So, I assume we'll have Zane back, Dave. We'll have Zane back. He probably said very funny, wonderful, witty things.
He
and,
did.
per usual.
I'll pay off his joke as he left. He said he signed the first 10-figure pickleball contract.
Oh,
so really happy for
Love it.
him and that. And we have a great match coming out here. We saw Ed and Lika earlier play one of the cleanest matches I've ever seen in singles, just under control, hitting his spots, and he's staring down Rob Nunnery across the net this time. And Rob is coming off some really good showings this year so far.
Indeed.
Has had some big wins in singles, has defeated Deckel Bar, who was always on the medal stand in singles. And
It is Deckel.
And
We asked him. We're going to start saying it.
Mr. Barr is a great singles player, and Rob has a win over Mr. Barr. Rob is healthy. Last year was fighting a knee, has gotten that completely under control, and he's coming in here with a lot of confidence. So this is going to be a good test for him to see not only how he's playing here. He's relocated to Florida, so I don't anticipate.
He has indeed, in Estero, Florida.
I don't anticipate any of those issues for him here. I think it's just going to be a good match to see can Eden again play that incredibly high-level game, and what can Rob do to bring him off that game. And if I was coaching Rob, what I'd tell him is, again, let's move Eden side to side. Let's make him cover that court. And, Rob has every shot in the book. So find what you're comfortable with in this win today and work it. I'll tell you how confident Eden is here. He's hitting balls between his legs.
He's hitting tweeners
in the warm-up
that are dropping in the kitchen.
So that's the reality of what's going on here with Eden. So, Rob and Eden is a really good matchup, and we'll see if Eden's confidence, which is soaring, continues once we get started for real.
Absolutely. Of course, guys, welcome if you're just joining us this morning. We're at the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open, our second stop here on the APP Tour for 2021. We are at the Delray Beach Tennis Center in the gorgeous stadium. We're taking pictures with Steve Taylor. And just be natural. He wants you to be normal, Dom. My goodness, Dominic just posing up a storm over here like he's working a runway. Goodness gracious. What was I saying, Dom? You interrupted me so rudely. Just joking.
I didn't even
Guys,
say a word, and I
we're
interrupted
rocking
you.
out here in the amazing stadium, which we have transformed to have 3 gorgeous courts here. We, of course, are on Championship Court. We have a grandstand court as well, which is being live streamed right now at the exact same time. Both of those streams can be found on Facebook or YouTube. And we hope you are loving the very first time ever we're having a double live stream situation going on. We'll be doing that all day today for singles. We have our gender doubles on Saturday and mixed doubles on Sunday. We will have no streaming on Friday, so just mark that down. If you come looking for us tomorrow, we will not be here, but we'll be out and about. We have some amazing amateur divisions playing all day tomorrow. So I am Lauren McLaughlin with Dominic Catalano, the model of the group, apparently working that runway, and Dave Fleming. We are here all day long. And we're getting this match started. Excuse me, I was so busy chatting about fun things. All right, 0-0. Getting going here. Game 1. Ed and Lika serving to Rob Nunnery.
It's a good confidence builder for Rob on his first point to smoke a forehand passing shot. Again, just dialing in where the wind is. If you leave that return short, you're stuck guessing, and Rob's now tied it up on the early beginnings here.
Like you said earlier, Rob coming off some injuries with his knee. It's so nice to see him not with that knee brace on, moving so well, because when Rob is healthy, it's Rob is one of the better players in the sport of pickleball.
Without question. And, he had big plans last year, and his body was not ready. But it started to come around at the end, and he's ready to make his mark.
1-2, Lika serving.
Again, it's continuing, right? We're just seeing it start off right away again from Eden, where he's just feeling every shot. A drive or a drop or a cross-court dink, it's all there right now. My fault.
Except for that one, outside of that.
Well, and I think Rob has decided to return the ball deep and in the middle to take angles away. We saw the longer player can find different angles, so that's worked a couple times. Deep serve there, gets a point, so depth of everything, and we'll see if he continues to return the ball in the middle. If you are getting past, a lot, return the ball deep and in the middle, and you'll take angles away, and that's what you want to do in singles.
I've seen a lot of these kind of not easy shot per se, but a lot of shots just kind of miss-hit going wide. I don't know if because of the wind, sometimes you're expecting, it's been gusting, so you expect it to, and then it dies, and it all of a sudden, throws your shot, or, the opposite happens. So I think the wind is definitely a factor here as we're seeing sort of the placement.
We're seeing the from where our camera angle is above, for you guys at home, the wind is blowing left to right on the camera. So anything, you can almost see it there where Eden's ball's coming back when he goes to that sideline. But and then you're seeing it up on the opposite side too. When you go to that sideline, try and drop one in. If you're not perfect with it, it floats out.
4-2, Nunnery serving here in game 1.
That's all set up from an incredible return from Eden, almost dotting the baseline.
Little net clip there. Unfortunately, nothing Rob could do about that one. Gives a little paddle clap.
These nets were not made by the Lika family. He's had every bounce so far from both the matches we've seen.
Maybe they just consulted, Dave.
Yes.
They weren't made by, but consulted on.
Yeah, and I think what's surprised Frank Anthony Davis earlier and Rob here is in these little cat and mouse dinking points at the net. Eden's length has really helped him to win those.
Of course, we just saw Zane Navratil in the match before this. He is now part of Rob Nunnery's Franklin family. So they are now teammates on Team Franklin, of course. Ed and Lika, Team Monarch.
So if it doesn't work the first 2 times, go to there again.
So keep drilling forehands down the line.
And it worked on the third one.
Five, 4, still a close game here for game 1. Ooh, Nunnery with a little forehand down that line.
So if I'm Eden, I want this. The one shot is dominating this match right now, and it's Rob Nunnery's forehand. So this return, I would be find a backhand. And if you don't, bad things are going to happen.
Like that.
Yeah.
And you're exactly right, Dave. Everything that Rob is hitting with the forehand is well struck, well placed. And Eden needs to figure that out here quick, or else this game's going to get away. And you're watching, too, Rob set up. So after he served, he literally slid over and was giving 75% of the court to his forehand and 25% to his backhand because he feels it. and he knows what he wants to do, and he's executing perfectly.
And there's a good timeout there by Lika as
And I
Nunnery's
think
pulling away a little.
Yeah, and I think when you see an opponent, much like Eden was against Frank Anthony Davis earlier, when he couldn't miss, Rob's forehand, again, we talked about the wind, but if you find it, you know exactly where to set up, where you want to take that ball. If you want to take it a little in front and play the wind, he's hitting pinpoint passing shots 2 or 3 inches inside the line, and now he's anticipating. So he's like, okay, I'm going to take 3 steps to the left when you return because I think you're scared to hit it to my forehand.
Mm-hmm.
There is no backhand to be found right now, so he's really got to cut it or force that, and that can create an error off a return. But that's what one shot, that Nunnery forehand, can do to dominate a singles match, and he's on the precipice of winning game 1 here.
Well, and that's exactly it, is Eden can try and get to his backhand, but almost try and be too cute with it or be too perfect with it, and then runs into some problems hitting balls out.
Back here after that timeout, and it is 8-4, Nunnery serving. Oh,
Again, it was right on cue right there. You saw Rob as soon as he served. I mean, he went over and opened up 75% of the forehand court and said, here, if you can hit a winner over there, great, but I'm going to challenge you.
Got a little hold of that one too much, sends it long.
And it was found the backhand, got the ball back.
All right, Lika needs to put a couple points together here to catch Rob as he's getting away a little bit. 5-9, off to was a good start until he sent that serve a little long. And of course, the wind, I think, not helping that side. We'll see when they change sides if it makes a difference.
And there it is. Like a finding the Nunnery backhand and forcing an error.
Lika serving, game 1. Nunnery sends that a little long, and we're going to have a timeout.
I love this timeout. One mistake,
Yep.
I love it, because Nunnery just senses, and he knows how hot Lika can get really quick, and just says, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let you get any closer. We're going to take a little break here, and I am going to sit, relax, and make you think about catching up to me.
Yeah, because, when you get to 9 and you're up 5 points, life is good. You're hitting forehand just ropes all over the court, and suddenly a couple of backhands have gotten away from you. So sit down, get that big jug of hydration going, and go find a deep return here in a forehand and get the ball back and try and serve it out.
So before he gets too crazy on the live stream, we're just going to call out John Davidson because we know he's watching, and just know that
our viewers, they got jokes.
But we just want to know that we see you,
we
John.
See you, John.
Okay, so
we
just
see you.
Relax.
I do appreciate Nicola's Rob's lead is Lika-ing away. You guys are so witty. I love it.
Oh,
Oof.
All right.
Nunnery was happy with that.
Great disguise there. He held that ball, and what we mean by holding it is not declaring with your paddle face where you're going to hit that to the last second, and took a one-hander, and he hits a two-hander as well. That was a beautiful shot.
Lika had exactly the shot that he wanted, where he wanted it, and he just put a little too much on it.
I think he was trying to decide whether or not that was going deep, and it was too late.
And this is game point here for Rob Nunnery here in game 1. Oh, good hustle, but great little drop there by Lika.
And again, peppered his backhand twice in a row. Hit a one-hander and a two-hander.
Another game point here for Nunnery. 10-6.
Very nonchalant about that, right?
Yep, the Lika nets again.
Patrick liked that one. Made a comment about that.
Oh
Wow.
no! there it is.
Wow.
Of course, a big shout out to Patrick Sullivan Jr. and Ashley of Jigsaw Health, the official hydration sponsors of the APP Tour. We always appreciate they're out on the West Coast area in Arizona, and they get up nice and early to tune into some amazing pickleball.
It's fun to feel good. It's fun to be here.
I'm sure Patrick's got his
I know, we need
pickleball
a picture.
yeah, where is it? He's got his pickleball
Patrick, send
cocktail
us a picture
up
of your
already.
2 TVs that you have set up in the living
Yeah.
room with both the feeds going on. All right, 10-7. See if Nunnery can seal the deal. Not quite. That was his 3rd game point there that Lika has fought off.
And that was a
Total miss it.
Yeah.
Did I read your mind there, partner?
Indeed. Not what he wanted to hit at
No.
all there.
But it works, right?
It did.
7-10.
I'll tell you, the depth of his returns is really, because we saw the earlier match with Eden was just smoking winners and off either side, but the returns were shorter. I mean, if you are a singles player or want to be, practice your returns, and they've got to be deep to win in this game.
That was a manly return right there.
That
That was
slice
tough.
went all different directions as I watched
When
it.
he hit it from our vantage point, I thought it was in the net.
Mm-hmm. It was a little zigzag. Nice hustle by Nunnery, but Lika able to put that
And
in a good spot.
And here's the issue with Nunnery not finishing
Yep.
off Lika is that he's around now, and it's 8-10.
Mm-hmm. I think this is going to be Nunnery's 5th game point here.
Mm-hmm.
And each one he doesn't close is another opportunity for Lika to come back. It's not done till
See
it's
where he
done.
serves this. Try and get away from that.
And there it is. Game 1 going to Rob Nunnery, score of 11-8. Nice close match there. We're going to take a very quick break, guys, and we'll be right back for Game 2. All right,
How many
guys.
people do we have on each?
We are back here. We're not quite starting Game 2. We got Rob Nunnery and Eden Lika. Nicola is coming in hot with these puns. I'm liking it. Rob ain't having none of it. Amazing. Keep them coming, guys. We love reading these. And we have on one of our other courts here in the stadium, we have Ben Johns taking on J.W. Johnson. Marcia Frezzo reffing that one over there. So we'll keep you guys updated on the goings-on.
Yeah, that's a
of
winner.
That one.
Winner of this gets the winner of that.
Oh, all right. Excellent. Perhaps we'll see it next. But we're getting back to the action here on our championship court. Game 2 underway. Rob Nunnery on the far side. Eden Lika in the white.
So that shot right there, the wind is gusting, like we've been talking about all day. but it's gusting on your camera from left to right. And Rob almost was able to use the wind to drop that ball right there on the sideline. It was only about a foot out.
0-0 as we get into game 2.
That's 2 shots that Lika's had that he usually puts away and didn't right there. There we go.
There it is.
All right. He fixed it. That's making in-game adjustments right there, Dave.
For sure.
Nunnery, first one on the board, though, here in game 2. Lika serving 0-2 here in game 2.
Oh. Beautiful drop volley there.
Yeah.
Beautiful disguise, too. It just looked like the typical shot and then just dropped it right over. Well played.
Wow. Nice little cross-court soft shot there by Nunnery.
The Nunnery forehand had its Wheaties and woke up ready to roll here. And not just the big passing shot, but the touch as well. So the Florida resident has found the Florida winds to his liking. Even threw the ball up on his toss there just to dial that in even closer.
And windy it is, Dave, as you can, at least we can see. We got some of the banners blowing. We got trees blowing in the wind. I saw a shirt rolling across like a tumbleweed across the court. So it's definitely breezy here, guys. The wind is absolutely a factor here in these matches today, as I expect it will be all weekend.
But it is 80 degrees and beautiful.
It is indeed. Nunnery acknowledging that also was out.
Well, he called it out before Eden did.
Mm-hmm. Just wide, a couple inches.
I love that sportsmanship.
Mm-hmm.
What? I feel like Rob was like done with that point 3 shots earlier, and then it's like in the middle of the point he was like, "Oh wait, I'm not done yet," and then he just like ramped it back up again. What an amazing effort by Nunnery there, staying in that rally.
And I think if anyone's wondering how his knee's feeling, that would sum it up right there. Yeah.
He's like, "Why would I do that?" He says.
That was a Mother Nature question there, because that ball on the slice did not move where a slice ball moved, which he expected to come to his left, and the wind blew it the other way, which we've been talking about. So just finding that is going to be critical all day as the wind continues to pick up.
Missed shot by Nunnery is going to make it 2-3 now with Lika serving.
That's just a nice cross-court shot from Eden right there, and using the wind to push it to that side.
Yep. So if you find the right stream, it can make your cut even better, like he did right there.
So it was in?
Yeah, Eden.
Okay, Eden initially called it out.
Yep.
Rob asked the ref. She didn't see it, and I think Eden then overturned himself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was very, very close.
Very close.
3-3, Nunnery serving here in game 2.
I mean, that's just an overpowering forehand right now from Nunnery, and it's just Eden needs to find the backhand. Has to. If he doesn't, this could get over pretty quick right there on cue.
And it's got to, if he's going to go to the backhand side, even if he's going to run around it, if you have to run around it and the return is deep, that limits your options. If it's short, he can run around it and then he can pull it down the line like he did there, or find the backhand inside out. So depth is critical here if he's going to do that. Got a freebie there. Yep.
Great rally there.
I mean, that one-handed drive backhand from Eden is powerful down the line there.
And that is a good timeout. I think that's mostly a timeout to take a break. Take a breath. Grab a drink. It's toasty, you know.
I think we'll see that a lot today, too, is a long point where a lot of square footage was covered on that point. Like, okay, I got 2 of these. I'm going to use one for my health and fitness. Just go sit down, get hydrated, and, you know, settle in.
Time.
100%.
A little recover, a little refresh.
Yeah.
Grab some of that jigsaw.
Right. They won't necessarily be just to slow momentum down.
I think you can tell, you know, you're just watching both players, you know, they're just taking a breath, taking a little break. No one seems particularly, you know, frustrated or focused up. It was just that was a really exhausting point. Let's take a minute.
And I think it's important to read your opponent's health and fitness level. So you don't, even if you're a little tired, if they're worse, don't let them off the hook by taking a time out there. So, you know, I always encourage everyone to, okay, am I in the better spot here physically? And if I am, I'm not going to give them a timeout if I need just a little bit, because they're going to need more.
All right, we're back from that timeout. 4-5. Lika serving. Just long. Another excellent rally. Little cat and mouse. There's been some good points played so far here in this match, as we would expect. 5-5, all tied up.
And ball skips almost right off that back line.
Great deep return.
Even off the net. Even off the net right there. That's a great forehand roll from Nunnery to drop that on the sideline.
And you see the swing, which was obviously quite good, but the footwork to reset where you needed your body to be to hit that after the ball hits the tape is what made that happen.
Right, he almost had to split step again.
Oh, beautiful.
Take that little Roger Federer one-hander down the sideline. That's absolutely a thing of beauty. Oh, no.
What?
That's incredible. That's
my.
Unbelievable. Just running around that and just whipping around 360 forehand winner down the line from Eden to take a lead here at 6-5. I mean, you want to talk about gaining confidence and being in control here.
And of course, we want to give a big shout out to Melissa McCurley and pickleballtournaments.com, who is running our tournament here in Delray Beach, keeping the action moving, keeping us on time. Always does a fantastic job.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes, I mean, we are on time all the time with Melissa behind the desk. There's no messing around. Do not interrupt her when she's doing her thing.
She runs a tight ship.
Yes.
Which is why we just rock and roll these matches. Just keep them coming, keep them coming. All right, it is 6-7 Nunnery serving here in game 2.
A little miss hit there on the backhand two-hander from Nunnery, allowing Eden to set up and hit the cross-court winner.
Of course, guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, we're streaming 2 courts at the exact same time here, guys. Double the pickleball, double the fun. Check them out on Facebook or YouTube. You can watch either or both at the same time.
I mean, Dave, is it surprising to you the amount of ease that Eden hits that one-handed backhand?
It is. I mean, you mentioned the best one-handed backhand in the world is Roger Federer's, and he hits it as effortlessly.
Oh, geez, Nunnery in the fence. Oh, come on.
Oh, wow.
I mean, round of applause for Rob Nunnery right there, regardless. Holy cow, what an effort.
Yeah, when you're in having a blocking drill with the fence and banners set up here, we definitely appreciate that effort. I think Rob, as he was running, was going, I just hit a ball that was 3 feet wide on a backhand volley earlier in that point. So it's even more frustrating when that's happened. But, you know, the forehand of Rob Nunnery hasn't been as big a factor in game 2 here. And it's for 2 reasons. Number one, less availability because of what Eden has been able to do, and Eden's game has risen a little sharper. We've seen BB backhands down the line, and then some heroic shots with the slap forehand after running down the lob. So both players are winning with their strengths. We'll also see, as if this does get to a third game, is side going to be the factor? Obviously, the side closest to us, which is the side that Eden is on, has won game 1 and has a lead here in game 2. But it's pretty close, so I'm not going to make that declaration quite yet.
Yep, you can see Nunnery there putting a little powder on his hands to try and keep that sweat down. It is toasty here today. So a lot of sweat. You can see all of our players glistening in the sun. Oh.
And there's an example of Eden going line, cross-court, and Nunnery anticipating that, and then Eden just changing it up and going body. That's great strategy. That's great thought process in the middle of a point right there. Roger.
And
all right, and that is game 2, going to Eden Lika. So we will be going to a game 3. I mean, I'm not terribly surprised. I think game 1 was pretty close. See a nice little paddle tap, hand tap between Nunnery and Lika right there. I think they're both feeling their games. They're doing things well. I think it's kind of going on a little bit of runs here and there between the two of them, or just a couple points here or there, getting away from them. But I expect game 3 will be close as well. Any predictions, guys? You were mentioning, Dave, if we go to a game 3 here.
Yeah, so I want to see if side matters. Obviously, Rob will be on the side that has won both to start this game 3. We'll switch sides once one of the players gets to 6. And two shots sort of dictated that. Eden's backhand was phenomenal in that game, and finished it with authority with an inside-out backhand winner off a very good deep return, quite frankly. And Rob returned deep and in the middle most of the match so far. Worked in game one, not quite as much as in game two. And I think what Rob wasn't doing is that first volley's got to have something on it. Deeper move, Eden, he's leaving it in the middle, and then, as you said, he's been able to find his body, been able to find his backhand. But this is obviously a match that's either party's game. It's just who is going to get hot, make that key shot when they need to. But if I'm coaching up Rob here, I'm saying, okay, let's set up that forehanding. Let's get the confidence in that going again.
Right. And if I'm on the flip side and I have Eden, I want to make sure that I'm going to Rob's backhand still, keeping to that, and setting up his backhand right now.
Yes.
If I'm Eden, I want to hit my backhand because he's really clean with it right now, and he's really precise, and he's controlling it really well.
Had a chance to rip one there, and he ran around it and hit a forehand. Interesting.
0-0 as we're kicking off game 3 here in our pro men's singles division. Eden Lika on the far side in white, Rob Nunnery in the gray. Split games 1 and 2. So we're here in our tiebreaker game 3. 1-0, Nunnery serving. We will switch sides at 6.
It's the easy ones that fool you.
Yeah. Sometimes a sort of chunked return like that ends up really short creates a problem for the server.
I don't think that's the wrong shot. I just think he had a little too much on it.
And the wind pulling it as well.
Right, and so even though Nunnery's ripping that two-hander and whatnot, I just think it's a better strategy for Lika to be going to that backhand. He's able to read it better than the forehand.
Wow.
I mean, doesn't rip it as hard as he can. Just gets a little air under it, but got it to the right spot. Knowing he had Lika leaning towards the other sideline.
And Rob is all too happy to chase down a ball that came over from another court there after running from side to side. So
the old Marcin Raspetsky.
Yes.
Oh, I kicked it. Oops, sorry. Oops, I got to go get that ball. Sorry.
Happy to help out another court right there.
If Marcin's watching, nothing against your brother. We love you, but we know your game. There it is. That's a good shot from Lika. Again, getting to that backhand. That's got to be his key here.
And our first let serve that we played of the matches we've seen so far today.
Oh, just missed.
Yeah, we can't have a better vantage point on that one. Just missed it wide.
And Lika just confirming with the ref. That is your prerogative. You can ask
100%.
her. She agreed. And I think both you and I agree as well. Can't miss ones like that when he got exactly what he wanted on that backhand return that just skims over the net, sets up the backhand winner, and just missed it. Then he goes complete opposite and floats the return, right?
Yeah, this is one of those you don't want to get too far out of touch. It's early. Get a point here.
Oh my
Wow,
gosh.
that's incredible. I mean, two of those
go gadget arms.
Two of those balls I did not think Lika was even going to get. And not only did he get them, but he hit them exactly where he wanted.
Yeah, Rob thinks he should be serving right now.
Mm-hmm.
Nunnery serving.
I apologize for falling in love with the Lika backhand, but I mean, what's not to like about
Don't
it?
apologize for love, Dom.
What it reminds me though too of Jocelyn Duvier's. His backhand is incredible as well. And just two big gentlemen that really know how to hit a backhand. It's just a thing of beauty.
Ooh, a little disguise and deception there by Nunnery.
Chicanery, and that is all done by showing the paddle down the line, which he did. So that means the face is open towards down the line and then just flicking your wrist to the side. Try it at home when you're playing. It's fun.
Very easy, right?
If you take your time.
Wow.
Great spot by Nunnery. A little backhand flick down the line there, right into that back corner.
And that looks like it's the arms with the feet and the head. He read that shot early and then just, short hopping a ball in that case takes the time away. So no need to not do that if you get there, but his feet got him there. His movement has been terrific in this match.
Did a little too much with it.
Oh, but it's hard to see, but what he did with that, instead of cutting that with the backhand, he went to fake Nunnery like he was going to flip down the sideline and went inside out with a forehand across his body. If he gets that in, that's incredible.
Love the creativity we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Rob is regretting not getting his feet in perfect position to destroy that short return. And he got to the point where he just had to punt it over, and that's not what he wanted to do. But sometimes the wind doesn't put it. I'd rather see him do that than hit a ball off a banner.
Oh, catches the net, sends that one a little wide, unfortunately. We got, of course, on our second streaming court, a fantastic men's senior pro singles match coming up. Dave, who we got going on over there?
You got Murcha Morerio, who is from the local area, so he'll have the wind dialed in as well as anybody.
Ooh.
Maybe not as well as Eden does, because that
cow.
was a phenomenal point. He's playing Scott Moore over there, so that's going to be a great match to watch. But don't go anywhere with this madness going on here. That was a fantastic point.
Oof, that was unbelievable.
Looks like on our championship court 3, Ben Johns takes down J.W. Johnson, which means we'll have a matchup of this winner versus Ben Johns in a semifinal.
All right, we got a timeout called here. It's going to be 3-4 when we come back from that timeout.
Again, it's a great timeout from Nunnery here. Just using it a little winded after a couple good points, and then you have the lead. want to come out of this timeout with a stop and keep the lead and then expand on it.
And we will, of course, switch sides at 6. Here we're in our game 3 of this match. So as we've been mentioning, the wind is a factor for sure, and it definitely is playing differently on each side. So after they switch, whoever gets to 6 first, we'll see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, and I like the timeout for the at 4-1 we had the crazy point where he had a chance that looked like to be up 5-1, and Eden hit a phenomenal shot to beat him and get the ball back, and now after that, that's created 2 more points. So settle back in and do what you want to do, which is hit that deep return down the middle and come in and have a nice volley and get the ball back, and I'm sure that's what he hopes transpires here, and at least he's got perfect health and fitness going into this point to execute that. Eden's got a nice little run going here, so his goal is going to be, let's keep this going.
Absolutely. And of course, thank you so much for joining us, guys. We're on the second tour stop of 2021. It's the North Point Bank Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Head and Papico Sports. So thank you so much for watching. We're excited you are joining us. Oh my. Oh. Ooh.
Wow.
What a rally. My goodness.
I mean, for 2, we all talk about how big Lika is. Rob is not a small man by any means. And both of these gentlemen, the way they move and how fluid they are and how quick they are to get those balls is absolutely incredible.
I, of course, am Lauren McLaughlin, joined, as always, by Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming here in the booth all day long for our Pro Singles Day.
You see the cut he puts on that Lika puts on that ball right there, that as soon as it hit the ground, it went away from Rob and into the net, made it more difficult.
4-4, all tied up here in game 3.
Had it.
We've had some unbelievable rallies so far this game, but do you guys feel that both Nunnery and Lika are starting to show a little signs of fatigue here in game 3?
Sure. I mean, it's 4-all in the third. Pressure. They have had some long points. Now it's finding that that precision that each of them had when they won their particular game so far, and switching with the lead is going to be big here. And what goes is what we saw right there, to your question, Lauren, is your legs and just the ability to move. In the first game, Eden would have slid one more step there and roped a backhand, and there he just reached and mishit it.
Nunnery calls that just long. Lika respectfully disagreeing that he thought that was in, but Nunnery, of course, right on top of that ball, watching it bounce. I'm sure it was very close.
Nice. Great close out there from Lika. And just coming in with the score from an outside court. Jack Foster continues to roll, taking down John Cincola 5-11, 11-6, 11-8 to put him in the semifinals.
Wow.
Florida boy, young kid Jack Foster, doing his work out there.
Just like Nunnery. Doing work.
Right on cue.
5-4.
Oof.
That's a big mental edge here, Dave. And we talk about that in doubles and in singles. If you're going to a game 3, there's certain checkpoints that you want to get to in, say, 2 out of 3 in that game 3, where you're going, okay, I want to get the switch on my terms, right? And now I want to be the next one to score after that switch. And so you're kind of getting those benchmarks, right? And so being able to switch on your own terms puts you in a better position, puts you in the driver's seat mentally going into this second half of the third game.
And we got Rob doing toddler pose yoga down here as we switch, and it is a battle. They've covered a lot of court. This has been a lot of start and stop, and then we'll have a run of 4 points where they're all over the place, hitting 10-shot rally, 12-shot rallies.
Lika just chilling out, a little cross-leg.
Yeah.
Relaxing over there. Just taking, that's the thing, too, that you'll see in singles today, especially all weekend as it's so hot, is these players will take every second that they have on a switchover, on a timeout, in between games. Every second.
Lika's the master at taking every second. He will take every second.
I mean, especially in these circumstances, my goodness.
Who's going to tell him any different?
I know, right? I'm not.
Are you?
Not me.
Are you?
Nope.
No.
Not
me.
Okay.
Not me.
Not
all right.
All right, we're back after our end change here at 6.
And that's a good start to the second half of this game from Lika. Getting that stop, and now let's see if he can take advantage of that.
Nice spot by Nunnery.
And a little paddle clap from Lika, acknowledging the great shot from Nunnery.
Nunnery's he's grooving a little. I feel like he's kind of hit a little stride here. He's getting the shots he wants. Just like you said, Dave, it's about precision now. It's about putting the shots where you want them versus exerting the energy to run all over the place. And Nunnery is
just that angle created by the size of Lika. You love it.
Yeah, both players are not sprinting to the line to serve right now. That's for sure.
No.
That's fine.
No one's in a hurry to start the point. And on that one, I'd almost rather Lika come in and rip that backhand from transition area rather than getting into that cat and mouse right there. I think it put him at a disadvantage. If he's going to come in that close, that one-handed backhand's been ripping, has been working. Use it.
So that's 2 forehands out of the last 3 service points that Rob's had a forehand in the middle. And, just the legs are what make it happen. That swing's the exact same one he swung at 0-0, but the legs aren't ready.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, very.
Ooh, that was close. Okay, so it was overruled by the referee. Referee did say she saw it in, so.
Little chatter between our players.
So this is going to be interesting to see how Rob deals with this when he is certain it was out and he got an overrule.
That is a great disguise from Lika right there, because everything in his body motion and setup said he was ripping that ball, and Rob was ready for a hard ball, and he dropped it in. Yep.
We're painting lines, which when you're painting lines, I feel like after so many line paints, the players can get a little chatty sometimes.
They're getting competitive, but they're also like joking around. Eden's like, "Are you sure that one was out?" And, Lauren, you made that point. As soon as you made that point about 4 or 5 minutes ago, you're seeing more and more of the fatigue set in, less legs being used, and less accuracy on a lot of these shots.
I mean, I think when you start to get tired and you want that shot to be perfect, that then leads to mistakes because, if you had more energy, you could kind of do a little more with it. But when you're trying to be like, I don't want to run all over the place, I'm just going to try to hit this amazing winner, you got to be perfect or, it's not going to work.
Oh, wow.
Tried to go body, and Eden just got his body out of the way and hit a brilliant volley.
We're going to have a timeout here.
Lika calling the timeout.
Yep.
After hitting the winner.
It's definitely, it's toasty. It's going to be in the mid-80s, I assume, here today.
Yep.
The sun bakes off the court, makes it a little hotter even on court than it would be normally. Kind of a little heat on court. You can see the players. If a player forgot a towel today, they're in deep, deep trouble because they're just going to be flinging sweat everywhere. Oh, we got a little Ben Johns sighting on court here. A little Franklin family coaching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, as Dom mentioned earlier, he's got the winner.
Mm-hmm.
And yet he's coaching up his Franklin
his teammate. Right,
yeah,
exactly.
Which I love to see it.
Yeah,
and
without a doubt.
Well, he's not playing him right now, so
exactly.
Right.
He wants him to do well. He might not coach him if he's playing him.
Probably not.
That would be an interesting scenario, though.
Like, look, you know how to beat me? This is how you do
look,
it.
You can see what I'm doing. Just counter it this way.
And the most COVID-related scene I've ever seen. We
Mask
have
on the court.
a mask loose.
All right, we are back here, 7-6. We're going to play this point over.
Something.
Steph's blowing over in the corner was distracting Nunnery. I think that was good. He actually, stopped the point.
Love it right there,
Good sportsmanship. He thought something was probably going to end up blowing on court if the play continued, so we will play over.
Oh, there it was. That's a great forehand roll from Lika. He doesn't care how much stuff's blowing on the court.
Nope.
8-6. Lika taking the lead here in game 3. That one's going to be just wide.
And that is a little wind-aided.
Wind-aided and wide open. And
Yeah.
we'll see what happens with the score here.
Right.
That was half the court. If you just aim for the middle, it would have hit
Yeah.
an inch inside the line and been 9-6.
That's a great get from Lika right there. I thought Nunnery had a winner.
Yep. And it's setting that up, being ready for that next ball. Rob just a step late, just a paddle not quite ready. He missed a ball he thinks he should make, and I don't disagree with him.
Great get by Nunnery. And you could hear the grunt as he went for that with the effort, with that nice little backhand around the post. Just floated it back there. Excellent shot.
It's amazing what the human body can do under pressure as well. They're a brilliant shot.
6-8, Nunnery serving. Oh, and there's the backhand down the line.
Mm-hmm. Giving him a little taste of his own medicine
Yep.
right there.
Ooh.
Oh, we got a timeout.
Okay, so he's now out of
Mhm.
timeouts.
He knows he's not getting a refund for him, so he's
No.
using them. Good one right there, because 7-8 now.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the toll is obvious. You don't need high-level analysis to figure that out. It's who can execute a few shots here or there. Rob hit a beautiful one-handed backhand winner. In fact, Rob is choosing not to waste any steps and go sit down here. He's just standing on his end of the court.
I feel like at this point, if you sit down, you might not get up again.
Yeah.
So on our championship court 2 and 3, that is our men's senior pro singles semifinal matches.
Excellent.
You have Murcia, what do you say? Morero versus Scott Moore. And then on the opposing court is Rick Witskin versus Martine Barba. Martine coming on the scene recently.
Yes.
Former pro tennis player. Played a few years on the circuit. Some good matches over there.
Excellent. Back from our timeout here. Game 3 of our pro men's singles match here. Rob Nunnery with an excellent amount of scrambling and effort on that rally. But Edin Lika comes out on top. Taking his time. Casually strolling back to the serving. 8-7. I did predict this would be a close game 3. What?
Oh.
No!
Oh, my goodness.
What just happened? That was unbelievable. I was like, there's no way he's getting it. He's just going to do a tweener or flick at it. Got it. Clips the net and drops it right over. Unbelievable.
It's a backwards forehand.
Yep.
Holy cow.
That could be heartbreaking for Nunnery. Let's see. Yep.
Oh, right there.
Yep.
That's just... I mean, you saw Rob Nunnery on the baseline after that just look up almost in disgust, and now we're at match point.
Wow. It looks like Nunnery's favoring... Ooh, that one sails it long. Nunnery looks to be having... We saw him stretching his lower back earlier. You just saw him stretch it a little bit there, so I wonder if he's feeling a little tight in that lower back. Hopefully after this he'll be able to get a good stretch. He has certainly exerted himself to the max during this match, as Edin Lika has as well. All right, we're going to have another match point here. Lika serving here in game 3. There's that footwork, Dave.
Yep.
Just couldn't quite get there at this stage of the match.
You know, and this is the place, you know, Rob's in there. All right, I've saved 2 match point. 1, I got a gift with a missed serve. You know, this is at least get 1 or 2 to really put the pressure on.
Oh,
just
great angle.
Not capable to get the body position to really rip the forehand winners that we saw in game 1 there.
Right.
Could set himself up for a ball he would love to crack to get to 10-8, and can he scramble out of another match point down?
We had a viewer mention that it stinks you can't rewind and watch plays over again, but if you're watching on YouTube, you can indeed do that. So if you're watching on Facebook right now and you want to be able to go back and rewatch that unbelievable point between Nunnery and Lika, happened a couple points ago, head on over to our YouTube stream and you absolutely can rewind it.
He got Lika crossed up. Rob
Nunnery.
pointing to the pickleball gods going, thank you. It's about time.
I think he was trying to hype up the crowd, Dom.
Yes.
He's like, let's go.
He's looking upstairs.
And he's been going for a serve a little more here, too.
All right.
This is a war of attrition right now.
It is, and Nunnery's fought off 3 match points already. is.
Ooh, all right. What a hard-fought match. Going to Ed and Lika in the end, a score of 11-8 in our Game 3. Unbelievable match. Dom's going to go chat with Eden in the studio when we're done, but a huge shout-out to Rob Nunnery. Unbelievable performance. He'll drop into the consolation bracket, and hopefully we'll maybe see him a little later in the day, but we're going to take a quick sponsor break, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Well, we'll see you later, Irina.
Bye, Natalie. I got it.
Oh, man. Thanks, Irina.
And that's how you do it, Patrick.
Ah! Cramping!
Pickleball cocktail.
Thank you. Oof. We need a new sound guy.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I got some. Enjoy.
Oh, thanks.
New Peepo Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. New Peepo Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
All right, guys, he's coming. He's a little tired. It was a long match. But I have my boy Ed and Lika with me. How you doing, buddy?
I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean,
keep your mind.
Yeah.
I know you're tired. You got to hold it up.
I'm alive.
You are. That was an absolute battle, brother. It was a war of attrition. You guys out there just trading blows back and forth. Oh yeah, you're getting wrapped up now. As you can tell, guys, it's windy as all get out down here. But going into that match, Eden, right? You're playing against Rob Nunnery, another great opponent. You guys just trading blows. It seemed like in that first game, Rob was running around his forehand a lot. And it seemed like you made an adjustment after that first game loss to try and make it a point to get it to his backhand. Was it something you saw after game one?
Yeah, 100%. So I changed the strategy. I played pretty well in the first set, but I missed a lot of winners, like classic shots that I always hit in. But in the second set, I decided not to slow down a little bit, to keep the ball low, and to be a little bit more patient. Either if I did a little bit more effort, it was a battle. So I'm very happy that I didn't give up, and I won. Also in the second round, I had like a pretty tough match. Either the score wasn't pretty severe, like 11-1, 11-2 against my buddy, Frank Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
But it was a tough game.
Yeah.
But I played really well. I'm happy that I play home because I live here in Delray.
Yeah.
And
it's a home game for you.
Yeah, it's a home game for me. A very good day so far. Hopefully, I'm gonna keep going. I'm facing,
You know who you got next?
Yeah,
You got
Ben.
so looking forward to that. You got
Yeah.
Ben Johns coming up. What's your game plan against Ben?
I can't tell you that.
Ah, yes, I love it. I love it.
I mean, I'm gonna hope. I mean, I'll try, to look for winners. I don't want to do like cat and mouse with Ben.
Right.
He's an animal. I mean, his stamina is like way better than mine. So I'm just gonna try, to serve deep, to be aggressive on the return and to hit as many winners as I can, from the net.
Well, it's awesome, brother. Hey,
you told me that, right?
Absolutely. I did.
Exactly.
But that's awesome, man. It's a good game plan. Congratulations.
Thank you
Moving
very
on to the semifinals.
I appreciate it.
Wish you luck the rest of the way, brother.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back. Simone Jargim, Catherine Parenteau coming up next.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
Home financing doesn't have to be puzzling. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or refinance, NorthPoint's low competitive rates, client-focused service, and streamlined process make sure you have the right loan for the right home. The branch team at NorthPoint Bank works hard to ensure you have the best information to make the best decision to put all the pieces of your financial puzzle together. There's a better way to do financing. Connect with the Brandt team to learn more today.
Welcome back, everyone, to gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida, here at the second stop on our 2021 APP Tour. We just want to give a quick shout-out to some of the people involved in this weekend's tournament. Of course, like I mentioned, this is our second tour stop for 2021. It is the North Point Bank Delray Beach Pickleball Open presented by Head and Papico Sports. A big shout out to them. This year's event is co-hosted by Lee and Anna Lee Waters along with Steve Kennedy. And we would like to thank all of our sponsors, of course, for making this tournament such a success. Our title sponsor here in Delray Beach is North Point Bank. Our presenting sponsors are Head Pickleball and Papico Sports. The Onyx Dura Fast 40 is the official ball of the APP Tour. Head Pickleball is the official footwear of the APP Tour. Jigsaw Health, official hydration and endurance drink, keeping those players hydrated on warm, toasty Florida days. A big shout out to Zealous, the official insole of the tour, and also providing those amazing ref mats down on the court. The official software, of course, is pickleballtournaments.com, headed up by Melissa McCurley in the booth, keeping us running and on schedule. The PPR is the official education and certification partner of the tour. Pickleball Magazine, the official magazine. The official tour show is Inside World Pickleball. Our therapists for our event this weekend, Cora Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy. And Kitsch Pickleball, the official apparel merchandise of the APP Tour. So a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. We have more to name, but we have some action to get down to here on center court. It is going to be Simone Jargim and Catherine Parenteau. It is going to be a fantastic match, our first ladies pro singles match here on championship court. Our ladies are rearing and ready to go, and we'll get to the action here momentarily. I am Lauren McLaughlin, joined by Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming in the booth, and we are going to get going here. Of course, we got some of those, as we mentioned last match, we have our senior pro men's singles semifinal matches, both going on our other 2 championship courts. Of course, we are streaming also a second court, one of those courts over there. We're streaming as well, so we have 2 courts going at the same time. On Facebook and YouTube, check out either of those courts. Switch back and forth, put them on 2 TVs in your house, whatever you got to do. We got some amazing action all day today, so thank you so much for joining us, and we are getting into it here. Game 1. Simone Jargim in the purple skirt/dress. Catherine Parenteau in the black. 1-0 as we start off here in Game 1.
The student and the teacher here, as Catherine spent a lot of time under Simone's tutelage, and the side Simone is on has been harder to play on all day. The wind is tough on that side. It's tough to hit the ball hard from that side. You've got to keep the ball deep, and Simone was able to do it there and get the ball back, but a good early start for Catherine.
0-2. Jargim serving. This, of course, is nowhere near two women who are unfamiliar with each other's play. They practice together, they work together, they've played together many, many a times against each other. So, you know, if any 2 women on the tour are going to know each other's games, it's going to be these 2. So certainly I know Simone Jargim, #1 in the world currently in women's, and I think Catherine Parenteau is nipping at her heels. Maybe it's all the instruction from Simone.
I mean, when you play the best all the time, your game's gonna rise, and
it's been awesome watching Catherine kind of come up through the ranks and just get better and better as she keeps playing.
And, you have that third factor today, which is the wind. So who handles that better is going to be interesting.
Just why there, of course, Catherine Parenteau playing with that brand new PaddleTech paddle. I believe it's called the Rain Pro.
It is.
The elongated paddle.
Isn't that the same paddle you use, Dave?
It is.
What?
Dynamite lead in, Lauren.
Yes, mine, of course, is black and gold, but Catherine's beautiful, much like her game. Just one of the most, just flows on the court very well. And she's using the wind to her advantage. She's keeping the ball deep. It's hard to pass on the far side just because it's really tough to get the ball in. So you gotta play more patient points on that side to win.
Ooh, an amazing down-the-line passing shot there by Catherine Parenteau. And, of course, this actually, I was just informed, I thought it might be, it is the winner's bracket final for our women's division. We didn't have quite as many teams in our ladies' draw as we did in the men's, so we've gotten to the end here a little bit quicker.
Yes, we have 4 teams left, so you have Catherine Parenteau and Simone Jargim are playing right now in the winner's bracket final, and in the bottom half, you have Vivian David facing off against Lauren Stratman.
Excellent.
It's going to come back, Dave.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, great effort.
I mean, that's just a veteran play by Simone. Knowing she had the wind, knowing it was going to knock it down, drops it in that back corner.
See on that replay there, great effort by Catherine.
And the precision.
And that is, oh, there's a ball coming, it's blowing. That is the first point as Simone just gets on the board now here for the first time. It's going to make it 1-5. Catherine Parenteau off to an early lead.
Don't let her heat up.
Yep. You want to see this
All right.
again? Here you go. Inside,
Textbook.
boom.
I mean,
And you try to return in the middle to take angles away, but Simone found one brilliantly there.
Simone saying she needed
Yep.
to go the other side.
Yep.
Because she realizes two things. One, she was a tight angle from where she was positioned, and two, that wind's blowing that way.
5-2 here in game one. Wow.
Wrong-footed her.
Let's watch it here on that replay.
Big serve set that whole thing up. There's another one.
Yep, again.
Catherine is coming out all cylinders firing right now.
You know, and I mentioned this in the last men's match, but it's even more apparent now. This side, so the side Catherine's on, is the side where you've got to make hay. You know, Eden was able to come back and win the last match on this side. Catherine's up 6-2 on this side.
That was a little wind. That was a little wind assist there. Oh, and I see on our second streamed court, I see Zane Navratil bouncing around over there. It looks like he will be coming up next on that other court. I do not see his opponent yet, so I'm not sure who he's playing quite
I
yet.
believe it's Ryan Sherry.
Oh.
Let me double check that for you.
9-2 here in game one. Catherine, a commanding lead. That's not coming.
Oh,
my
my.
gosh.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, that's not coming over. I could tell the wind was holding up,
Yeah.
but it landed exactly on the top of that net. Holy cow. That was close.
That was her only chance of winning that point,
Yep.
and she almost got exactly that.
All right, and a very quick game point here for Catherine Parenteau. That one just
deep.
long, and that's it. Game one. A quick and decisive game one there for Catherine Parenteau. I expect once we switch sides for game two, it'll be a slightly different story. But we're going to take a very quick commercial break, guys, and we'll be right back for game two.
New Peepo Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. New Peepo Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
All right, we're back into it. Game two, getting started here. We have Simone Jargim in the purple dress. Catherine Parenteau in the black on the far side now. It is 2-0 as we get into game two here. The first one went to Catherine Parenteau, 11-2. We've switched sides now. Of course, like Dave, you mentioned, the wind is helpful to Simone's side that she's on right now, so I expect the score will not reflect exactly, and we've already, Simone already out to 4-0 here in game two, so if this goes to a game three, we'll it's anyone's guess.
Quick timeout here from Catherine Parenteau.
The Tempest Rain just hit the ground, 5-zip off the jump here. I mean, it is, I talked to a few of the players after the last match, and you can't pass anybody from the far side because you can't hit it hard enough. The wind is that big a factor, so you got to drop the ball. If the person on Simone's side keeps that ball deep and takes the net, you've got your hands full. So, the toss is huge today. And by that, I mean at the beginning of the match, choosing side or serve. I'm curious, and we'll have to find out afterwards, depending on how this match ends up, what was chosen, because they're going to switch again if Simone keeps this lead, and then Simone would have the good side at the very end of the match. So we'll see what happens. This is obviously it's just 5, but this side is certainly dominating.
Back from that timeout, we saw Catherine Parenteau getting a little bit of advice from Athena Trujillo coming down. Just a little encouragement and some advice as we get back from this timeout. It is 6-0. And you're seeing Parenteau having to absolutely crush those drives to get them, over and far enough back in the court that
so that's what you got to do, put the ball at the feet of the person on Simone's side and make them put the ball up in the air and then pass with that one. But from just the baseline, that's going to be hard to do.
1-6. See if beautiful deep serve right into that back corner by Parenteau. Just wide there.
Well, that's a great setup there from Parenteau. Going ground strokes with Simone to set up that. Able to pressure and come in. And that last ball Simone got looked like it was behind her.
Yep.
I honestly thought Parenteau had a winner.
Here in game 2. It's our women's. Wow. Oof.
Some great
gets. A lot of high quality there.
Goodness. This, of course, as I was mentioning, is our women's pro singles winner bracket final. So the winner of this will go on to our gold medal match. The loser will play for bronze. Great job by Parenteau, just moving Simone around the court.
You can see Simone got her to have to hit a backhand, not an overhead, but a two-handed. And you think, okay, maybe I'm back in the point, but Catherine happens to have a big two-handed backhand and was able to finish off the point with that. But that's what you want to do. You want to throw that lob up and hope you can get it away from an overhead.
We've seen a couple times Simone's missed down that line on that right side there.
Well, Catherine's able to put some cut backspin on that, making it difficult for Simone to get around that and get it back in.
And there's a timeout from Jargim right there. Catherine Parenteau making some moves, crawling her way back into this game. It's going to be 5-6 when we come back from this timeout. Catherine Parenteau serving. It's a great timeout by Jargim. Definitely momentum building, and she knows Catherine's game better than anybody. So you gotta you got to do what you can to try and put the brakes on that.
Right. I mean, she had a 6-2 lead and gives up 3 quick points. Doesn't want to give the lead up or have her tie without having a say in it. And so how she has a say in it is by taking the timeout and slowing everything down. So see if it works here after the timeout.
Mm-hmm. 5-6. We're back after this timeout.
Thought she was going to back foot her again. Didn't. Simone got planted and set up. Just missed it.
And we have tied it up here, 6-6. Catherine Parenteau with a huge run that she is currently still on. You can see this replay with her amazing forehand passing at
so what she's doing on that shot too is she's using the wind to knock that ball down. So she's hitting a drive, but it almost turns into a drive/drop, and that ball just dips away from Simone.
And she's going big for her serve. There it is again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's crushing those serves.
Oh,
she had exactly what she wanted. You could tell by the little scream from Catherine Parenteau. She was not happy about that. So with that, Simone Jargim is able to at least halt the streak she was currently on. Simone's going to see if she can answer that massive run that Catherine just went on.
Read it.
Oh, she is a solid 10 feet off the court going for that. That was unbelievable. That would have been quite the around the post if she had managed to get a hold of that. As you can see by their clothing, the trees, the banners, it is gusting down here in the stadium. And it is 7-7 here in Game 2. Game 1 went to Catherine Parenteau, 11-2. She is looking to not have to go to a Game 3 here in our winner bracket final. She would love to just get to sit for a second and rest up before the gold medal match. We'll see. I'm sure Simone Jargim will have something to say about that before all is said and done.
Yeah, and that ball right there is the difference inside. If you try and hit a passing shot from that far back, you just can't. Drop that and then get one if you can sooner.
Yeah,
7-8, Parenteau serving. Oh, she just caught that back line, which, I mean, after a really quick out-of-the-gate run by Simone in the beginning of this game, once Catherine kind of adjusted to that side, as it were, she has been in control ever since.
And she's dictating with a big serve, so she is hitting her serve huge, and that's keeping Simone off the net on this side and forcing her to play a baseline point, and Catherine is going for the next ball big, too, so that she can take the net, and now she suddenly is 2 points from a victory.
Simone sends that wide, and now we are on the cusp of a match point here for Catherine Parenteau in our winner bracket final here to head to our gold medal match. What do we think of this timeout?
That's a great timeout.
I can't love it more.
She has match point on her paddle. She clips the net cord, goes out. Now Simone has 8-10 on her paddle. That's a great timeout. You do not want to get frustrated and get pissed off, and then all of a sudden you're tied.
because she has played brilliantly on that side.
Absolutely.
Brilliantly. Getting a little...
Maybe the best we've seen so far today
Yeah.
of a player on that side.
Because it's hard to dictate when you really can't hit the ball as firmly as you want. So you've got to adjust. She has made those adjustments. And, yes, she just hit a serve that caught the tape and went wide on match point. All right. Just bring it together. Get calmed down. Love the timeout. Let's see what she does with a return here.
8-10. Jargim serving. Wow. What an amazing get by Parenteau, though. There were a couple winners there from Simone that she managed to get back over, which was unbelievable. And here's match point again for Catherine Parenteau.
Wow. Not yet. Not yet, says Simone Jargim.
Here it is. Just full extension. Keeps her feet out of the kitchen. You know, that's one of those where that's the last ball Simone's hitting on that point because she is off balance and phenomenal clutch play.
So that's two that she's had just like that she's read and missed. One, I think she almost had an angle, the first one, to go around the post. This one, she just needs to get it over the high side of the net, though, and just misses it and clips the tape.
9-10 here in game 2. Simone Jargim serving.
Oh, there we go.
Just like we said, now it's tied up, and you know, Catherine Parenteau's got to be feeling the pressure here. She had 2 match points on her paddle, wasn't able to seal the deal, and now it's tied up at 10 here. Simone looking to take it to a game 3. Oh my gosh. I mean, the fact that Simone got that and then almost got it over was impressive to say the least.
It's not like it's going to be easy to take down the top female.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
And by no means is she ever going to make it easy. So it doesn't matter if you have match point on your paddle. It's not going to be easy.
And fist pump, 2 big backhands. But again, dipping the second one, because when you're hitting into the wind, the ball will, if you get it at their feet, throw it down even more violently, and that's the ball that she hit there to set up another match point.
It is 11-10, another match point here for Catherine Parenteau, her third. And there it is. She finally gets it done on number 3. A huge congratulations to Catherine Parenteau, taking down number 1 in 2 games here in our winner bracket final. Of course, Simone Jargim will drop down into our bronze medal match, playing the winner of either Vivian David or Lauren Stratman's match. Whoever comes out on top of that for bronze, possibly another rematch here with Catherine Parenteau in the gold medal. But a huge congrats to both ladies. Unbelievable play. Let's look at some of the highlights, of which there were many of this match. And we'll fix that graphic. But Dave, walk us through some of these amazing points.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was 5-0 on the serve to start, and then Catherine used her timeouts brilliantly there, was able to, you know, she's tracking this. This was the ball we wanted her to hit around the post there, and she got there and had a chance. But she was smoking the ball and taking the net on the side where it's harder to do that. And, you know, I give her a lot of credit for playing that way by forcing the issue, by putting the pressure on the top player in the world. There's that amazing save that Simone made to keep herself in the match, but Catherine was able to get it back, and then here's the flick down the line to win the match. It was a nice, controlled, beautiful ball. set up by a ball at her feet and a paddle tap, and Catherine's got to be thrilled to win. I think we'd all be surprised if we don't see that happen again, but you never know. There's there's great players at all levels here. So
absolutely. But let's take a quick look. Oh, we got a water bottle blowing across the court. Sorry, continue.
No, I just think it's to be able to find the way to use the wind to your advantage on both sides was huge.
Absolutely has been a huge factor in all of our matches today. We're going to take a quick break, guys. Dom's going to be down chatting with Catherine in the studio. Don't go anywhere.
There we go.
All right, guys, welcome to the studio. I am joined by Catherine Parenteau. Congratulations on your winner's bracket final win against Simone Jargim.
Thank you.
Just get right into it. It's windy in here today, right?
Yes.
It's gusting. So side is important. You got the good side to start. Did you choose that?
No, actually, Simone she picked the other side. Okay. Which, in my head, I was kind of happy. Yeah. Just because knowing that if we were going a third game, so if I'm playing on the strong, trying to see, so if we were going in the third game, I had the advantage. Yeah. I think playing behind the wind is better in singles. Yeah. It's easier to just roll the ball over the net. On the other side, where Simone, the side that she picked first, I think we wanted to, we were about to go in the third game. Yeah. She was gonna try to finish on the strong side. Mm-hmm. So I think that's why she picked the other side, the harder side for sure.
So you took advantage right away. You win 11-2 in game one.
Yes.
Game three starts 6-2. You're down.
Yes.
Right. So now, what are you thinking? You take a timeout. What are you thinking during that time? You take that timeout. You come over. Athena comes and talks to you. What do you guys talk about at that point, down 6-2 in game two?
So I went up to Athena and I said, this side is really hard. And she said, listen, just try to get as many points as possible. And I was like, okay, you're right. So when I went back, and I think it was 6-0 or 5-0. So I went back and I was just like, okay, I'll try to make as many balls as I can and see what happens. And worst case scenario, we're going to go in a third game. So that's what kind of happened, and it turned out to be a good strategy in a way to put one more ball.
It did, and it was 6-2, and then it was 6-5. Yes. And Simone calls timeout to try and stop you, and right after the timeout, you tied up at 6. And then it was a matter of who can battle through. Yes. and you come out and it's 10-8. You have a couple match points on your paddle, but again, you're playing Simone, who you're very familiar with. You're playing the #1 singles player in the world. She's not going to let you go easy, right?
Right.
And so she holds off 2 match points. Are you thinking, I really need to end this right now? You don't want to let her back in?
Yeah, and that's kind of why I believe I was serving at 10-8, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go for a good deep serve, and I missed it right in the net, and I mishit it. So I called timeout, and I was like, okay, I need to reset mentally. It's fine. I just missed a serve, and she came back 10-10, and I said, okay, I'm gonna try to just play to win. And again, worst case scenario, we're gonna go in the 3rd game.
Yeah.
But that's really what I was thinking. Just go out there and don't think about the score. Just play your game.
And you did, and you came out on top 12-10 in game 2, and now that puts you later in the afternoon now. You get a little bit of a break. You can kind of take your shoes off, relax, change, and now you come back and you're playing maybe Simone later, but then Vivian, David, and Lauren Stratman are battling to see who plays Simone right now. So you get to sit, kind of relax, watch, and see what plays out to see who battles against you. So congratulations, Catherine. It's always good to see you, to get you in the booth. And good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with our next match.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx. They deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows soft.
How does he know all this stuff?
That's always right. Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
We're all pretty obsessed with pickleball. We want to grow pickleball into all areas of the country.
When you're in person, they can actually see you and they can analyze what you're doing wrong and, correct it right on the spot.
We do a pre-video and a post-video so that you can actually see yourself
practicing something and putting it into action. It's just internally very rewarding.
It's money well spent, and if you want to get better, you have to do this.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at CoulterPickleball.com.
For over 40 years, Papico Sports Surfaces has been providing expert service and supplies for any court surface, from resurfacing to building from the ground up.
The growth of pickleball is doubling every year.
Court equipment for private residences, court seating, and court maintenance from tennis, basketball, tracks, and now pickleball.
We're actually doing indoor, private, public facilities. There's really no limit to what people are converting now.
Official court surface of the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. PapicoSportsSurfaces.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second stop on the 2021 APP Tour. Gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida. Of course, home to the world-famous ATP's Delray Beach Tennis Tournament. However, there's no tennis happening this weekend. No. All pickleball, all weekend long. You see, we have transformed the tennis stadium here into 3 gorgeous pickleball courts where we have some of the best pro and senior pro singles action happening right now. And coming up here on center court is no exception. We have #1 in the world, Ben Johns. I was going to say like in the bright color, but then I was like, my goodness, they're both just glowing out there. Ben Johns is on the far side in the orange. Eden Lika is on the near side in the fluorescent pink and green. He wants to make sure everyone knows who he is and where he is at all times in case you lose him. So it's going to be a fantastic match. Oh, an umbrella has taken flight, everyone. It's finally happened. It's a bit breezy here today, guys. So no one was harmed in the umbrella's flight. So we're going to get someone on that. But of course, a big shout out to North Point Bank, who is our title sponsor here at the Delray Beach Pickleball Open, along with Head Pickleball and Papico Sports, are presenting sponsors for the tournament. It has been a fun-filled, amazing day of pro singles so far here. I'm Lauren McLaughlin, along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming. All day, all the time here at the APP Tour. When you come to the APP Tour, you know who you're going to get. It's going to be us, guys. Love it or hate it, it's us. Sorry, it's
Here
us
we
again. It's us.
This
Surprise,
is
it's us.
Same people, same chairs, same
Yes.
spots.
And we are just going to get started here. Marcia Frezzo is our USA certified referee. She is going to be rocking this match here on Championship Court as we get started. Of course, we are streaming on Facebook and YouTube, and we're also, for the first time ever in pickleball history, BoxCar Productions is streaming 2 simultaneous courts at the exact same time. On our other court, we currently have Zane Navratil and Ryan Sherry battling it out over there. Morgan Evans leading the commentary crew over there. Pleasure having him with us, and it's quite the to-do, I would think, in the pickleball world to have 2 choices of what you want to watch and who you want to watch. So a big shout out to BoxCar Productions and, of course, the APP Tour for making that happen. And we're going to get started here momentarily. Dave, what are we working with here?
Well, we're working.
Sorry, we're looking at the other court right now.
Yeah.
Before we get
that's
started,
all right.
little Ryan Sherry there in the background, Zane Navratil, checking in on them. Looks like Zane Navratil won game 1, and it is 8-3 currently in game 2.
Yeah.
So
You don't sleep on my boy over there, Ryan Sherry.
No.
Don't sleep on
that's
him.
true. He has had some upsets
Yes.
recently in some tournaments.
But I'm almost to a point where I'm like, it's not an upset anymore. Ryan
Agreed,
is playing.
agreed.
Ryan's game is singles. He
Yes.
loves it. Played at University of Florida
Yes.
tennis. Very high level tennis player, and has translated that into pickleball. And comes with a absolutely ginormous duffel bag full of T-shirts because the man sweats more than anyone I know. But
I
a
don't
great.
know. There's some
him and
people out here who
Tyson
will-
rivals him. I know that.
Adam Stone.
Adam, yeah.
There's some people who can.
But Ryan definitely comes prepared. He's got about 400 of those shirts with him. So
I
we're
love
getting
it.
ready to start right here.
All right, let's get back to the action here on Championship Court. Marcia Frezzo going to get us going here. Ed and Lika serving first here in game 1 to Ben Johns.
Oh.
And on the board first as well.
I'm going to give you, Ben, a little stare down.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
not afraid of you,
1-0.
Ben.
It's 1-0.
It's 1-0, man.
You give up?
You give up yet? You give up
That's
yet?
what my dad would say. Do you give up now?
All right, so Eden is starting on the quote-unquote good side. Has the wind at his back, a little more controllable here. So we'll see how that comes out. And he-
Nice.
that wind.
Yes.
Yeah, pulled it right out of Ben's reach.
Mm-hmm. I know you guys pointed it out, but I just put my headphones on a little bit ago. These 2 boys are bright right
Oh.
now.
Oh, yes, I did. I sure
I
did
heard
mention
you.
it.
So talking to Eden after his last win against Rob Nunnery, he had already known he's playing Ben the next round. I asked him, what's your strategy? And he said, I'm going to play my game and let Ben stop him at his game. I love that. Don't play to what your opponent's going to do. Play to what you're going to do first.
Wow.
There was no room there. None.
How did that happen?
There was
Magic.
He went between the
zealous
plate,
ref mat,
mm-hmm. and the post.
Ooh wee.
That's awesome.
1-0. Lika serving here in game 1.
And Ben's just gonna keep bringing the pressure. He's gonna drop the ball on that side and get involved in points that he wants to try and dictate, because it's impossible to pass a man of this size with the wind where it's at. So serve deep, And that looked like an easy put away, folks, to flick a backhand into the wind for a clean winner. That's why he's the best player in the world, and got himself his own birthday present there.
He sure did. Birthday by. Oh, we got some trash. Got some trash. That's the problem. Anything that's not nailed down's blowing away, basically. A couple people were asking how tall Edin Lika is, because we mentioned so often how gigantic he is. He is 6'4", everybody. I think after 6'2", you are technically a giant. I think that is the cutoff. In case we couldn't see him coming already, the bright pink and neon green will help.
Oh, and Edin does that just as good as anybody at disguising that.
Yes.
And he lets it almost get next to him and doesn't hit it out in front of him where you can see it, and just hides it and pulls it.
Put away in there. And over on our second streamed court, on Grandstand Court, Zane Navratil has come out of that match with Ryan Sherry, the victor, so he will continue to move on.
And the fact that he got to it right, and then does what he wants with it, completely stretched, is what makes him the #1 player in the world.
Tied up here in game 1. Can't give that to Ben Jones.
No, he's going to drop and charge. I mean, that's, put the ball at his feet, let the wind help put the ball at his feet, and then come get something that has to be hit up. That's going to be what most players who are successful on that side of the court are going to be looking for.
It's going to be just wide there.
Yeah, and that wind again right there. I hate to keep mentioning it, but for those of you guys at home that can't feel what we're feeling with these gusts on the screen, it's going from left to right. So that shot normally for Ben will drop right on the sidelines, just pulling it a little far.
I believe if you're in the southern Florida area of Delray, please stop by, come watch. It is free on the grounds, but to get into stadium, each day I believe is $10. I think they had probably a all tournament deal as well, but if you're not here today and you're coming in for gender doubles on Saturday or mixed doubles on Sunday, which I highly recommend that you do.
Yep.
Just about, I think $10 is what it is for the day to be able to be here all day at Stadium Court. Come join us.
There's a fun little exchange. You don't have that a lot in singles, where there's a lot of balls that are volleyed back and forth. It's fun to see what you'd see more certainly over the weekend that you just mentioned, Lauren. In doubles, we'll see lots of fiery exchanges between these players.
A firefight. Oh, he is. There's that classic Lika yell of not happy about that, and followed by a timeout to go reflect quietly on his chair, just kind of compose himself.
And somehow, by the way the ball rolled and the drop of the paddle, it landed as if he placed it there, and I can assure you he did not.
I was looking at it, I was like, oh, it's so
because he's not
placed.
It's not his serve. It just magic. Sometimes things happen, but I feel like Edin is like, I feel okay, and yet I'm down 2, and Ben's on the bad side, and he just hit one of the, Ben holds that backhand out and then just is able with one hand. You see it a lot of two-handed people use the left hand to be able to pull that backhand cross court like he just hit. He's able to do it by pronating his wrist and bringing it over, and he's diving that low. The wind will dive that low, and that was a tough volley to hit. And, you know, as we keep saying, on the far side where Ben is, you've got to throw the ball down. You cannot just live passing from the baseline. You got to get in.
4-2, Ben Johns serving as we come back from that timeout. Lika doing a good job of keeping Ben back and moving him around. And eventually...
Ben goes, what are you doing with that?
Where was that supposed to go?
I mean, but that's Ben doesn't get frustrated very much, but that could be just frustration that Lika is able to keep him back in that position the whole time, and he just tries to do too much with something that's not there. So that backhand winner that was there against Nunnery, all of a sudden that door is closed and padlocked by Ben Johns.
Yep, there's a chain around it.
A guard dog on the other side.
That's
ball just kind of died a little back
that's
there.
what being 6'4" is. I mean,
True,
Ben
yeah,
never dreamed that ball could be hit that deep. So a combination of that and the wind, and it's like, okay, I'll just have to pick this one up and go to that other side. There it is.
Wowza.
There it is. Guard dog was eating his dinner.
Left that one. There was a little crack. There was a little crack open. Lika saw it. Right up the middle. Wow. 3-4.
We've seen Eden a couple times run around his backhand, and I'd rather he didn't. He put himself in an impossible position there. Where
doing a little shuffle step backwards there.
Just step into it and rip it. You've been hitting beauties all day.
I mean, that last winner was a backhand.
Yep.
Just smoke another one of those.
Ooh, really close on the sideline there.
So talking about that yesterday with a couple players and talking about what Ben does better than anyone, and it's his anticipation. And he can anticipate 95% of the time what you're going to do. So you're rarely going to burn him on a ball that you think you're going to hit a winner on. And that was a pure example of it right there.
Great job.
It's a good angle there from Lika.
Ideally, Ben would like that to be slightly lower as he gets into that fight so that length can't beat him.
Wow. Great little drop there by Lika, forcing Johns to give it we'll go right. We're going to the shade. I appreciate it.
We got a camera. Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
That's great camera work right there. Our truck
Love
is
it.
amazing.
And for those of
what
you...
they do.
Fantastic volunteers on those cameras. A big shout out to them. Love it. Ben's going over under his umbrella as well. You can tell how baking the sun is out here. Sometimes you just need a little shade for a second. Someone was asking about Eden Lika's background. He is from Romania. That is where he hails from. As far as tennis background and all of that, Dom, you want to rock us through, or Dave?
He still does teach tennis at the club he's at, but he was up in the New York area. He was a private tennis coach. He had a couple juniors that he was the coach for, and that's all he did for a few years up there. But he was a very good tennis player and still does teach tennis, but teaches a lot of pickleball as well. If you go on his social media pages, there's some good pictures and videos of him teaching the little kids.
We are back at it here.
Oh. It's always nice to see a big guy like that interacting with the little kids.
Exactly.
He's like a big teddy bear.
Sure, they all just want to like climb
on
over
him.
Mount Eden.
Yep. 5-3. Game 1 of this men's pro singles match. Ed and Lika on the near side in the bright green shorts. We got Ben Johns on the far side in the orange.
Oh.
Here's that exchange.
Again, yeah.
I think Eden looking at Ben going, "Why didn't you hit it back to me?"
Yeah, like what?
We could have had a little.
Man?
We could have had a
what was
little
that
more
about?
fun there.
Entertain
paddle,
us.
please.
Come on, don't just hit winners.
5-3. We've had some amazing rallies this game so far, but our score has stayed relatively low. No one's. We've got a lot of side outs, a lot of great rallies and points that aren't necessarily equating into, you know, running up the scoreboard. So it'll be interesting to see if either Lika or Johns can kind of go on any sort of a run at this point, which we haven't seen yet this game.
And the reason is you're getting phenomenal first volleys like Ben was able to hit there. That was a good backhand that Eden hit, and that set up the next ball. No one on their serve has been able to get a ball to hit.
We have a question online. Did Ben play college tennis? If so, where? And was he an All-American? Well, first things first. No, he did not play college tennis. He is currently a student at University of Maryland, but he did not play college tennis. Played some junior tennis. But
I mean, he's been playing pickleball before he even went to college.
We're correct.
Or was the age to go to college. So I think people forget Ben is, well, it's his birthday, so he's 22.
22 today, but Ben
deuce.
is not just a racket sports athlete either. Ben was, and he's kind of close to my heart, Ben was a baseball player initially when he was a younger kid. He's a very good baseball player. But then you watch him play tennis, play ping pong. It's absolutely insane. Yeah. I've seen him beat people playing ping pong with him using a book. I think he just said, "You suck."
I think he said, "I suck."
Yeah.
Three, 6. Lika has been stuck on 3 for a while. Let's see if he can. Oh. Nope.
Brilliant disguise, and with the wind in your face, that drop volleys not, you're not getting it because the wind's going to bring it right back towards you. It's great disguise and great shot selection there by Ben.
We're going back to Ben's drop volley, what he does on that so well, and it's not as difficult, or it's not as hard, or it's not as easy as he makes it look.
You got there eventually.
He cuts it,
yep,
and so it almost backs up as it hits the ground.
I mean, this is executing a plan to really perfection over these last several points. Drop the ball, get in that rally. I know I can't hit the usual passing shot singles that he likes to from that side. And then his anticipation gives him the advantage in this cat and mouse. He's tremendous, as we mentioned earlier.
8-3.
No, he didn't.
My.
No, he didn't.
I'm honestly surprised that Lika let that go, knowing the wind situation. Because I was watching it and I was like, that's 100% dropping in. And
I think you can thank Rob Nunnery for that. I'm serious. From the point, the match before.
Not only that, but I think when Lika came up to the net on that ball, he was flat-footed, expecting Ben to come at him or drop a ball. He was the last thing he thought was that Ben was going to hit a lob from the baseline.
Of course, we mentioned before it was a bit of a slow start in this game, but now Ben Johns has gone on that run that we talked about. Strung some points together, and now Lika is going to play catch-up. Oh, and that'll help.
Needed it.
Yep.
Hey, if you're going to beat
He's
Ben,
been on 3 for a minute. It's good to just sort of just break that.
If you're going to beat Ben Johns, you need to use the net in your favor.
4-9. Lika serving here in game 1. Did not quite get there. Ben, how did he not get that?
That's the mentality.
Of course,
he expects to get every shot.
5-9. John serving. Oh,
that's a tough return there.
Yep. You know, we talked about running around the backhand to hit a forehand. Well, if you can hit that particularly beautiful down the line into the wind with the wind at your back, it doesn't matter what they do. You're winning the point.
Oh, that's 2. That's the second one.
That Lika family net is
Oh,
really coming in handy. Eden brought this net from home.
That
you see that move right there?
So great.
Ben throws the ball right to Eden, and Eden just lets it go past him. Oh, Marcin Respetsky was watching right now. He would be so proud.
6-9, Lika serving. Someone did mention, of course, Lika is coming off a very grueling 3-game match against Rob Nunnery that both players were showing definite signs of fatigue by the end of that. So Eden had a little bit of time to recover, but...
Oh. Now that's a rarity right there that you get Ben off-footed. See that? I mean...
On the replay, and then you have the wind pushing that away. So not only have you wrong-footed him, but he has no time to recover because the wind is not his ally. It's 7-9, folks.
Yeah.
Ooh, coming back.
I know you talked about it briefly right there. Eden's last match against Rob Nunnery, I talked to Rob really quick, and Rob was like, it was all about legs in that match.
Yep.
It was.
That's what he wants right there. He had a chance to get to 8.
9-7, John serving. Just wide. Let's watch it again on replay.
Watch the wind just tag that a little wide.
Yeah, take the wind down a couple miles an hour, and it's hitting that line.
Oh.
That's twice he's had shots he likes to get to that 8th point and just missed both passing shots. Because on this side, hitting a passing shot makes a lot of sense. With the wind, you can't drive it past your opponent.
Ben's letting Lika hang around here. Lika's been playing so well today. You don't want to do that. Oh. Just can't take advantage.
Yeah.
Last couple points. I mean, Lika is dotting that back corner to Ben's backhand like perfectly.
So when you have that much pressure in your backhand and you're trying to drop it because you can't, if you hit anything hard, it's going to be a sitter for Eden. That's what he needs to keep doing. There it is.
Mm-hmm. But that was set up on his deep serve. Yep. Ben hits a return into transition, leaves him less reaction time to get that block. Davey had it.
He's 1 for 4 on the same shot, and to beat Ben, you got to be at least 3 for 4 there. That's that's why you heard the yell there. He knows he had what he wanted to tie this game up.
Yeah.
9-8. Ben Johns has been on 9 for.
Oh.
Well, there you go. I solved that problem.
5 seconds.
For never mind, not a thing anymore. All right, our first game point here of game 1. Ben Johns serving.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
What a match. A very close, grueling match there that took a minute to get going, but Ben Johns comes out on top. We're going to take a really quick commercial break, guys, and we'll be right back for game 2.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at CoulterPickleball.com.
All right, we're back to the action. Marcia Frezzo holding down court there. It's our USA Pickleball certified referee. And in case anyone was wondering, yes, the APP Tour is a USA Pickleball sanctioned tour. All of our tournaments are sanctioned, which means we are following all of the new 2021 rules, including drop serve, let serves, different kinds of serves. And I'm sure there was probably a lot of other rules people talked about less that came into effect in 2021, but those are the big ones I know that have been asked about the most after the rule change happened. So yes, we are using those new rules, and we have yet to see a single serve that has fallen in. We saw one, but it didn't go in, so we have yet to see one that got played.
One.
I'm sorry, one. Did I miss it? Where was I?
Yeah, it was one.
All right, we're back to the action, though, here in this amazing men's pro singles match. We have Ed and Lika on the far side in the bright green and pink. We have Ben Johns on the near side now in orange. First game went to Ben Johns with a score of 11-8. We're just getting into game 2 here now after we switched ends.
So Ben's game enables him to really press the pace with the wind at his back. He's got all the shots. We'll see if Eden can find the dropping the ball on that other side, because a shot like he just tried to hit there is going to be put away 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah, this side does not play or bode well for Eden.
He lost the game to Rob and was behind at the switch and used the win to win his match, and well earned, of course.
That's a great angle from Lika.
So in our last match, we saw something similar. Simone jumped out to a 5-0 lead on Catherine, and Catherine just said, I want to hit it in and go for it, and that worked out. We'll see if Eden can find the same.
Oh, wow. Great effort there. Eden almost bulldozed Marcia on the way out over there, but...
We don't want that.
I think Marcia's going to lose that.
Yeah. He had good breaks, though, and he was able to stop himself. We're good. (3-0). John serving here in game 2. Of course, if you're just joining us, thank you so much. We love having you guys watch all weekend long. Of course, we've been streaming pro singles all day today. We are on Facebook and YouTube. We have 2 simultaneous courts that we're streaming today, so feel free to check out either of them. Myself, along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming, will be here on Championship Court all weekend long. Morgan Evans and our guest commentator, Ari, is on our grandstand court, so we are thrilled to have them. It's been great to be able to have 2 courts, give you guys extra action. We've been able to see a lot of senior pro singles over on that grandstand court, which I know a lot of people like to see. Ooh,
So
Lika.
that's 2 winners on the last 2 points. One was a backhand winner to that same spot that he just hit the forehand winner.
And it's got to be set up by something. The first one was set up by a deep serve, and that one was set up by a really diving forehand before the forehand winner.
Just wide there.
Again, Ben reminding himself he doesn't have to do so much with that. You just catch that. Let his speed and power use it against him.
My goodness.
That's the
one's
same
just
spot.
wide,
If he doesn't get that far out, that's another winner.
And someone mentioned the women's. Yes, the women's bracket had a much smaller bracket for singles today. We did have their winner bracket final earlier with Simone Jargim and Catherine Parenteau. Catherine coming out on top and headed to the gold medal match. And I have no doubt we will probably have both the bronze and gold medal matches here on center court for the women. So don't you worry. We got those ladies for you.
Our women's final is at 4, and our men's is at 5 on the schedule.
I think it's 5 and 6.
Is it?
I think so.
Who's to say?
I'm to say, and I say it's 5 and 6 down.
We'll look it up and double check for everybody that wants to watch.
As we've mentioned many a times, very breezy and swirling wind here in the stadiums, on stadium courts. We have 3 of them going on here.
And just like our last match, we had the server with the win get a quick lead, and then a comeback from the person into the win, Catherine, in the women's match, and now Eden. Yes, he just went tweener there, midpoint. That wasn't warm-ups like we saw earlier.
Nope.
And I think, if you're tall enough, like I'm not doing that at 5'8",
No,
but
no.
and he's going to the so the tweener and then straight to the umbrella with the timeout. So
I mean, absolutely. And Dominic, would you like to say something?
You just want me to say I was wrong.
I do.
That's it.
Yes, correct. That is
live on the live stream. Yes.
Dominic
Lauren
was
was
wrong.
correct. So our women's final will be tonight at 5 o'clock, and our men's final will be at 6 o'clock.
Yes, so don't
like
go anywhere.
you said, Lauren.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Dom. I am a gracious winner, however, so thank you. Of course, guys, you're probably hearing a little bit of the background noise. We are located right on the famous Atlantic Avenue in Delray Beach, which is where the Delray Beach Tennis Center is located, right on the main strip. Of course, as you go a little bit east, the beach is just a stone's throw away, and there world famous downtown area on Atlantic Avenue. So if you are in the area at any point this weekend, absolutely, they have tons of shops, restaurants. Go take a walk on the beach. Go check it out. Lots to see and do here in Delray Beach, which is why it is a favored destination for a lot of people. It's, of course, spring break as well down here in the Florida area. So Dom's going to go hit the clubs, I think, later tonight. We have the day off tomorrow. There's no streaming tomorrow, guys. Remember, Fridays, no pros are playing tomorrow. We just have our amateur events tomorrow. So we will be taking a little break tomorrow, but we'll be back on Saturday and Sunday.
Ben, again, just reads. Like, it's amazing how great his anticipation is in reading that ball. He was there.
Yeah.
He just babied it. Tried to just place it perfectly and didn't get it, but
he's just a little unsettled right now. Like, you don't see him talking to himself a lot, and he's been doing that and, you know, hitting balls that aren't typical for him. Like, even that wasn't solid at all.
No, it was a miss hit.
That wasn't solid at all. He'll take it, of course.
3-5 here in game 2.
Eden walked into the trap there.
Yeah.
Ben was more than happy to welcome him up to the net there after a couple of tough passing shot opportunities. So Ben put the cheese out and got exactly what he wanted.
I have to say, I hope everyone at home agrees, but Dave Fleming has some of the best puns, phrases, witty things to say.
He dropped a pronate today.
I mean, the words, the vocabulary, this chef's kiss, Dave Fleming, to your commentary skills.
Thank you, guys.
Pleasure having you on the team.
Thrilled to be here.
And if you are joining us for the first time, thank you for joining. I am Lauren McLaughlin, along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming, here on Championship Court at the North Point Bank APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open, presented by Head Pickleball and Papico Sports. Big shout out to them and all of our sponsors. Of course, Melissa McCurley and Pickleball Tournaments, running the show here for everybody, keeping things on track, moving along, doing a great job as usual. Some of our other sponsors, of course, we want to give a quick shout out to CBS Sports Network. If you guys haven't heard, our women's doubles finals will be aired on CBS. I believe April 3rd will be when that airs. So we will not be having that live, so just mentally prepare for that now. But let's get back to the action, guys. 5-5, all tied up here in game 2. That return goes just long from Lika.
Good.
Oh, excuse me.
Yep.
You know, that's his bread and butter, and he's got to, on that side, go for that. Because when he leaves it short, it's trouble.
Wow, that's just a great cross-court dink from Eden.
Yep.
Lika pulling Ben too far out where he can't recover, and Eden has a wide-open court. Ben having no more of that.
No, but with the wind whipping around, I mean, we saw him clunk a winner volley. It's even hard to just hit that square today. The ball's not exactly where you expect it to be.
Great little two-hand.
Yeah, you'll see that
rip
again.
there by John. Let's watch it in slow-mo. A beaut.
Not a ball he hits very often, but has it. Of course, he has everything in his arsenal. Who are we kidding? But perfect time for that, to drive it with the wind at his back, with the wind keeping it in, too, down that particular line.
6-6 here in game 2. Once again, that no one's running away with this score yet. That's for sure. Oh.
And that drop is no different than in doubles. We talk about an unattackable ball. That was a little high off Ben's paddle, and it became an attackable dink. So he didn't get the cat and mouse game that he would have gotten off a ball that was lower. Oh, and then to have that happen.
Oh, just wide. He had it. Put it where he wanted. He had John's. Just pulled it a little wide. Of course, a big shout out as well. If you are on site, we have some amazing food vendors here as well to check out. I saw some pizza and french fries just walk by, and I might have to go see what we got going on. But if you come down here to the Delray Beach Tennis Center, please do. We have amazing vendors on site. Food trucks, like I mentioned, free for all of the outside stadium courts. Lots of amazing pickleball played, but just $10 a day if you want to get in the stadium.
That's two
in a row.
2 in a row from Eden. Service misses. Never going to score if you can't keep your serve in. That's good.
Well, let's see what he can do. I mean, especially like if you have the mentality of I'm going for my serve, I'm going to miss something some of the time, but he's not fully going for it. Center of the box. That's a point, even though Ben won it, he's not happy at all with the volley he put there. Gave him, that's a ball. You don't get another chance.
Oof, you hate to see it.
Yeah.
That's just free points you're giving away right there, which is very unfortunate. It's allowed Ben Johns to creep up in points here, and it's been even this whole time, and now we're looking at I think
9-6 here, and Eden got stuck on 3 for a while last game. He's been stuck on 6 for a while, and that's just hard to grind it against this player in particular, obviously. And that's 3 missed returns in a row.
And that is going to give us a match point for Ben Johns here. But not quite yet. That
was close.
Barely squeaked by.
Yeah, Eden's doing everything he can to get to the ball, but he's played some long matches today. This match is, that first game was like 5-3 for like 20 minutes. Eden will happily let a water bottle.
Let me get this. I will personally throw it out.
I will put it in the trash.
Where is the nearest? It's outside. Just a minute. I'll be back. Second match point here for Ben Johns.
Oh, really? That's how it's gonna end.
Lika just watched it go by as it painted the line, and yep, that is it. So our winner is going to be Ben Johns. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights of that match. A big shout out to Ed and Lika battling. He'll drop into the consolation bracket. He's not done yet. Of course, Ben Johns will move on. But let's take a look at some of... Oh, there was that little firefight we saw earlier. They don't see too much of. We saw a couple.
And there's, the ability to get into those rallies at the net was what Ben would definitely want, especially on the far side where he played in the first game. Drop that ball and come in, and here's an example of it's hard to get him on the wrong foot. We saw that in the wind pushed that away from him. He wasn't able to react. There's one of those Ben Johns rolls that's so famous.
Oh, the two-hander.
The rare two-hander, but a beaut.
Oh, yeah. Lika had some buttes of his own, though.
No
That is
doubt.
for sure. That being one of them. And there's the winner right there down the line. I think Lika was just like, you know, that was great. That was good. We're good here.
Yeah, I hit it.
Let me go take a break.
I literally hit a great return, and dude ripped it down the line and
You're
landed
like, all right,
landed
we're good
it
here.
right on
We're
there.
good here.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take a very quick sponsor break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Dominic will be in the studio with the winner of that match, Ben Johns, and we'll have more amazing pro singles action coming up. Don't go anywhere.
We're all pretty obsessed with pickleball. We want to grow pickleball into all areas of the country.
When you're in person, they can actually see you and they can analyze what you're doing wrong and, you know, correct it right on the spot.
We do a pre-video and a post-video so that you can actually see yourself
Practicing something and putting it into action. It's just internally very rewarding.
It's money well spent, and if you want to get better, you have to do this.
New Peepo pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. New Peepo pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
All right, guys, I am in studio with none other than the birthday boy, the #1 player in the world, the giver of gifts on his own birthday. I have my own Franklin wristband with my baseball number on it, 7, given to me on his birthday from Ben Johns. Ben, you're the best, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, Dom. Nice to see you again. Fun
Always.
fact for the crowd at home, I met Dom when I was only 16, so he's been here since I started pickleball.
That's right. I think I was on the court one of the first times you stepped on the
That's
court.
right.
So
Yeah.
I've known Ben from the beginning, but and it's always nice to say that I used to be able to play with Ben, and now I like commentating for Ben because it's a lot easier that way. So, but again, Ben, congratulations on that win against Eden.
Mm-hmm.
Going into playing Eden, you know his game. You've seen him play. Obviously, you've played him before.
Mhm.
What is it that you're looking to do against Eden?
Yeah, so with Eden, I mean, first of all, he's a very big guy. He's got a big wingspan, so that usually means that passes just aren't going to work as well, especially with the heat. The ball's going to play slower,
Yep.
and that also makes it harder to pass. That means my strategy is more of a drop and come in, and then look for those openings in the court just because he's so big rather than just straight up passing like normal singles. And then, yeah, he's going to get a little more tired and winded than me just because he's so big. It takes a lot of energy to move that body around the court. So I definitely wasn't taking any timeouts, and I was looking for him to take his and then kind of use that to my advantage.
And so then, like, you see it, and I see it all the time. It's almost like you're a baseball guy, the mental game of things, right? He takes the timeout, and you stay on court.
Right.
And so you're standing
hey,
there.
I'm good, man. I'm ready to
I'm
go.
good. Let's go.
You got to
Let's
show
go.
him. You got to
serve it
show
up.
him.
Let's go.
I see taking a timeout as a form of weakness.
That's
so
right. There you
that's
go.
probably not a good methodology in a lot of situations. I got to be better about calling timeouts to stop momentum swings. But yeah, I don't like taking them.
So game 1, you win 11-8. It seemed like you were more in control of that game than game 2 that you win 11-6. You come out to a lead in game 2, and then Eden kind of creeps back in. What are you thinking at that moment?
Usually at that point, when you're up a game and you're kind of going even or maybe a little ahead in that second game, you kind of expect people to go for some more risky shots. And, sometimes they're going to make those. So you kind of got to realize that you got to weather the storm if they make a couple in a row and just keep letting them hit those shots just because the vast percentage of the time it's not going to keep going in. So it's going to work to your advantage in the end.
And then in the end, did you thank Rob for taking Eden to 3 games to wear him out a little bit, your teammate?
I thanked him before the match, actually. I was like, all right, it's going to be a little easier for me. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, I love to see Robert on the court playing singles. It's one of his second singles tournament, so making his debut.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Ben puts you in the winner's bracket final. You get the winner as Zane Navratil and Jack Foster, who is steamrolling today. So
surprise new face.
Yeah,
I always love to
absolutely.
see a new face.
Good luck the rest of the way, and hopefully we'll get you back in the booth later.
Thanks, Dom.
We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
My favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try it out, dink me.
Home financing doesn't have to be puzzling. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or refinance, NorthPoint's low competitive rates, client-focused service, and streamlined process make sure you have the right loan for the right home. The branch team at NorthPoint Bank works hard to ensure you have the best information to make the best decision to put all the pieces of your financial puzzle together. There's a better way to do financing. Connect with the Brandt team to learn more today.
Welcome back, everyone. We have quite a treat for you here on Championship Court. Zane Navratil is taking on Jack Foster, who has been rolling since the beginning. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have perhaps heard the name Jack Foster, but maybe you haven't got a chance to see him play. So I am very excited for this match.
It's my guy here.
We have Jack Foster on the near side, serving first to Zane Navratil. 0-0. What a return by Navratil. That was at Jack's feet. He almost had to jump over it to try and hit that.
So you're going to see nothing but 100% energy from both sides of the court in this match. And you're going to see that a lot out of Jack. Jack is very emotional. He's going to he wants to be emotional. He feeds off of that.
That's a ball right there today. You got to think about whether I even want to run for it.
Exactly. Yep. Because it's going to probably you might have on any other day been able to track that down, but the wind is going to take it far and fast.
And then it's a toll on your body for later. So decisions have to be made.
0-0. Zane Navratil with his patented spinning serve.
And the other thing Zane has to worry about today is because he throws that toss up so high, as the wind is going to catch that too. So you'll see him with some horrendous footwork chasing that around here as he.
Or sometimes he'll catch it and redo it because it comes out.
Which is legal.
Yep. Oh, we did a little paddle spin on that one.
Great anticipation by Foster there, and as we said, emotional player, getting a point like that to be on his side is huge.
Ooh, ayo. That is why I'm excited for this match.
So you're going to see a fist bump record if he keeps hitting those, and then Zane, this is the fists are going to be flying like a boxing match here.
So you're going to see that out of Jack, too. Jack doesn't hit your traditional kind of forehand. He lets it get very deep on him.
Yeah.
So he's trying
a big motion.
He's trying to hide it.
Wow,
and he does a very good job at it.
There. He has a big...
Yes, he's got a very big...
arcing, sort of circular forehand, if you will.
Very big backswing.
I don't really know the best way to describe it. That's all I got, guys.
Oh, and then he changes the pace right there. And now, I've known Jack for years now. He comes and plays in my events that I host. Great kid, very emotional, like I said, and has been itching for a moment like this right now. He's been on the cusp. He in Punta Gorda, he took Tyson to 3 and took Zane to the limit too. So he ends up losing to the gold and silver medalists.
3-1, and he's coming out firing on top here.
That's too good from Zane right there.
That's what we're talking about, that these guys, they don't let anything go. Like, Jack had a 0.004% chance of getting that ball, and he still went for it like 100% and did like a short lap around the side chairs. Like, these guys don't, like, they don't have quit in them at any point for any reason. You love to see it.
From here, it did look a little out.
It looked wide to me.
Yeah, it looked wide to me, too.
3-1, Foster serving.
Wow, that's too good. Jack is streaky, too. That's the thing. I've seen him go 2 and out, and then we see him here in the semifinals. And if he's on the good side of streaky...
And he's got to accept that shot. He's going for it. Just keep going for it. Yeah. You're going to miss something. That's okay. When you're serving, that's really okay. Right. And he's got the quote-unquote good side right now, so use it and go for it.
There it is. He's got to...
Now he has to hurry up because he has 10 seconds to get that going. So he hit a horrendous toss there and still ended up... Because it was so bad, it ended up... Jack wasn't able to chase it down.
Yeah.
He was expecting something better.
Yeah.
2-4. Just long.
Yeah, that was a wind-affected toss fest there.
The thing that I love, too, is Zane Navratil is very, he's a competitor as well. So he'll question calls, but that's as far as it goes. Once it's done,
sure,
he leaves it, he moves on. He's not going to stand out there and fight or argue about anything, which you love to see.
And the referees are there for a reason. Everybody, when you're running full speed, you might, miss a call. Everybody wants to make the right call, so asking the referee is not a, he's one of the best sportsmen we've got. Even the trash cans are blowing around. Okay.
3-4, Navratil serving here in game 1. There's Jack's chatter.
There's 3 people that Jack is talking to. One is outside his physical body, and the 2 others are in his head.
Me, myself, and I.
Yep. It's a good time for
like
a
you
timeout.
said, streaky, and runs and all that good stuff. 5-4.
Wow. Did you see that serve just sail? It got in on Jack's body quickly.
Oh, it's...
No one can see.
Why we're laughing.
Okay, so no one can see it. He's off court, but our referee got the ball from the other court, rolled over, and he threw it in the trash.
He just thought it was a loose ball getting blown over. The other court was like, no, we're gonna need that. Good leave by Navratil there. Foster sends it wide with a
so we've gone from fist pumps to talking, and you just got to find the range on that forehand again.
Zane got a little under that serve, probably more than normal. And like you said, sometimes he tosses it and the wind moves it a little, and then it just changes where you place it on the paddle just ever so slightly, and there it goes. 5-5. Oh, that one is long. Man, so when you got 2 players that are just absolutely crushing those serves, you're bound to see some sail on. Oh, and there's
good timeout.
Good timeout there by Jack Foster. Oh, I think he's actually talking to other people now, so it's not just himself, but a little frustration there, a little walking off the court. So good timeout there. You want to settle.
He's got this game in hand. He's not in hand, but he is in the game right now. Don't let it get too far away. Get a side out here and see what you can do. He's over there talking to Fad right now.
And Ben Johns. Not a bad coaching section.
I mean, right? So when Jack's over there consulting with Ben and Frank, just kind of pleading his case with them. I think they're both kind of smiling and taking Jack in.
I mean, rip the forehand in, Jack.
Inside the lines.
They talked to Ben in his interview and mentioned Jack playing Zane, and Ben was like, it's great. I love seeing new players like this, fiery and wanting to compete. That's great control there from Jack.
Coming out of the timeout, really well done. Under
control.
A calm point. That's what you need, especially on this side. You can dictate on this side when you're returning.
Just clipped the net, caused a little bit.
Really close.
And the thing is, these new players that people, they've been around a little while, but maybe people haven't seen. We saw Jake Kusmider earlier, Jack Foster now. They might not be able to beat the best now, but they're holding their own, and eventually they will get there. There's a day coming when they keep playing, they keep competing, they get used to playing these players more. Things change.
Well, you got to see it. I mean, new players jump in and can certainly win a couple matches, but you've got to see what it's like and what it takes. Wow, there's another chase.
Again, Dave, just like you said, that was a great controlled point from Jack where he wasn't trying to do too much there. and Foster ends up on top of that one. Even that drive he hit, he's on he's on that quote unquote good side right now. He hits that drive at 70-80%, causes Zane just to block it, and enables Foster to come in and hit a ball that he wants to put away.
6-7 Foster serving.
The bad luck jack from Zane, because Zane had already said good shot, and then it clipped the tape and pushed it wide.
I know Jack's saying that was going out, but I don't think it was.
I don't think it was either.
Not one chance.
No, I think he had to play
was dropping in that back corner, especially how the wind's been playing it. But a good timeout again from Jack, like we've mentioned, got to use them, whether it's just I need a breather, whether it's a momentum, try to quell the momentum, all that good stuff. And it, as we've mentioned, it's very breezy here tonight, a little swirling here in the stadium here at Delray Beach Tennis Center. And it is toasty as well. So you can see, Jack's kind of got his towel over his head there on the side. Players have been going into the shade under the umbrellas during the timeouts just to get a little reprieve from the sun. So hydration, huge factor this entire weekend. It's going to be well in the 80s. And, get that jigsaw hydration going. Electrolytes, all that good stuff. We don't want to see cramping. And this is the prime weather for cramping. When you're sweating a ton, when you're in the sun, takes a lot out of you.
Not the kind of timeout Jack wanted to use there, coming out and hitting the return out.
9-6, Navratil serving.
Wow. So
if you run around your backhand like that, and then he's got the funky spin, you put yourself just in danger of that happening. And
here's game point for Zane Navratil, our first one. That's exactly what we were saying before, because it's the way it's going. That landed on the line. Unbelievable. Congrats to Zane Navratil. Game 1. We'll take a very quick break, guys, and we'll be right back for game 2.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Oh, come on. I love it, babe.
There we go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North Point Bank APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open, presented by Head Pickleball and Papico Sports. We are just about to get game 2 rolling here in our pro men's singles, as you can see over there. That was just a little gaggle.
Wow,
that was a gaggle of.
So he's got Ben Johns, Rob Nunnery, Nacho D'Elia, and who was the fourth over there? Fed.
Yeah.
All 4 of them over there.
That is
it's 5. It's 5 on 1.
I mean, that's
Zane.
That's a pricey hourly rate over there for your coaching, Jack.
That is.
And we are getting into game 2 here. We've switched ends. We have Zane Navratil, you see on screen there, on our near side, playing Jack Foster on the far side. Let's get to the pickleball.
So now we'll see Zane serve set up passing shots. Before it's just crazy, funky, hard to get it back. Now it's going to set up balls like that and winners. It's going to be hard for Jack to hack that back deep. Gosh, look at there's no doubt this was going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be. It's pick your poison, because when Zane was serving from the other side, it was knuckling and moving. Yeah. Now it's going to have so much heat on it with the wind behind him.
2-0, Navratil serving.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's going to
right
have
now.
so much on it.
Yeah.
You're so correct. Of course, we are streaming 2 courts simultaneously right now, guys. On our second streamed court, we have warming up John Cincola and Eden Lika. It's going to be another great match for you guys to check out.
So that's what Jack needs to do now. Jack needs to realize he's into the wind. He can hit this. Just hit it and get it over.
Smoke it.
Yeah. Let the wind work for you. There it is.
Yep.
There you go. Right on
fist
cue.
pump
And then
to
pump
celebrate.
that fist 11 times.
That's it. Get that arm tired.
Yeah.
Does he have a very Tyson McGuffin-esque motion to his serve, or is it just me?
It's
does,
high,
but
but it's not the same at all from the standpoint of Tyson's hitting crazy topspin. He's getting under it and really steps
I think
into
I meant
it as
more
well.
like the way up to down, the circle.
The backswing.
Yes.
Similar.
You know, not exactly. Nobody can copy anyone exactly. It just reminded me. Reminiscing.
Certainly the paddle in the air, for
Exactly,
sure.
yes.
For sure.
Yeah, that's more meant the up top, down low.
Mm-hmm.
(4-1). And there's the serve that plays out with the new 2021 rules. The second that we've seen so far today. But as you can see, easily playable. Jack was able to get that no problem.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow. Zane would take that return off his paddle 100 out of 100 times, just pushing and biting. And Jack's a little late, but what his forehand stroke enables him to do is he likes the ball that way, close to his body. And most players would not have liked to hit the ball from that position. Great shot by Jack.
What you see, too, a lot out of Jack is he falls in love with his forehand. So he is working to get around that ball no matter what to try and hit that winner.
A little long on that serve there, which, as we've mentioned, Navratil is willing to sacrifice a couple long serves if he can really get something on him, which he likes to do.
Jack's staring at the line, but that's exactly where the ball hit, so don't feel bad about playing that one. And compliments the return. Nice to hear.
That's tough right now to hit that ball out from that side.
See, I think he expects the deep Navratil serve, and because he's chasing his, that's even helping Zane. He's chasing his toss, and he'll hit some shorter than you think some of the time, too, and then you airmail one like that.
Same thing, right on cue.
It's going to be 6-2, a quick Navratil lead here after a few serve returns sent long from Jack Foster. He's just going to take a little. He's not going to the team coaching. He's just needs a quiet moment alone of reflection.
Can we get that on? He's mummified over there in the corner. There he is.
There
it's again. We talked this morning, and I expected the.
You think there's words being said under?
Oh,
there?
there's. I can tell that. And there's a lot of conversation going on in there. I think he feels like he had a chance in the first game to take it, and now this just missed returns are frustrating. Put a couple deep. Now he's got to deal with another one. Come in here, hit a good return, and get back into the mix here.
All right, back to the action here. It's 6-2. Navratil serving. Oh my goodness gracious!
You take that little second shot drop. Looks like Jack pulled something.
He tweaked. Oh no!
Something
on the push off to hit the overhead there.
Ankle.
Yeah, it looks a little ankle. Hopefully just a little weird tweak and nothing crazy.
That's That's a great placement. Recognizing Zane wasn't charging.
Yep.
So he just pushed that corner really well and created that angle for him. Made a difficult shot for Zane. He's back on the board here, 3-6.
3-6.
Bad luck.
Again, he sees that Zane's back, but just trying to do a little too much. Oh, wow.
Gracious. There's that no quit attitude from both these players.
Let alone Zane hitting a ball basically down the line for a winner.
Looks like we might have a little hamstring. We got a little hamstring issue. Stretching it a little. Navratil with a little body shot there on Foster.
It's a great choice in singles. It's a great choice. It's not done enough when there's the little fight.
Yeah, you don't see it too often.
Body up. I'm going right at Dave Fleming.
You should. You should hit it right at my gut because the singles player likes the ball away from him, like to extend those arms. Another. And you think it's swing, but a lot of that is the footwork that is not getting him in position to hit that well. Now, the wind certainly is a part of it.
Good leave. But, yeah, you're right. But that's cost him 3 points this match.
3-7. Oh, and that one just kept on going. I mean, it would have normally landed about 3 feet in, but it was just like, nope, I'm going to just head out here over to the side. 4-7. Let's see if Foster can string a couple together here, stay in this game too.
There it is. And Dave, I think the key right there, we love Jack's energy. We love Zane's energy. But the points that Jack is winning is when he's calming down.
Totally.
Putting the ball where he wants. Even that right there. He floated it to the middle, but he floated it, got in, and put pressure on Zane.
Great time out there from Navratil.
And what happened here is, you guys, the wind is a factor from not just the point where so Zane pushed a dink, went a little wide. Pushed a ball he usually hits for a winner a little wide. Then he let up on a backhand, just laid it down the line. Jack hit a winner, and now he's missed another ball. So the wind effect there is 4 points in a row. And it's a great place for the timeout to just get recentered and go, I'm ready to go back and play what got me the lead. And the lead is now only 1. So,
Special delivery from Thad over to our other court.
That's especially special since Frank tweaked something and had to pull out of the back draw. So it's nice that he's hustling for the other court there.
On our second court, where Ed and Lika and John Cincola are playing, it is currently 7-1. Cincola up on Lika. Keep an eye on that action over there as well.
Jack over there fist pumping his corner with his high-priced coaching staff.
7-7. Oh, what? Holy cow. I thought that, bounced weird or got up on him. I didn't even think he was going to be able to hit that back. It was unbelievable. 8-7. Foster takes the lead here in game 2, but unfortunately that sends that serve just wide. Navratil serving now, 7-8 here in game 2. That is...
And 4 of the 8 are missed returns. Deep on that side. Deep on that side. It's hard to do. Wow. Folks, if you don't need any more incentive to work on your serve than what we're seeing right now, I don't know what to tell you. 5 of the 9 points in a semifinal pro match. And that one as well was set up by the serve, and suddenly he's looking at match point. I mean, it's interesting. Zane Navratil matches, you have the quickest points ever and then these long battles. It's this roller coaster of length of the point based on the way he plays and the way he serves.
Here we have a match point for Navratil. And he goes with the paddle spin, and that'll give him the match right there. A huge congrats to Zane Navratil as he moves on, and I can tell, he's congratulating Jack Foster as well on what a match played. We will see more of Jack. I have no doubt. I'm excited to see him play more.
I think we may see him later.
Later today, not just in the future of pickleball, just today. So Navratil will move on. Foster will drop down to our consolation bracket, and we're going to take a very quick sponsored break, guys, and we'll be back to the action shortly. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back, guys, but we are plugging into our second court. Look, there's our beautiful commentators there. We got Morgan Evans on the right, Ari on the left, calling that match over there on Game 2 on our second stream. But luckily for us, BoxCar Productions was able to plug us in while we're waiting for our next championship match. So if you guys are watching this stream and not the other one currently, we have that as well for you. You can see how windy it is. The camera's moving a little bit there, but we got John Cincola, Eden Lika. Cincola currently up 8-3. This is a consolation bracket match over there, so it's just one match to 15. So they've just switched ends. John Cincola was on the far end. Now they've switched after Cincola got to 8. Great passing shot there by Lika.
And it's interesting seeing the score. Cincola's got to feel unbelievably good getting to 8 from the bad, quote-unquote, bad side because of the wind and weather today.
Lika pulls that one just a little wide there. I know there's been, as we've been watching from over here on our court, seen some very close line calls being made over there. And of course, I feel like, in these consolation matches to 15, every single point counts. And, the players can get a little into it, I feel like, when it comes to close line calls, especially on the back draw. Because it's you move on or you're done. So these are calls you want to make sure and get right, and that your opponent gets right, and all that good stuff. So Cincola serving here at 9-5.
And that back draw is where the matches earlier in the day make an impact on you, and the ability to overcome your fitness challenges if they exist because you played longer matches all day and more grueling matches. There's that Lika backhand.
You might have heard him just a moment ago as he walked by our court mic. Oh, we got Jocelyn Davier is in the stadium. He's going to be taking on Jack Foster in a epic rematch from when he got knocked out by Jack.
I'm predicting a tweener.
I'm
I'm predicting a tweener in this point right here. I just have a feeling. I just am predicting it.
How did you know, Dave?
Just felt it.
You know, those Lika loves
there
a good tweener.
There it is again.
Another tweener. Dave.
There's the replay of the tweener.
Love it. It's definitely no way that the in-person action and the feed are slightly different.
Come on. Give my
That's
secrets
definitely
away.
Not the case, guys. Dave Fleming, just that good. Well, Lika is tightening the gap a little here.
And spinning the serve off his paddle there, too, a little bit.
I have seen, well, Cincola and Navratil play often together in rec and practice and stuff, so they play a lot of singles together, and I have seen many people practicing the Navratil serve, as they should, frankly. Oh, I hear him. There's Jocelyn. I hear him.
I mean, I think that's the great part of our sport is the innovation and then people trying to copy and improve upon what others are doing.
Nice job there, Cincola. Now 11-6 there, Cincola with the lead, of course. Just one match to 15 going on over there.
And there's the Eden spin coupled with the wind. You don't see a player of that caliber barely hit the side of the ball, but today, some of the time, just getting it on the other side of the net. I mean, that's the basic premise of pickleball, and today that's not always easy.
Great little flick there down the line by Cincola.
Eden might have helped him out there with the wind blowing in that direction. May have pulled the ball wide. Looks like a timeout was called over there.
Yeah, good timeout. And of course, we've mentioned many times over here, Cincola is on the good side, quotes. Oh, some trash. There it goes. It's very windy here, guys. Very windy, swirling. You can see right now on court those banners blowing in the background. You know,
we got
trash everywhere.
It like tried to go in the garbage.
It's like the plastic bag from American Beauty. It blows around.
So the winner of the Cincola Lika match will play the winner of our next match, which is a rematch from earlier. We'll have Jocelyn Davier and Jack Foster. Jack upset Jocelyn earlier in the day.
Sure
so
did.
I can tell
early
you
in the day.
Our tall Frenchman is thrilled to get another chance to redeem that in the same calendar day. And that's one of those you want back.
I'm thrilled to be able to see it, Dave.
Aren't we
bring
all?
it to you guys at home. So if you're just joining us, guys, thank you so much. I am Lauren McLaughlin, along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming, all weekend long here at the North Point Bank Delray Beach Pickleball Open, presented by Head Pickleball and Papico Sports. This is just our second stop on the 2021 APP Tour. I know, right? Just the second stop. So
40
great.
more
we
to go.
So many. 37 left to play, guys. Hey, one day that might be the case.
Exactly
it's just
right.
going to be every weekend. We're just popping all over the country, a little out of the country. Who's to say? Everyone get your passports ready.
Who's
For
to say?
sure.
Who's to say?
Do not
Indeed.
be late with your passports.
You got to get those early. You just never know. You don't want them stuck in the mail.
No.
A lot of mail delays lately.
No,
But,
no. I would, while we're waiting for our match, I appreciate everyone watching. We, the three of us, have extended our pickleball platforms to shows that a lot of our folks are viewing. So once this great weekend's there, check that out if you haven't. Subscribe on APP TV. I'm doing a strategy show. Dom, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about your show?
Yeah, the APP Academy. I get different pros in to do some short teaching videos, anywhere from 7 to 10-minute videos. Just got through shooting yesterday. Got a bunch of new videos coming out. I'm not giving away. Well, maybe I'll give away who I may have. Wait, I got an Anna Lee. Anna Lee Waters video. Got 2 videos from the Waters girls.
Nice.
Coming out. I filmed with Jocelyn Davier, who we're about to see. And they got some love from one of your fellow senior pros, Linda Thompson, who you are playing with this weekend.
Yes.
She did a great video with me, so you're not going to want to miss that either. So
don't air that yet. Wait till after this weekend.
Wait till after,
yes.
yeah.
No
so,
secrets.
No, you got to wait anyway.
Okay.
So, but yeah, the APP Academy been a lot of fun to do. I love teaching. I love doing some stuff like that and getting people more knowledge.
It's been very exciting. People are loving your shows, guys. I love it. I, of course, also have a show, which is completely different than both of your shows.
You go on dates.
I do. I go on first dates with some of your favorite known and maybe not so well-known pickleball pros, but we talk about everything except pickleball. A little background, a little personal stories, a little get to know you, just like it would be on a first date. So definitely check that out. I'm basically the Oprah of pickleball now. So, you get a show, you get a show, you get a show, all that good stuff. Of course, we have a brand new show as well from Jennifer Lucour. That's a fitness. She just had a great first video showing everyone kind of some really great after play stretching and kind of muscle work to do to keep yourself feeling good. And we're going to be back here on Championship Court. You can see our players warming up. We're going to have Jocelyn Davier on the far side in the white shirt and Jack Foster on the near side here in the colored shirt, I guess, the tri-colored shirt.
So we have a question online. The Vivian David versus Simone Jargim match, will that be on our court? And yes, it will. It'll be after this match.
That will be our bronze medal match for women's.
It'll be next up after Jocelyn Davier and Jack Foster play this 1-15.
And we arrived here earlier and saw just the tail end of the first time these two played.
Yeah.
And Jack was on fire. 11-6, 11-4 was the score earlier today. Good on Jocelyn for finding his game in the back draw and coming all the way back, and as we talked about, getting that chance to avenge on this day. And we'll see if he's found his level. Obviously, here's everything about this guy. He's a tremendous tennis player that has switched over to our great sport. And I think what you'll see with Jocelyn, like we've seen quite a bit with Eden today, he uses that length, that reach, has a beautiful one-handed backhand. He'll hit a two-hander on occasion. But I know from how competitive he is going to want this match and want it bad. And I can tell you in warm-ups, folks, he is spinning the ball off his paddle as well on the serve. So we'll see if that comes out or if that's just something he does in warm-up. Very interesting.
That's a lot about Jocelyn right there on the screen. But, of course, I also went on a first date with Jocelyn. So if you want to know more about him, go check out that show, guys. And we're into the action here, guys.
Quick 2-0 start here for Jack Foster. The exact start he wants. And then that's
Look what you did.
That's my fault.
Look what you did.
Totally my fault.
1 game to 15 too, folks, just to remember that.
Yeah.
So strategically, Jack is on the good side. You got it. You want that 8 with the lead.
A little bit of a deep serve there from Jocelyn.
And Jocelyn's all about pressure in singles. Pressure, controlled aggression. He's going to be coming all day long.
Amazing little put away backhand there by Foster.
Nope.
Oh.
Ball all the way in the corner. Jack in no hurry to go get it. Perfectly fine.
And for those of you joining us from the other court, as John Cincola has moved on, welcome.
2-0. So we're just getting this consolation match underway. Oh, nice recovery by Davier, but also excellent effort by Foster there.
So we talk about almost two different styles here. Jocelyn plays a lot more controlled. Jack plays a little more, not out of control, but erratic and whatnot. So when it's windy like this doesn't play in the favor of Jocelyn, just because I feel that with the wind it creates a little more chaos. And Davier wants to play a little more controlled, and having to adjust to the wind is different. But he's done a good job, obviously, coming back through the consolation bracket to put himself in this position right now.
And this has been a extremely deep men's singles draw today. 34 teams.
It's ridiculous.
By teams,
awesome.
I mean
by
individual
teams.
people.
Yeah, 34
34 gentlemen.
Jocelyn and Davier are a great team.
They are paired so nicely together. I hope they continue playing together.
Yeah, 34 gentlemen in the singles pro draw.
It's awesome.
It's so good to see. Almost
Davier
think
has what he wants there.
I think he took too big of a backswing.
Yes. Just punch it.
Right, just keep it out in front. Take too big of a backswing, and that's what happens.
That clips the net, but sails long. If it had stayed in, Davier would have played it.
Oh.
We, of course, here at the APP Tour are sanctioned by USA Pickleball. We are following all of the new 2021 rules. In case anyone is wondering about that. 3-4. Match to 15. We'll switch ends at 8. Good recovery.
That's great hands off of the net there. Everybody thinks that that's such an easy shot because, it hits the net and pops right up to you. Well, too many people will rush that shot. Jay calmly puts it away.
Oh, just a little too much on that.
If your paddle's in the right position in front of you on the ball that clips the tape, you're ready. If it's down and you bring it up, you spaz and hit it long. That's what happens all the time.
It's the technical term for it.
Spaz.
It is.
Do you know from experience, Dave? Because I do.
I've done that. Like, ready to... You can't believe you hit it into the bleachers. And because of Jack's grip, he has an interesting volley that is paddled down some of the time, and even that ball that he put away sort of rode the paddle, but it's working for him, and that's what's great about this sport is all styles work.
Now, Jay ends up winning that point. I don't like it. He brought Jack up, and that could have been a problem. Keep him back. The ball was up. Punch him back. Keep him back there. He brought him up on a soft shot. That's nice. Close out.
So I think on that side we've seen repeatedly that if you try and hit passing shots, you're going to lose because you can't hit it hard enough against these great players. There, Jocelyn dropped the ball and came in behind it because Jack's thinking, I got to keep Jocelyn back. Keep Jocelyn back. Uh-oh. He came forward. Now I've got a huge Frenchman in front of me hitting backhand winners, and that is not what you want. So great strategic change there for Jocelyn from the last 2 points he's played back there.
Crushed that one.
But that's what you have to do. You feel like you have to overhit if you try a passing shot, and then you're not going to hit it clean very often.
And there's a little bit of that swirling wind, so it can, you crush it because you need to, and then all of a sudden the wind dies for like 1 second, and it just... That one very close to the line there.
It almost got pushed back in by the wind. Jay was very confident that ball was going out. And when you get two from that side, the side that Davier's serving from, you'll get a little knuckle action too from the ball, and so that's kind of causing problems on Foster's side.
5-5. 1 match to 15 happening right now.
And unlike earlier where people were letting that ball roll, Jocelyn sprinted over, grabbed the ball, and couldn't serve fast enough here.
He wants to keep that momentum rolling. Oh.
Jack basically highlighted that ball, caught it,
That's the second
threw
time
it down.
he's done that. It's the grip and the paddle position, and just get it out of here. And it's working.
Hey, whatever works,
Absolutely,
Dave.
I love it.
I'm going to drop a 1983 White Sox saying, win and ugly. Doesn't matter how you win and ugly.
I just want 2 more points than they got.
That's nice control there. Yep.
We talked about him swinging at the one before. That was just perfect punch, backhand volley right out in front of him. Solid. Knows the wind will keep it in.
Little exchange there at the net. Davier comes out on top. And yes, for anyone wondering, we have the Women's Pro Singles Bronze Medal match coming up next after this. It's going to be Vivian David versus Simone Jargim. And we have our scheduled finals. We have our men's final at 5 p.m. and our women's at 5. And our men's at 6. So those are scheduled. So we might be taking the stream down in between and coming back for those 2 finals. Right here, we saw when Jack Foster was playing Zane Navratil last match, he was having a little bit of a hamstring issue, tweaked his ankle just ever so slightly, which his ankle seems to be okay. You can see him there, rubbing his thigh down, getting that quad a little massaged out there. So you wonder if he's dealing with a little bit of some tightness on that right leg. It's probably not as comfortable as he wants it to be. That's 7-5 here. Davier serving after that timeout.
Wow, that's a great cross-court drop from Jack.
It really
there.
was.
On his heels.
Because, he took the timeout at 7, and you can, but you get a free one at 8. You don't want to lose a point. You don't want to think that way, but worked out for him.
Oh. Little tidbit here. So Jocelyn Davier has been down here since Saturday. He's been helping some players down here, doing some teaching and whatnot. One of the women he's been working with, Charo Chisholm, is directly behind him in the green. He's been working with her all week.
I love it.
How often do you get to see teacher and player back to back on center courts?
In this beautiful, huge stadium. It's awesome.
I love it. Oh, that's
wow,
great.
quick hands by Foster there. Great job.
Oh, and she gets the ball for him, too.
And almost hit it way away from him. Good thing he's 6'20".
Got a game here.
Good leave by Davier there. Of course, like we mentioned earlier, Foster knocked out Davier very early on in the day, quite possibly first round, I believe. Davier didn't put up much of a fight that match. Calls that one long.
Change side, change ends.
Going to be an end change there. But Davier, he's putting up a fight this time, that's for sure.
And what's interesting to me is that Zane Navratil, waiting for the winner's bracket final, is sitting on a stool in the sun over there, just like
not under an umbrella over there.
No,
there in the sun.
No, just like my fitness couldn't be better, folks. I'm gonna just bake over here for a while.
Jack's going at that quad again.
Yeah.
Someone watching online said, "Get him a jolt tool." That's true. He's a little punch in there, punching his leg.
I am a huge believer of those types of tools for recovery, for sure.
And of course, like we've mentioned, it's toasty here. It gets very hot down on the court as the sun kind of is radiating up off the court. 8-7 as we come back from that end change. Jocelyn Davier now on the near side with that amazing passing shot there. Jack Foster on the far side now.
And Jocelyn will go two-handed sometimes, and he has that option. He certainly hit it in tennis, so it's not something he's just had to dream up, but gives you that angle, and now he's got the wind that can push that ball through the court. Beautiful ball right there.
There's the body right there.
Yep.
Right, so Jack crashes the kitchen line on a short return, and Jay just bodies him up.
And some guys are singles more comfortable. Like the good doubles players that play singles are fine with that, but it's a great strategy. Oof.
That's just great work working back into the point there from Jack Foster.
And Jay's like, in non-windy Wichita, that would have been right in the corner for a winner.
7-10, Foster serving here. This is one match to 15, everybody, to stay alive.
Didn't hit a clean backhand volley, but sure hit a clean forehand volley there.
Jay's starting to find his rhythm here.
A little confidence building. Ooh.
I mean, that was all wrist. Jack goes backside on him. And for you to have to make Jocelyn Davier reach like that, you hit a good shot.
Is she counting down the 10 seconds? She was.
Yep.
She did not let him start it over. Jack, I think, thought she was going to recall the score. She did not. She was looking at him like, you better get that ball.
Yeah,
you got 10 seconds.
Because if you bounce that off your foot today and the wind catches it, you're on a 40-yard dash to get back.
Timeout here. Yep. That's good. Jackson needs that right now. Down 4. Needs a stop. And the only way to stop Jocelyn right now is to call that timeout.
Of course, if anyone didn't know, the entire Davier family is here supporting Mr. Jocelyn.
Love it.
His wife and 2 young sons are here in Florida with him. Very exciting, I'm sure. I mean, they're very young, so they probably have a short attention span watching Dad play. It's probably exciting for about, 10 minutes until they're like, all right, Mom, let's go.
Yeah, they were over.
We see him every day.
They were over while he was shooting his video with me yesterday, just running around court, and all you kept hearing was, Daddy, Daddy.
Love when the fams get to come watch. Back from this timeout, 11-7 is our score here.
That's good play. Good pressure there from Foster.
Great job. Davier sends that right to the edge think Foster was hoping it was going long with a little wind assist maybe, but
There's nothing worse when you're running. You're like, please win, please, and it just
And it
doesn't do it for you.
You're hitting an awkward shot. Good anticipation from Foster, reading where Davier was going, getting that side out. Nice.
great spot right on the back there. I see Jocelyn's mother is watching as well, cheering him on from France.
That's in.
Oh, it was gonna be close. I was like,
Jack really went for a serve there, and I think he's got to on that side. And, he's within 2 now.
Nice. And again, that was the difference. He kept his paddle out in front for that block and just punches it down rather than taking too big of a backswing. You allow that ball to travel too deep, and when you go to hit down, you're hitting down into the net.
And especially today with the wind blowing, that ball might move even, half an inch is going to cause you to clunk it.
11-9.
Good pressure. Way to not let that ball bounce there and continue to put that pressure on Foster. Great job by Davier.
Oh, have we lost the ball? I think the ball. Oh, we got it.
It's in a shrubbery.
I got one.
Dom's got one, guys. He can chuck it down. 12-9. Just long. There have been some very close baseline shots, especially from Foster.
Now he's eating his hand over there, which is not tasty at match point down.
Jocelyn Davier, 1 point away from some sweet revenge from earlier in the day. And there he has it.
Tough to see.
An unbelievable day for Jack Foster, though. He has just played tremendously all day, had some big, huge wins, one of them against who just beat him now in a rematch, Jocelyn Davier. So we will see Jay continue on. Jack Foster is done for the day, where he's going to go get a little jolt tool action on that quad. But we're going to have our women's bronze medal match coming up next, guys. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
My favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try to out-dink me.
Home financing doesn't have to be puzzling. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or refinance, NorthPoint's low competitive rates, client-focused service, and streamlined process make sure you have the right loan for the right home. The branch team at NorthPoint Bank works hard to ensure you have the best information to make the best decision to put all the pieces of your financial puzzle together. There's a better way to do financing. Connect with the branch team to learn more today.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
Go again, until you strike just right, until the ball sings, until the other guy blinks, until the court's clear, and the sun sets, until you see it in your sleep, and wake up swinging. Go again. Till you can't miss, until you can't lose. Go again, and again.
Does anybody have a stapler? Oh yeah, I have one. Here we go. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh. Here we go. Oh, thanks. You're welcome.
I'm getting a cramp. Cramping.
Oh, here, Patrick. I got something for you.
Oh, thanks, Simone.
You're welcome.
Today is just not my day.
Oh, I have just the thing for you. Here, have a puppy.
So this is one of my favorite paddle, the V530 Power. It's a great paddle. It's perfect for the transition when you're a tennis player. One of the features that is so good about it is the fact that it's so close to a tennis racket in terms of shape. It's not circular, as you can see. It's more rectangular a bit. For me, it was a game changer for my serve, for just so much power generated because it's a bit heavier in the head. And then when I go to the net, I have a good balance here and I can be aggressive. It's so good as well for resets and for dinking, but mostly to put away the ball, you know, to create a lot of power, so it's just a perfect product.
For over 40 years, Parenteau Sports Surfaces has been providing expert service and supplies for any court surface, from resurfacing to building from the ground up.
The growth of pickleball is doubling every year.
Court equipment for private residences, court seating, and court maintenance from tennis, basketball, tracks, and now pickleball.
We're actually doing indoor, private, public facilities. There's really no limit to what people are converting now.
Official court surface of the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. ParenteauSportsSurfaces.com.
We're all pretty obsessed with pickleball. We want to grow pickleball into all areas of the country.
When you're in person, they can actually see you and they can analyze what you're doing wrong and, you know, correct it right on the spot.
We do a pre-video and a post-video so that you can actually see yourself
practicing something and putting it into action. It's just internally very rewarding.
It's money well spent, and if you want to get better, you have to do this.
New Peepo Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. Dupipo Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
Welcome back, everyone, to the gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida, Delray Beach Tennis Center, which we have transformed into the Delray Beach Pickleball Open. It is amazing. We have our pro women's singles bronze medal match coming up right now on Championship Court. Vivian David, who you see on your screen, will be taking on Simone Jargim out of Naples, Florida. 23 years old. Her father owns a well-known pickleball tennis store over on the west coast of Florida. And she has just been tearing through these tournaments, putting on an absolute amazing performance. We are very excited to see her here in the bronze medal, taking on the #1 woman in the world, Simone Jargim, who was knocked out earlier in the day by Parenteau, who is waiting in the gold medal match for perhaps a rematch or perhaps a match with Vivian David. We'll see what happens, guys.
Who's to say?
Who is to say?
Yeah, obviously, two ladies from South Florida, so these elements are nothing new to either of them. The two-handed backhand of Vivian is awesome. It's something to watch for here, and hits heavy topspin. So can she relax and play her best game against the #1 player in the world? And she's certainly capable.
I have to say, it makes me very proud to be a Southwest Floridian when we have Simone, Bonita Springs, Vivian, Estero, and waiting in the gold medal match, Parenteau, another Bonita Springs.
And we're getting going right now. Simone Jargim serving to start us off here in game one. Ooh, and on the board first. Of course, guys, we're streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Share this stream if you haven't yet with your pickleball-loving people. And make sure to let them know we're getting into our medal matches here for women's. And closing down to the end of our men's bracket as well.
We'll see if we get any baseline points out of these two. They're both comfortable there. Whether the wind will enable it or not is another question.
Just wide there.
And Simone out to a quick 3-0 lead here in game one of this bronze medal match.
Just long there by David.
Oh. No, she's giving it to her.
Oh, all right.
Simone was like, it was too close for her to call out. She didn't really see it. Not that maybe she did see it, but she didn't call it out right away, so she's deferring and giving it to her.
Great sportsmanship as always. If you're not sure, can't call it.
Mm-hmm. 1-3. Vivian David serving here.
Well, miss hit there from Simone.
Yeah, and Vivian didn't get a hold of the serve either. That was just weird by both players. Vivian will take, 9 more of those if they're available. You've been saying this in our men's matches, but Vivian brought Simone to the dance there and did not need to do it. She had a volley. She could have pushed back and just brought her right to the kitchen line. Not what you want to do.
No.
Oh, my. We've lost a hat in the middle of a point.
Yep.
But
doesn't even bother.
Stayed focused.
Never flinched.
So if that would have fallen in the kitchen,
that's a different story.
Different story.
Oh, and there goes the ball. Up and over the... It used the barrier as a ramp, just right up, jumped on over. I was like, I'm out of here.
Simone tightening down the headgear here.
I mean, that's how you know it is breezy, when hats are blowing off in the middle of points.
Ooh, great angle there from Vivian David.
I see your angle, and I raise you an angle. Geometry lessons in store here from Vivian. That was beautiful.
I agree with the shot. She just hits it a little too hard. If she can she can drop that ball to that corner, that's a winner.
Yep.
3-4 here in game 1 of our ladies bronze medal match here in pro singles.
Great job by Vivian of settling in, got behind in the score to start, and has now knotted it up. And, I think, when you're playing Simone in a medal match, there's nerves just walking on the court, just warming up. So 4-all certainly takes those nerves away.
Instead of hitting it there, she pushes it and aims it there. Just be athletic. Be an athlete. Hit it there. That's what's got you to this point. Do it.
Yeah, that's 2 balls in a row she wished to get in, and the wind is not full of wishes on those types of balls.
Oh, that was going to be a filthy shot if it went over the net. Someone had a good question. If the ball bounces and then you hit it, say your hat or something falls into the kitchen, it doesn't matter because the ball has bounced. So once the ball bounces, anything can go in the kitchen at any point on that particular shot. Correct?
Where's Byron?
Byron?
That's a good question. Let's ask Byron.
Well, I mean, if the ball bounces, it can go in the kitchen.
Correct.
But are you talking about?
We're talking about
the next shots in the sequence.
I can't be exact on it.
An excellent question from our viewer. We're going to go find head referee Byron Frezzo. We're going to get a definitive, concrete answer on that question.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I can't tell you how hard it was to hit that shot with the wind pressing that ball, and it was up. Like, you don't hit your forehand up near your shoulder like that cleanly. That's why she's the best player in the world, brilliantly executed.
By the way, guys, Dave thought you all were watching him. He was explaining that and showing you where he was hitting that ball from, by the way.
Where's my camera? Come on, BoxCar Kyle.
I know, and we all look so professional and put together today. It's a shame that the viewers at home are not able to experience the gorgeousness of this panel.
Timeout here with believe it's an 8-5 lead now for Jargim over David in game 1 of this bronze medal match here for women's pro singles.
Some people asking about other matches. Yes, John Cincola won in his consolation bracket against Lika. Jocelyn Davier defeated Jack Foster in his consolation match.
So the 4 men we have left are the winners bracket. We have Ben Johns and Zane Navratil. John and Jocelyn will play, and then they'll get the loser of that match in the bronze medal match.
Excellent. We're back here to our Game 1 women's bronze medal match.
And Simone's found the right pace to pressure from the wind in my face side, and that's hard to do, but she's found it now and putting the pressure on Vivian to try and hit passing shots, and Vivian's missed a few, and thus we have a 9-5 score.
Wow, an interesting choice for Vivian to straddle the kitchen and take that out of the air versus letting it bounce and then
The issue
doing
was
something with it.
she went to Simone with it. She
Yeah.
had the whole other side of the court open to go cross court with that. She went to Simone, and then her side was exposed.
It's a game point here for Simone. Not quite yet, though. Oh, we got some. We're good. 5-10. I think David thought she saw something maybe blowing. She's getting so much undercut under that ball every time David's hitting it and kind of do like that backspin. So nice.
Yeah, I think Simone will take points like that on that side when she is the aggressor. It didn't work out that time, but that's why she's got the lead, and I think you'll see that a lot in the second game when she's on the wind-aided side.
Oh.
Great spot by Vivian. Good effort by Jargim trying to run that down.
We all make that little engine that could noise when we're trying to get there. We're like, come on, legs,
Yeah.
come on, come on, come on, come on. And you're like, shoot.
I can't.
Can't.
You're like, nope, not going to happen. 7-10 here in game 1. Oh no, and the visor is gone again.
Simone knows she made a mistake there where she went with that ball. She had some time. I think she rushed her decision and went more to Vivian's forehand there, so she's able to hit a winner. I think she would have rather go behind her and hit a better angle.
Simone's going to ditch the visor now after two
wardrobe
off the head.
malfunctions.
8-10 here in game 1. Great spot.
So that's, like you said before, be athletic, drive the ball. You got the wind at your back, and look where we're at, 9-10.
Right. You said it. Be
Go.
athletic. Be an
Go.
athlete. Go get it. Do what got you here. What got you here wasn't aiming the ball, wasn't pushing, pressing.
Oh, no.
Stop it, Dave. You got me going, and then I jinxed Vivian again.
Oof. All right, we're going to have a game point here for Simone Jargim for game 1. 10-9. Ooh,
Great volley. She thought she missed the return. She was almost walking up to paddle tap because she missed it. Wind gave her that little extra. That would have never gone over on the other side.
9-10. David looking to tie this up here.
Oh, no. Oh.
She's there. Oh.
Wow. Oh,
Wow.
what a point, Simone.
We got some applause from our spectators here in Stadium Court.
The best smile.
Indeed.
Vivian always smiling even after losing a heartbreaker at 9-10.
That's too
Great
good.
spot. Game 1, after a hard-fought battle by Vivian, David will ultimately go to Simone Jargim. We'll take a very quick commercial break, guys, and we'll be back for Game 2 of our women's bronze medal match. Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 of our pro women's singles match happening right now. We have switched ends. We have Vivian David on the far side now, taking on Simone Jargim on the near side. Our first game, a close 11-9, ultimately going to Simone. Vivian starts us off here in game 2. There, that's what I wanted last time, for her to let it bounce and then just put it away.
Simone switching it up from the visor to the headband.
Yeah. And about 97 fakes before Vivian put that away there. It was awesome.
Yep.
Just why not? You know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Never give up. Oh. Such a disgustingly beautiful backhand slice down the line to set that up by Vivian there, too.
And still smiling about it.
Yeah. Just, again, confidence-wise, you would have been up 2-0, had a ball that she would love to have again. Got to just forget about it.
0-1. Jargim serving.
Oh, wow.
And that's why Simone is Simone.
That's it.
She has switched out her visor for a headband now.
Yeah, I'd like to see Vivian rip that with her two hands instead of just placing the ball down the line there when she gets another try. She's got the shot. Yep.
Just wide. Oh, I was like, who, where? It's Bob Swisshelm over on another court calling a foot fault. Bob's always all over those. Love it. 1-1. David serving here in game 2 of our bronze medal match.
Nobody better at finishing. Nope. Nobody. And I'm going to argue nobody better in the game in general. Men or women. At finishing balls,
yep.
Simone right there.
If you're in trouble, you gone.
Just on there.
And again, the wind at her back just a little bit. That's a winner 9 times out of 10 on a regular day.
And she tried to feather that. You could see she took something off of it, but
even then,
the wind is maybe as big as it's been all day, right this particular moment.
Yeah.
One of our volunteer cameramen almost lost a hat, we just saw.
Yeah, when Vivian's been going for the cut, and yeah, she just in fact motioned as she was back there. Step in and hit the two-handed hard or a roll.
And with, the wind being how it is today, yes, the physical, your physical fitness, your physical ability comes into play. But I'm going to say more than 50% of today, and whoever wins, is mental. Because you need to forget that the wind's blowing. Forget that it's there, and just play your game. Don't think about it too much. There's no wind.
No, because it's not like just you have the wind. Guess what? Everybody has it. Yeah, quick check of the Weather Channel app. It's 20 mile per hour, gusting above that for sure.
1-3, David serving. Of course, Catherine Parenteau waiting in the gold medal match, which we will be airing at 5 p.m. Eastern. Mark that on your calendars.
Yep.
Good timeout.
Very good. We've seen the air quotes underdogs in a bunch of these matches playing a more experienced player. The less experienced player has been hoping and forcing, and there, thank you to BoxCar for showing the breeze in our. Look at this. Full on weather report
alert.
Right up here.
Breaking news.
So you can see it's hot, it's humid. The palm trees are whipping. Everything you've ever seen in the Florida Chamber of Commerce. Beautiful blue skies, a little breeze, head to the beach and play some pickleball. There it is. And that's what these players are dealing with
The
today.
pros are probably very thankful that it's clouding up much more than it was this morning.
Yes.
So getting that cloud cover, a little bit shade, cools it off a little on the court, not so crazy. 4-1 as we get back from this timeout. Bronze medal match. That one was so close on the edge there. Woo. Simone a little frustrated there.
I think she's frustrated with the fact she played a ball that was out.
Yeah.
There's nothing. She's not frustrated with the forehand.
That was close over there.
Interesting to see that on that short serve, Simone came in to get it and then backed up. And didn't keep that pressure on. She hit it, and there goes Larry Scott's hat.
Oh, no.
Larry needs his hat. So.
I mean, when people are losing hats.
I mean, we've had yard sales before at these tournaments, but we've had an umbrella for sale earlier. We've had a couple of hats now.
Oh no! Speaking of,
Vivian just lost the ball when she bounced it.
Yes.
And an umbrella almost
and
took flight.
Now the ball's in. There's a tree in
it's
between
comical
the
now,
courts.
guys. It's comical.
Yes. Welcome to Comedy Central.
All right.
Here we go. Let's play ball.
A cow is just. It's gonna be like.
It's gonna be like Twister.
Yeah.
Helen Hunt.
Cow is right through.
That's almost like a second shot drop there from Simone. Yeah.
I mean, the wind is a great equalizer. I mean, Simone's two-handed backhand is just a weapon. She'll never miss that ball in normal conditions, never.
2-4, Vivian David.
Wow. And again, I think it's right there is Simone was just slowing everything down. She stopped rushing and just placed her ball where she needed to go. Just like that. There it is. And that's what great players do, is they make adjustments on the fly. And you're seeing that right now from Simone. Instead of rushing everything, she's slowing it down, slowing herself down, slowing her motion down. Oh.
I like that you said that, the wind is the great equalizer in pickleball because, like you mentioned, Simone, there's certain shots that she just doesn't miss ever that we're seeing her miss, or, Vivian's got, we've seen how many times in matches, shots that are 100% in with no wind, just sailing. So it's really, it makes players adjust and have to, really focus on where they're putting the ball.
See, what happens too is when Simone slows this ball down from her side to Vivian's side, Vivian's hitting into the wind. If Simone hits a slower ball, that means Vivian has to create that much more energy on the ball. The harder Simone hits it to her, the less Vivian has to do with it. So by slowing up and chipping these balls back, now Vivian has to create all that energy now, and it makes her work harder. So again, kudos to the veteran out here doing what she needs to do to take the lead in this match.
Vivian upset herself for not letting that go. She thought that was going to be
Both
going
players
out.
are mad about that point because Simone's like, how did I hit that up wide and I won the point somehow?
Good return
Yeah,
there
right
from
on the tape.
Vivian David.
Vivian's had a couple of short balls on returns the last couple, but as you said, had to generate her own pace and wasn't able to do so. Let's see what she can do here. Ta-da.
You see Simone.
Yeah.
So come here. Come here.
3-7 here in game 2.
Okay.
Oh, we got a ball blowing down the side.
Vivian's like, come over
It's
here.
like,
It's a little easier for me.
Until you get on your side, you're not getting the ball back.
I mean, look at that. I mean, just look at their outfits, just whipping around the trees and behind.
Oh, no.
And that's letting it get to you.
Mm-hmm.
Realizing it's there, feeling it's there, and then saying, okay, I need to do this, this, and this.
A little
because
overthinking. Overthinking, getting in your head.
Don't think. You
And
can
I don't
only
care if you miss a serve if you go for it, but that was just a place it in serve.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a place it in ground stroke. And she, for Vivian to throw her hands up in the air, that doesn't happen too often. So just hit your, especially on that side. You got that beautiful topspin forehand. Rip it in the corner and come do some business.
Waiting for one of them to like pop off.
Yeah.
4 corners. That one's getting wonky over there, talking about our umbrellas they have on the side of the court.
I mean, they got ties. Someone needs to tie those suckers down. Four 8 here. David serving.
So on her service points where Simone's not coming in, Vivian is happy to play a third shot approach shot here, and why not? I like it.
Wow. I mean, she hooked that in. That was going way in.
Yep.
And a deep serve set up a good opportunity there. Just sometimes the other person's better.
Too good.
She took a tremendous deep serve where she should have been at a disadvantage and roped a forehand in the corner and was in control of the point from that moment forward.
Mm-hmm.
And, we talked earlier today about she's a great closer of points. She's also a great closer of matches. So here she is on, the precipice of getting the rematch that she wanted. And it's going to be tough for Vivian to come out of this one. But I think, now you got to empty everything. Go for it here.
Yeah, you have nothing to lose here.
Yeah.
If you come out and you're aggressive, and
who knows?
Yeah, right, exactly. Get a couple points, get on a run, put some pressure on, and see what happens. But again, you're looking at one of the best closers in the game, if not the best, trying to get that rematch with Catherine Parenteau after a loss earlier.
Which she desperately wants.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Larry Scott times us back in. Match point here for Simone Jargim to move to our gold medal match.
There it is.
There it is. Bronze medal winner, Vivian David. A big congrats to her for taking home bronze. And, of course, Simone Jargim will be moving on to rematch Catherine Parenteau in the gold medal match. That is going to be at 5 p.m. Eastern time, guys. In the meantime, we have a couple more men's singles matches to bring you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break, and Dom will chat with Simone down in the studio after this.
It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Okay. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. I don't cramp.
There we go.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
People Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. People Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows soft.
How does he know all this stuff?
That's always right. Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
Welcome back, everybody. Gorgeous Delray Beach, Florida. Here at the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. We are just kicking off another fabulous men's pro singles match. This is still a consolation bracket match. Here, John Cincola serving in white to Jocelyn Davier in neon green. Bob Unitich, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. This will be one match to 15. Winner stays alive. Loser gets to go eat some food, take a shower, and call it a day.
Go to the beach if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Nice little drop volley. Quick plug for Get the Point. We featured Jocelyn's drop volley on there, and it's a beautiful shot when executed like that. And you've got your opponent back, way back, and they see your paddle going up and think you're going to attack again. Well done there by Jocelyn on that one.
I hope to one day add it to my shot selection. Oh, Cincola crushes that one.
Yeah.
Of course, Jocelyn Davier coming off a big win over Jack Foster. John Cincola, a big win over Eden Lika to make it here to this match against each other.
And for those of you who potentially are just joining us, the wind is at John Cincola and the white's back, and it is significant. So it's been an advantage most of the day for the person on John's side. In a game to 15, that matters a lot. You want to have the lead going to the bad side if you're John here. It's going to be an issue.
Oh, the ball is just left to right on the court. It's goodness gracious. Yes, someone was asking what happened to the interview with Simone. We were planning on doing it, but then I think Simone needed to head off and do something or rest up before the final. So we, of course, allowed her to do that, and we'll maybe be chatting with her after the gold medal match. Oh, Cincola leaves it, and on another day, Dave,
hits the wall
in the bleachers.
Yes.
Not today. That wind dropped that right on the line. 3-1. Jocelyn Davier serving.
And for those of you thinking you're seeing Zane Navratil serving, John practices a lot with Zane, and he will be spinning the ball when he serves. There it is right there.
Maybe not quite as aggressive as a Navratil serve, but.
And I think he's got a variety of them, and it's hard to find, if it's relatively new for you, to feel comfortable in this wind to do it. You know, Zane has been practicing a lot longer than John has, so he'll try and find where's he comfortable.
Oh. Sails that serve wide there. We've seen a decent amount of serves go long and wide today that I don't think we would see most other days.
W-I-N-D.
What's that spell? Wind. Wind.
I'm back.
Oh, it's done.
Welcome back, Don.
So I had like a... Oh, wait. Had like a halfway interview with Simone. She came off. She was not feeling very 100%, so he went and got in the shade.
So we were saying she needed to rest a little and recuperate, and we wanted to let her do that, of course.
But she said, she made a great point. She said, you're playing 3 opponents out there.
Yeah.
Yourself, your opponent, and the wind. She said the worst opponent is yourself.
Yeah, because you're trying to make yourself just play, and it's impossible when your hat, her visor came off twice. How can that not get in your head?
Right.
Cincola on that return, if you leave it short to Jocelyn's backhand, you're giving him multiple options, and then you have to guess. You don't want to do that when you've got the wind at your back.
Talked about some of our favorite fist pumpers earlier.
Yes.
Jocelyn Davier is amongst that crew.
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoys a great fist pump on a good winner.
The crack boxcar crew just showed me that the wind is gusting to 25+ miles an hour right now. So what Simone said is so true.
Oh,
another one. That's the second time.
But did anyone notice behind
the
Jocelyn,
towel.
the towel flew in the middle of the point?
Picked up, lifted along the barrier.
Yes, the Wicked Witch of the West is definitely coming soon. There's no doubt.
Dun, 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 dun.
But again, just like we said, Dave, Simone said exactly the same thing. She's like, but no matter what and how many opponents you're facing, you still have to play.
Yeah.
And we are at 8 now. Jocelyn Davier off to a early start. We're going to switch ends, and we already saw a little player profile of Jocelyn earlier, so let's check in with John Cincola here. He lives in the Chicago suburb of McHenry, Illinois, Crystal Lake area, if you're more familiar with that. Teaches tennis there and pickleball. He also has his own kind of private little warehouse court that they just built recently, where the likes of Zane Navratil
and who else? Kyle Solenko?
Kyle Solenko, yes.
He gets to play there when they invite him. They're looking for a fourth and they're desperate. They invite Kyle.
When he gets that same day invite, I'm sure they were thinking of him.
They're like, oh, we're playing in a half hour, Kyle. Can you make it? All right, the change of sides here takes a couple to get used to. It's much different side to side here.
This phenomenal court coverage.
Killed it there with the wind.
And Jocelyn's got to feel great being on the bad side and coming over at 8-2. I mean, I know he's got to finish it, but look at that ball move.
It's got its mind of its own. It's like possessed out there, so I'm going to go wherever I feel like.
And I'm not surprised he went to the two-hander there, because you can just feel and control the ball a little better with that left hand if it moves a little bit. He tried to finesse that in there.
Oh, that's a great two-hander there, right on cue from Cincola on the other side with the two-handed winner.
4-8. John Cincola serving. This is a consolation match to 15. The winner will move on.
So issue with that ball right there. Cincola's ripping that two-handed backhand. He ended up outside the sideline, hitting that to Davier's forehand, and he's being exposed on the complete opposite side. If he's going to do something like that, he's got to go cross-court with that and cut the angle off.
Yeah, he's got to drop that if he's going to hit it. Just. Oh,
And
okay.
he was like.
Right back at him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's 2-1 on balls that would have hit the freaking fence if it was a normal
Jocelyn
day.
with a little smile. John a little happy that went his way this time. Cincola like, see, now you know what it feels like. Ooh.
Jay hits it and he goes, sit.
Yeah.
He wanted that ball to get down.
No, we have a bunch of golfers out here
I know,
praying
right?
that their
Sit,
approach
sit,
shot
bite,
exactly.
Bite. I know my golf terms.
Bite ball, bite. Get down.
Bite. Four, 8. Come on. What a rally.
I wish we can go back maybe like
Yes.
4 or 5 shots before the put away and get a shot of Cincola.
Yes.
How textbook he was on a ball he hit to Jocelyn right in the middle of the court. He split stepped so wide and so big and made himself such a target, it made Jocelyn have to be perfect. It was absolutely incredible. You saw it too, Dave, right as soon as we saw it. John made himself so big.
I mean, when you're stuck playing defense like that, you're trying to win 30% of those points somehow. Just scrape one out, but you've got to put yourself in a position to win it. And John was able to do that, and he made Jocelyn hit 4 great shots.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting here, John on the turn has gotten the first 3 points.
Oh. A little fist bump and from John.
Big, and a timeout immediately from Mr. Davier, who Cincola is going on a little tear here, so it's a good timeout from Jocelyn here. Let's take a little breather.
I mean, it's interesting that it's 12-2 points on the air quote bad side here.
Oh, there he goes. He's going to the shade. Jocelyn's taking the chair over to the shade.
Maybe we need to make an adjustment for the rest of the weekend. Bring the umbrella out to the court.
No, then
put it over the players.
Can you imagine an umbrella just like right through the middle of the court?
I think it'll calm down the rest of the day, though. Or rest of the weekend.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
This player hopes so, that's for sure.
Dave's going to be hitting the court, not just in the booth this weekend.
I think this is going to be interesting for Jocelyn, because if I was him and I switch sides at 8-2 and I'm up and I'm going, I got the good side now, man, life is amazing. And now it's what? 8-6, and I just had to call timeout. What's up with that? Settling. John Cincola is not a real fiery player. He's very in control, beautiful game. Just ripped a ball and starts yelling. Darn right, you want to calm that down. And guess what? Boom.
And
Smart
8-6,
veteran
Jocelyn Davier serving here in our 1 match to 15.
Read so well by Cincola.
Notice Jocelyn was two-handing that entire rally pretty much from the dinks to the
And you
drives.
can disguise that, and in this wind, it's hard to hold that long because the ball may not be where you thought it would be.
Hard part about that right there, when Cincola hit that forehand, Jay gave up on it, thinking it was going past him, and it clips the net, and he was about 6 inches away from being able to hit that.
John literally paused for a minute before serving because the wind gusted a little, and he waited for it to calm down just a smidge.
8-all. Bad side equals good side.
Wow. Day of opposites. Well, game of opposites. Oh.
All right. Bob Unitich agreeing with the out call.
So we're at 7-0 on the changeover.
Yeah. And 15-2 overall. Now 16-2.
Jay burning his last time out.
Because he is, in his mind, certain that ball was in. And you can't let that seep into several points. It seeped into one there. That's a volley he makes all day long. So I'm stunned by the scoreboard only from the way the score got to where it is from the side the players have played on.
I mean, you're talking 8-2 on the changeover.
Yeah.
Duvier's up, and now Cincola's rattled off 8 in a row to take a 10-8 lead.
And while it may be a little more boisterous, the wind, it's certainly not changed which side is which. So, you know, John's found his forehand, has hit some beautiful balls, has won a couple of the cat and mouse. He got one of the ones that was flying out. We'll see what happens here.
And a foot fault. So it
Double.
either way cancels it out.
That's not worth 2 points or 2 side outs.
Before that, though, an excellent pickup from
Yes.
Cincola right at his feet. 8-10. Oh, boy.
So Jocelyn's on tilt a little bit
Yep.
here. He's just got to rein it back in. You know, play a nice point somewhere.
Wow.
Really tight on that line.
Real tight. But nobody's disagreeing
No.
with the way it went, so an excellent played ball. Oh, that one sails, though.
It's a tough leave.
Yeah. You're cheering so hard for the wind as that goes past your paddle.
It's like he's just lost the confidence to be able to hit good shots, and each.
It's a snowball right now.
Yep. And he's out of timeouts.
I mean, you said it, Dave. It's a perfect saying is that he's on tilt right now is because he is. Everything seems to be going the wrong way, and it's snowballing.
12-8. Oh, well, he needed that badly. So we'll see if Davier can dial in a little here. He needs some points.
When you've got your opponent in trouble, you can't miss a serve there. It's just you're missing a chance for a free point.
Just nothing rolling Duvier's way. And he's looking up at the sky, looking every which way to try and find an answer.
There's. I like Cincola running around that and had it. Now you're pulling it with the wind, so that's got to be perfect.
That's not another sit. Sit ball, sit down. And that ball wants to go on to court 3.
And I can tell you who's not sad about that, John Cincola.
He's just going to take a leisurely stroll in order to get that.
We have no matches back there, folks, so he's got time to go get it. Because as we saw earlier, when the Jocelyn train is running, he grabs the ball, runs to the line. The second that score is called, the serve is coming.
Come on, Bob. They're Bob.
Yeah. John
Bob's got it.
kicked it into the I mean, this is just a nice timeout. Just okay, he hit one good ball. I'm still up 3. Let's play.
Oh, no.
10-12. Davier finally putting a little something together. Ooh, it's too good, too good.
Great little, you mentioned it before, Lauren, having played quite a bit with John, that little half volley flick with his wrist. He hit a beautiful angle there to set up that winner.
Ooh, he's locked in.
And it's the confidence, like we talked about in the last match. Hit the ball on that side. Hit it.
Be an athlete. Get after it. 13-10. Cincola serving here in our...
Just using the wind to knock it down. John knew what he had, knew what he could do with it, and hit it and let the wind just knock the heck out of it.
And he's on a match point here for our first time here today.
The invisible backboard was such a friend there.
Oh, wow.
My.
I was like, Cincola's going to crush this.
Yeah.
It's over. And then the wind just pulled it away from him.
Boy, if this turns around, that'll be something
That's
to
the
talk
point.
about.
Wow.
That's the point right there.
Cincola has been winning every one of those little dink points with his
Jocelyn
movement.
cannot get a break, it seems like. Another match point here for John Cincola.
No way.
And he comes around that one to make it a forehand winner. What a match. John Cincola moving on, staying alive. A big shout out to Jocelyn Davier, of course, for his tremendous effort staying in it after getting knocked into the consolation bracket earlier in the day. We're going to have our next men's pro single match up next. Dom is not going to chat with John. We're going to keep it rolling here on Center Court, but we're going to take a quick sponsor break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
There we go.
All right, guys, I am joined in studio by John Cincola. John taking down Jocelyn Davier right there. Great match, 1-15. Let's talk about it. 8-2 down on the changeover. What are you thinking? And you're down 8-2 on the changeover. What are you thinking changing sides right there?
Yeah, I really honestly wasn't too worried because the wind is such a factor. I like playing into the wind because it knocks your ball down, as you saw. In that early on in that match, I let a couple balls go that I thought were going long. But it's just super hard to win points with the wind at your back because you can't get the ball to dip.
Yeah.
So I was okay being 2-8 down. I knew I'd be able to battle back and get it close. Once I got it to 8-8, I felt pretty good. So now we're tied up, and I got that better side. So
yeah, I mean, it went from you down 8-2 to you up 10-8. I mean, you rattle off 8 straight points to take a lead 10-8. Jocelyn burns both of his timeouts pretty quick at that point, and you just seemed like you were locked in. And one thing we saw too, noticed, is when Jocelyn was trying to go to your backhand side, you were running around that, and sometimes it would seem like you would be out of position, but you were dictating because you would rip down the line or you would drop cross court, and it was almost like you were using the wind as a backboard to knock that ball down. Is that something you were conscious of?
Yeah, I mean, I can get a lot of spin on my forehand, so that's why I know going into the wind, if I can find a forehand, hit a good serve and find a forehand, then I feel pretty comfortable that I can make life difficult for him after that.
Well, you definitely made it difficult for him because you made it very frustrating on him, but with the wind, and it's been a factor all day long. Is it something that obviously you have to be conscious of it, but what are you thinking going in when it's a day like this?
Honestly, I just try to figure out how to use it. It can be frustrating if you let it be frustrating, but I figure out how I can just use it to my advantage. Like I said, on the side where it's helping you knock the ball down, I look at that as an advantage in some way. So, I've got to battle through the one side and then take advantage on the better side.
Absolutely, and you did. You took total advantage of that, winning 15-10, rattling off, 13 points to his 2 when you switched sides. And it seemed like all day that that was the good side, but in that game, it ended up being your good side. So congratulations, buddy.
Thank you,
Moving
John.
on.
Appreciate it.
And so we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our winner's bracket final.
People Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. New People Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
And we are back, everyone. 2021 APP Tour second stop here in Delray Beach, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us all day. We are keeping the amazing pro singles action going. Coming up next here, we have our pro men's singles winner bracket final, but we are going to walk you guys through how these players got here. Dave Fleming, roll us through Zane Navratil's day.
Sure. Started off playing Jimbo Peterson and got through that 0-5. We saw young Jake give him a real nice battle right here on this court, and I'm proud of the way Jake played and sort of said, all right, world, you got a little more than I can handle playing the number 2 seed, but I'm coming for you. So good job by Zane playing a new player and getting through there. Ryan Sherry is a tough singles player, so 11-1, 11-5 tells you how sharp Zane was in that match. And then Jack Foster gave him a good battle to start with, and then honestly, when we broke that serve down, that was the difference.
Yep.
The serve, the points when we got the points started were fairly even, but the serve was the key difference, and obviously experience plays a role in that too. So I'm excited to see how Zane, you seed them out, and you never know, but here we are with the 1 and 2 seed facing each other.
Love it. And of course, our number 1 seed, Ben Johns, is the other player here in our winner bracket final. Dom, walk us through his day.
So Ben opens up with the Troy Clemmer, beats him 11-4, 11-5. Next takes on Enrique Catter, 11-3, 11-3. Two pretty cruising matches, and then he plays against his alter ego, not really alter ego, but almost his twin, we call JW, kind of like a mini Ben Johns, JW Johnson, great up-and-coming player. Plays very similar to Ben, but Ben handles him 4-5. And then the last match we saw against Eden Lika, Ben takes care of Eden 11-8, 11-6. But that was a very good, tightly fought match. Eden gave it everything he could, and I think it may be taken a little bit out of him in his next match when Eden played John Cincola. So that's how Ben got here. The seeding worked out kind of perfect, it looks like. You have your 1 seed versus your 2 seed. Ben Johns mocking
He just
Zane
did a little
Navratil.
Zane Navratil
Doing
serve
the,
there.
oh, yeah. Giving it back to him. We love it.
Of course, these are fellow Team Franklin teammates now.
Yeah.
Zane Navratil, Franklin's newest acquisition to their team of players. Of course, Rob Nunnery, who we saw earlier today, also Team Franklin. So
that's what I love about the sport. I mean, this is the winner's bracket final, and Ben's out there doing these Zane saw serve, flipping it off his paddle. It's awesome. Great to see. One thing I would like to update folks on, I know you just talked to John Cincola, I did as well, coming back up here. John's belief is the good side is the side into the wind now.
Yeah, because in our interview, he was saying he likes to use that wind to his advantage, and we talked about it where he was hitting that cross-court drop shot and just letting the wind knock it down.
Yep.
And he used it well, and, he outscored Jocelyn on the changeover 13-2.
Yep.
So when he got the side he preferred, he went up and went on a nice run, and that was it. Good night, Irene.
Yeah. So I think, you mentioned what Simone said. You're playing 3 people, yourself, your opponent, and the wind. We've had players tell us, well, I'm way more comfortable with the wind at my back. John, because of that dipping forehand that he likes to hit, said, I want to just pound that in. We'll see who wins here. It's going to be awesome.
Here we go. Game 1 off and running. Zane Navratil on the near side serving. Good leave there by Ben Johns on the far side. We'll have a quick side out. Get us started here in Game 1 of our winner bracket final for men's pro singles.
Almost like Ben took something off that.
Just let the wind take it over there. That's a disheartening first service point. You're like, I hit a pretty good cut return, and he hit a clean winner on Zane's hard to do because of his quickness. And
all right, so I'm gonna hit a winner to your right. I'm gonna hit a winner to your left. Take that into your head and absorb it, Zane, because that's what he's going to do this whole game, he's saying. So think about both sides that I just hit a winner on you and see how Zane responds.
That's the exact same shot as last point.
Mm-hmm.
What was going through Zane's head just then?
It almost seems like Zane's not reading it and not seeing it very well off of Ben's paddle. At least those last two.
And the returns are short. And when you've got the wind at your back, you can't do that. So.
And there's a quick timeout after Ben Johns jumps out to a very early 4-0 lead over Zane Navratil with basically 2 shots on one side, 2 shots on the other side. Just, with the wind or whatever's happening, just out of Zane's reach. And, of course, we know Zane Navratil is in every place at all times on the court. So a little surprising of a start there. Zane almost seemed... Yeah, like Dom was saying, he wasn't reading it quite well enough, wasn't on top of it.
And when you give your opponent more options, which is what a short return does, it makes your quickness look less quick because you're at you can't read it as well when it's deeper. It's just a fact. So let's see if Zane can use the wind and hit a more penetrating return here.
All right, we're back 4-0. Oh, that ball just moved like 2 feet in the air. Oh, hey, oh.
Talk about an overhit.
Little too much icing on his birthday cake there. Ben's birthday today, in case you didn't know.
All right, that's a little more what I'm used to seeing from Zane Navratil. Great job reading those. Oh, Andy, our referee, doing a little yard work as well on the court. Of course, if you're just joining us, everyone, we are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Feel free to check out either of those streams.
There it is.
So that's 2 great points on the return in a row by Zane. Can he, get the serve to set himself up to get that 0 is daunting, and it's on a scoreboard here too. So it's not just in your head, but you can see it. Two things happen there. Ben can't believe he let that ball bounce, and then can't believe how he chunked the ball that ended up being perfect because there was nothing but wind blowing it right back to him.
The ultimate cat and mousers in the game right here, and you're going to see a few more points like that along the way here.
I see Tom. I see Jerry.
I love the decision by Zane to take that out of the air. You just got to execute it.
Totally agree.
(6-0). Ben Johns on top here in game 1 of our winner bracket final, men's pro singles. If you haven't yet, thank you so much for joining, everyone. Feel free to share this stream if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. With anyone you think would love to watch some amazing pickleball, we're down to nearing the end of our day. We have a few matches left, and we'll crown some winners. Ooh-wee.
Little gamesmanship there. Zane flips that up and pretends to blow it over, and then Ben tried to hit him in the face with it.
Yes.
Zane needed that one, though.
Yeah, I know.
Just get off that goose egg. Good leave. The tough part about it is Zane's known for his serve right now. And it's used as an offensive weapon for him. The issue right now is you're playing against Ben Johns. He doesn't sweat that. He lets you do what you're going to do, and he hits his return no matter what. He doesn't let your serve dictate what he's going to do, and he's hit great returns on everything. So now you take that away kind of from Zane, which is a weapon for him, and Ben's just like, well, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. I'm just going to return it deep every time.
And then you're not getting the short return, and then the big forehand, and then the fist pump. It's all related.
Right.
And the amount of points in a row that the far side, where Ben is serving from, has won right now is remarkable.
Really has made quite the switch from earlier in the day in terms of which side seemed to be playing easier.
That's the thing, too.
Relatively speaking.
Now you're getting to the cream of the crop, right?
Yep.
Now they're players at the top of the game. They're not going to let it affect them like everyone else, per se. They're just going to play their game no matter what and use it to their advantage, whatever side they're on.
I couldn't tell if that serve just kissed the net or
I
not.
thought it might have as well.
And it doesn't matter.
It
'cause
doesn't.
Either way, it's in.
You play it. 2021 rules. We got a little something blowing. Oh, Nunnery, another Franklin family
Franklin
coming out
family.
there, picking up trash.
Nice
Navratil
shot.
needed that.
And he knows he didn't hit that clean. He's even
No.
looking at his paddle, but lucky than good.
On our championship court number 2, that is the Women's Senior Pro Winners Bracket Final. Miss Julie Johnson, Delray Beach native, playing Sue Johnston. So Johnson and Johnston.
Not
Thank
confusing
you for
at all.
Thank you for the vaccine, everyone.
Navratil is he's just not on his game this first game here. We'll hope to see him, settle in perhaps in game 2. Excuse me.
Yeah, just not sharp. Those are two balls, one that the wind took wide, and then maybe in his head he overplayed it so that the wind would keep it in and still pushed it.
We got a game point here for Ben. Doesn't even bother trying to get out of the way. He's just like, nope.
My birthday. I don't want to get pegged.
He thought Zane was going to go at him.
Yeah.
Zane thought better of that, because if you do go at Ben, Ben's liable to block that.
You can't take that risk.
No. Most other players, you'd say yes. But
Exactly.
You don't want to do that to Ben. Like you said, Lauren, it is his birthday.
See, just like that. I mean, that was Zane laughing because he almost got that back.
There it is again. The reach and the anticipation. Everyone else just goes, nice shot on that.
And look at that. I mean, Ben could care less of how Zane's serving, right?
I mean,
I don't think he's missed a return, and he's into the wind.
Yes.
And so it's just easy. I'm gonna drive you crazy.
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure Zane is like, come on, man. Where's my 4 free points?
Right. No, joking aside, Zane counts on those.
He should.
Another game point here, and game 1 going to Ben Johns here in our men's pro singles winner bracket final. We'll take a very quick break. We'll be right back for game 2, guys.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
We are back on championship court here at the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open, the second stop on our 2021 APP Tour, here in the stadium that has housed many an amazing tennis pro, but this weekend it's all pickleball pros all the time. We're just getting started here for game 2 of our men's pro singles winner bracket final. We have switched ends now, and Zane Navratil will be on the far side. Ben Johns on the near side. First game pretty decisively going to Ben Johns with a score of 11-3.
Like he needs that.
Yeah.
Right? Zane just going, like, really?
Come on, man.
Give me a break here.
Tape me on the first point.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Everybody's okay, but we've lost a tree, we've lost an umbrella, we've lost a table.
All right, but the court's fine.
Everyone's good. We're all good. Everyone's fine. Just a little startling for Andy there. Oh, you can see it in the background there. Lovely camera work. Look at the sheer wreckage of the wind that's happening here, guys. Like we said, Twister. It is full-blown Twister. We need Helen Hunt in her big red truck.
Yes.
Cow.
With Dorothy to come in and save the day.
Another cow. I think that was the same cow. From the movie, from Twister.
Yeah, the same cow. Agreed. I'm with you.
Yeah, probably a good idea to take those down.
Yeah. Looks like that's what we're doing.
And it
Little
just
break
gives
here.
Zane another 3 minutes to be ticked off about a ball going off the tape.
Great idea right there. We got a score from center court 2 over there.
We don't, Dom. But if anyone wants to pop over to our second consecutively streamed court, check out a little commentary, see what's going on with the ladies over there in our senior pro women's winner bracket final. Looks like we just finished the game 1. I don't think they're done yet. Marcia's still hanging out there, so it looks like they're not quite done yet. I think just finished one of the games, though. I think we should be good to go here on championship court. Andy just double, triple checking. Everything's good. She doesn't want to get taken out by an umbrella coming out of nowhere. All right. Getting back to it, guys. A lot of excitement here in the stadium. 1-0 as we get back in the action here for game 2.
Nice shot. Nice play by Zane there. Zane used that as a timeout.
Just some confidence to win a Tom and Jerry point there for Zane.
Sorry. Watching the other court, that two-handed backhand, almost for a winner. And right on cue.
Two-handed
Ben
backhand
does
winner.
two-handed backhand winner.
Ben is known for being able to hold, and what we mean is just leave that paddle and choose the direction at the last possible second. And Zane's like, that's going down the line, and I'm going to hit a winner and cross court behind him. You just got to tip your cap sometimes.
I mean,
Look at
I mean,
like,
the
Ben,
things.
go down the line.
The things Ben can do. Okay, I'm going to use Randy Coleman here. Randy always says that Ben Johns and Batman have never been seen together.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to leave that there, okay? Because there's just things that Ben can do that no one else can do. It's just, he reads people so well.
Oh, a little taste of his own
Yeah,
medicine
there it
there,
is.
though.
I mean, it's incredible. 2 points. I'm sorry. But Ben had the around the post there. It was wide open.
Yeah.
But he saw Zane cover it, and he's like, I'll just go backside. It's fine.
Okay.
Nice. There we go, Zane. Little mini run here. See if you can keep it going.
Two-three here in game 2 of our winner bracket final.
Okay. It's 3 in a
All
row.
right, Navratil. Getting something going.
And when I interviewed Ben, too, Ben was like, I love seeing my opponents use timeouts. He goes, because then I know I got them. And so Ben's got to be close to getting a timeout here. Oh. Zane's standing next to Ben now.
Here it is.
Watch it.
Zane didn't even watch it land in.
He didn't even move his feet because he was completely flat-footed. Like, that's not how you teach it. That's just raw talent. Stuck his hands out, had perfect grip. Wow.
Oh.
Maybe the bad side is the new good side.
It's like, depends on the point at this rate.
It doesn't care what side it is. If the ball is up to Ben Johns, good night.
When your paddle is literally an extension of your hand, where you can do anything with your paddle you can with your hand, good luck.
Good leave by Navratil there. That was, he definitely thought about it.
It's where knowing what the wind's doing. See the replay here. When the ball's going that way, you're just not sure. Ben looked at the line. I think that still had enough dip to it to stay in.
Yeah, that ball's going to be in for sure. Just pulled it. The wind pulls it just enough out of reach of Ben. Eden
Yes.
Lika hit a shot like that earlier for a winner. His was a little deeper that he got.
Okay.
That's the difference of him taking that ball right out of the air there. Zane jumping out here.
He took advantage of him being extended, and just as you come forward, you've got to follow the ball and accept getting beat over your outside shoulder there. And he played that to perfection right there.
I think Navratil's finally sort of settling in. I feel like earlier on, every shot that he got, it's like he was hitting it to Ben. He had options, but it's like I feel like he's finally finding now where he's at least reaching the ends of Ben's paddle at least.
The first one that Ben struggled with on the return. Okay. Zane just threw the ball to Ben, and it was closer to Andy, our referee, than it was to Ben.
Wait, we lost another.
But I mean, Ben's return there, that was the most crossed up he had been, and he still returned it within a foot of the baseline.
Oh, it just caught the tape as it rolled over.
I had flashbacks of Chicago when Ben broke that ball on the overhead.
Oh, yeah.
One of the hardest hit balls I've ever seen in pickleball.
That ball kept carrying.
Mm-hmm.
That's the points. You know, we talk about cat and mouse, and what we mean by that is that little dink exchange, a lot of movement, a lot of lateral side by side. Got to do those leg days, folks, to battle in those points.
I mean, Zane is trying every single thing.
He's throwing the kitchen sink.
He is.
And there's lobs in the kitchen sink right now, and someone needs to clean those and put them in the dishwasher.
And just like that,
the lead is gone.
7. I believe it's 7-7 now.
That's right.
Excuse me.
A 7-3 lead is evaporated.
Mm.
And I'm feeling a timeout here.
Let's see if he... Yep.
Yeah, there it is. So that's a 5-point run from Ben, like it was his job, which it is. And now he's out to an 8-7 lead. So when you have the number one player on the ropes, there is no backing off the gas pedal. You need to continue to step on that gas pedal, continue to step on their throats, and just keep going. Because if you don't, this is what happens right here, is a 7-3 lead turns into an 8-7 deficit. Now, if you're talking to Zane right now, Dave, what are you telling him?
I'm telling him, hey, just a second ago we were beating this guy by 4. That's, you know, good for him. He had a nice little run. I appreciate that you're throwing everything in the air. You're trying. Let's get back to what we do really well, which is if we get a short ball, let's drive it in a corner and come in. If we have a deep ball, let's drop it at his feet and chase it. Let's play one of those points here.
All right, let's see if he listens. It's just...
Sometimes you got to tip your cap. He did exactly what I wanted him to do. And the reach and athleticism of the number one player in the world, and then the beautiful angle just said no to that. And I think it's probably one of the most frustrating things about playing Ben in singles is he's better than you at everything. And it's frustrating because Zane loves those cat and mouse points, and Ben is just so in control of those. Oh my!
Oh, wow!
Unbelievable. Let's watch it one more time.
Here's a pirouette or some little thing there. Okay.
I mean, holy cow. A big shout out to Zane Navratil. Put in an effort, but Ben Johns was too much to overcome here in our pro men's singles winner bracket final. So Ben will move on to our gold medal match, which will be played at 6 p.m. Eastern. Zane Navratil will play John Cincola next here on center court. But we're going to take a really quick break, guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Happy birthday, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. Oh, wow.
And another one.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I have one more surprise for you.
Okay. Come on. I love it, babe!
My favorite paddle is the V520. It's more of a control paddle, which is great for my game because I'm certainly known as more of a defensive player, but it's still great for hitting a hard serve and drive the ball well from the transition area and from the kitchen. Go ahead and drive it at me. I'm ready to block it into the kitchen. I can roll it or I can slice it. Either way, I feel like it's gonna go in. With the soft feel of the paddle, I can dink all day. So go ahead and try to out-dink me.
There we go.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
I can't believe it. Ben didn't clean the whiteboard.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Lauren McLaughlin, joined with Dominic Catalano and
Sup.
Dave Fleming. Sup, guys. It has been an absolute pleasure and a thrill having some of the best pro singles pickleball that we have seen all day today. We had some ladies matches, had some men's matches. We have our finals coming up in a couple hours. We got our women's final at 5 p.m. Eastern. Our men's is scheduled at 6 p.m. Coming up next here on Championship Court is going to be Zane Navratil versus John Cincola. But we want to give a quick shout out to some of our amazing sponsors that we haven't got to shout out yet. We, of course, have BoxCar Productions, who is putting on this production all weekend long. Amazing job putting on a dual live stream, 2 courts for the first time ever in pickleball history. Big shout out to them. Palm Beach Sports Commission, Hoodef, USA Pickleball, New People, Vulcan Pickleball, Pickleball Central, Babolat, Never Stop Playing Pickleball Camps, Pickle Play, and the Pickleball Club. Big shout out to Dom. Dom knows all about the Pickleball Club.
It's my place.
Of course, and we want to remind everybody that the third stop on the, check it out, guys, our entire APP tour for 2021, $700,000 up for grabs. Every
Nice.
single penny of that is up for grabs to
Nice.
our
Love
winners.
it. Love it.
And we post all of our prize money,
You can see that.
how
Cool.
it gets
Go on Facebook. Check it out.
go out. So if you ever want to know, hey, how much do the winners get?
I think we posted.
In which category?
we
It gets
posted,
posted for every single tournament.
We posted Cincinnati
You'll see it.
recently.
We sure will. Speaking of, Cincinnati Open is our next stop, May 13th through the 16th. But also, if you want to know, look at this amazing list we got. This is for the entire APP tour so far, including 2020, the few tournaments that we had in 2020, and now up to date here. These are our top money winners of the APP tour and how much they've won. Of course, sitting pretty in number 1, Jocelyn Davier from Vulcan Pickleball. Look at that. We got little flags from where they're from. My goodness gracious. He is leading the leaderboard with $6,350 in the bank. Of course, we have Ben Johns, number 2 with $5,200. Tyson McGuffin, Steve Deacon, Zane Navratil, Adam Stone, Riley Newman, Patrick Smith, Dekelbar, and Andre Descu, rounding out our top 10 for the men. Of course, once again, this is all of our... I'm sorry, what's happening, Byron Frezzo? We're checking, but do we have a women's list? We sure do.
Right
Look
on
at that.
cue.
Right on cue. Andrea Coop, my girl from Michigan, rocking the number 1 spot, $4,350 so far on the APP tour. Leah Jansen, Simone Jargim, Corinne Carr, Irina Terashenko, Lauren Stratman, Lee Waters, Michelle Esquivel, Regina Franco, and Catherine Parenteau, rounding out our top 10 for the women's here on the APP tour on our money list. Big shout out to all of those players. And we will, of course, have updated lists of those as we continue on the 2021 APP tour. Like I mentioned, our third stop coming up in May 13th through the 16th, Cincinnati Open. We are very excited to head back there. An amazing group of people and pickleball club led by Michelle Cook there. And that will be co-hosted by Jocelyn Davier and Michelle Esquivel, our reigning champions from last year. So very excited to be headed back there. And of course, we are headed on the road to Miami, ultimately here at the APP Tour. Our Miami Masters Championship Tournament is going to be January 19th through the 23rd of 2022. and we have many an amazing stop in between now and then. So make sure and go online, register for any of those tournaments. You can, of course, see our entire schedule, those money breakdowns, pretty much anything else you want to know about the APP Tour on our website, apptour.org. Of course, we mentioned earlier, APP TV is our YouTube channel. Please go ahead and head there and like and subscribe. If you haven't yet, you'll get a notification every time we go live for these amazing tournaments, matches, all of that good stuff. And you'll also be able to check out all of our original content. We have about 5 original shows that we have right now. I think we're going to be debuting 1 or 2 more in the coming weeks and months. So always have some good ideas in the pipeline there. So hopefully you guys are really enjoying that content and all of the fantastic matches. And of course, we put out, highlight matches. We put out after a tournament, our medal matches for you guys to watch again if you missed them the first time around. But of course, here on Championship Court, once again, we have coming up next Zane Navratil and John Cincola. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a really quick sponsor break, and we'll be right back.
It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. I don't cream. When I step on the court, this is what I do. Okay. Everybody cramping, cause they ain't got that new. I got this cocktail in my glass, and I ain't afraid to drink it. Drink it, drink it, drink it. I pickle and I love it. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. It's Pickleball Cocktail. I don't cramp.
There we go.
Practice makes perfect, right? My name is Morgan Evans, and I have to tell you that practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes progress. That's why we've created Coach Me Pickleball. At Coach Me Pickleball, you'll find an extensive and growing library of lessons on topics covering every aspect of pickleball for every level of player. For one small monthly fee, you'll get access to every video in our library, with new content added every month. Check out CoachMePickleball.com to sign up for a free 7-day membership.
New People Pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. New Peepo Pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
I think it's 120 milligrams. Let me check on that really quick.
It's 125.
Oh, it's 125 milligrams.
UPS or FedEx for this one?
FedEx, they deliver on Saturday. It's 3 minutes on high. It's pound, then the number. Orange evokes energy and vitality. Black shows soft.
How does he know all this stuff?
That's always right. Yellow shows unknowns, things that are unclear. We need to dive into the yellow more.
There we go.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed all those lovely words from our sponsors. A big shout out to them. We could not do this without them, so big thank you to all of our sponsors and their support. Coming up next here on Championship Court, we have John Cincola taking on Zane Navratil. This is a little bit of a neighborhood brawl, if you
these,
will.
These two
these
players
boys,
not very familiar with each other at all.
Yeah, these boys play together on the reg, practice together. They play a lot of singles. They drill together, play a lot of rec together. So it's very fun to see them squaring off here. That ball is
see that ball move?
Moving feet back and forth. So this will be interesting. It's kind of just like we were talking about earlier when Simone Jargim and Catherine Parenteau played each other. They, of course, know each other extremely well as competitors and players. So this will be exactly the same here between Navratil and Cincola. We're going to get going here in just a moment. Any prediction, boys?
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see. Cincola told me and Dom that he prefers into the wind.
Mm-hmm.
And he rattled off 13 points to Jocelyn Davier's 2 to take himself to this match. This is one of those where I know my opponent so well. Does that actually hurt me or help me? Because I know he usually does this. Will he do it when he knows he knows I know?
Right.
It's going to be interesting.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing and hardest thing when you're playing against someone you're so familiar with and you practice with on a regular basis that, okay, he thinks I'm going to do this. Do you change it and do something else, or do you just stick with what goes for you and then try and go from there? In my opinion, I think you have to beat me at my game before I start to try and make adjustments to you. So I'm going to stick with what works for me and then go from there. So there's that. And then also right behind us on championship court number 2, we have our men's senior pro gold medal match between Mircea Morero and Rick Witskin, who's imitating
the Winter Soldier.
The Winter Soldier. He could be the Winter General.
Which comes out this week, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the new
Friday,
show?
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
On
Disney Plus. Yeah, there you go.
Big
Disney
shout out.
Plus. You're
if
welcome.
they'd like to sponsor us, Disney, feel free to give us a call.
Yeah. It comes out tomorrow.
Fabulous. It's the Winter Soldier and
Captain America.
No.
And the Falcon.
The Falcon.
Oh, the Falcon.
Yes. Good stuff. Very exciting.
Right.
All right. Well, we're going to get going here. This is our men's bronze medal match, everyone. So this will be a 2 out of 3 game match. The loser will be our bronze medal winner, so not really a loser at all. And our winner will move on where Ben Johns is waiting in the gold medal match, which will be at 6 p.m. Eastern. I believe after this match, we will be taking a quick break. Oh, well, we might still need to take the stream down just for time's sake, because I know there's a time limit on Facebook, so we might be taking a very quick break in the stream, guys, but don't go anywhere. We will bring it right back up again for our women's gold medal match at 5 p.m. Eastern. Our men's gold medal match will follow that at 6 p.m. Eastern or whenever the women's wraps up. So we have 3 amazing matches left to go here on our Pro Singles Day. We, of course, are going to be not streaming tomorrow on Friday, so don't come looking for us. We won't be here. We have a 0 Pro Day tomorrow. We have lots of amateur events going on here at the Delray Beach Tennis Center, though, so there'll be lots of activity here. We just will not be streaming, and then we'll be back Saturday all day for gender doubles, and Sunday will be our mixed day. If you are anywhere in the Southern Florida area, feel free to head on over. It is open to the public. It is free for all of the courts outside the stadium to just be here and enjoy our great vendors and venue. So come on down and check it out, and then it's only $10 for the day to be able to get into the stadium and watch the 3 championship courts we have in our stadium. We'll see if we can fill up the stands a little bit. But thank you so much for watching all weekend, guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. I'm Lauren McLaughlin along with Dominic Catalano and Dave Fleming. And it has just been so much fun being back after kind of an extended break from Punta Gorda. And we're going to get here to the action. Zane Navratil is going to start us off here in Game 1, serving to John Cincola, 0-0.
That's a nice start for Zane. But before we start, I got some word from the truck. saying that usually these guys do play. Zane usually does win, but it goes 3 games most often. So again, our truck coming through with some big information, insider information, and Zane is off to the start he wants right now.
Off to the races.
Can't leave those returns short, and John knows it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the difference right now between Zane against Ben and Zane against John Cincola right now is Ben was returning all those deep, and John is leaving those short.
Short takes time away, short takes angles away, and you get 3-0 lead.
Oh, that.
Yeah,
I
that was
think
in.
John wanted to call it, but then it caught just that edge of the outside of that line, and he played it, but he almost wasn't ready to play it because he thought it was going out, hoped it was going out.
Oh.
Wow. I mean,
If there's any solace for John, this is what he deems the bad side for him.
Right.
So,
Right.
it's, you know, fate has not been his friend out the gate here. Just way too short with everything. Yeah.
So if you envision, on the flip side of both, if you envision a start for Zane, this is exactly how he envisions it. And if you want to envision the way that John did not want to start, this is it right here. So quick 6-0 lead, and we are literally 2 minutes in.
I mean, you can't even fathom it. You can't even fathom being down 6. You know, you've played great all day. John's played great all day. Confident coming in here. Zane's the one who just lost. John just won. So, you know, that's the way the backdraw. The bronze medal match is always interesting because that's the dynamic.
Right.
And suddenly it's 6-0. I haven't even touched the ball in my hand, and I'm down 6.
and this is kind of what I mentioned before. They're so familiar with each other. You almost wonder if that information from the truck that it usually goes 3, but Zane usually wins, is that in Cincola's head?
Yes.
That every time we play rec, Zane wins for the most part, even if it goes 3, is that kind of, you already feel like you're coming from behind. You have a lot to make up for.
It's not going to matter how many times they played back in Wisconsin if he doesn't get his returns deeper.
There it is.
Oh, that was a
a
Ben Johns shot right there. We saw a few of those against St. Navratil in our last match, and looks like Navratil was taking notes.
I mean, like you said, Dave, this is an 8-0 lead. John hasn't even served yet.
I mean, this is unprecedented. He could run this out.
Wow.
Look at. Oh, friends. John's just like, what's happening right now? Stop.
And Zane let him off the hook. He had a sitter. He could have put an 80 place, and he just rolled it to him.
Well,
there's a chance we're going to see 11 points, and that's all. 11 points, period.
There it is.
Wow.
John never served. Are you kidding me?
Holy cow. All right, well.
The good news, John
serves the next game.
Is you get to start, and that counts just the same as 13-11.
Exactly.
It's not a game to 15.
No,
Just find that trash can over there and throw that whole thing in it. You have your good side. You told me. I talked to him for about 5 minutes after his last match.
Yep.
You like that other side. All right. You apparently do not like the side you just played on. Let's not worry about that third game where you might have to go back to that evil little side over there. And let's get the first point off our serve. Let's hit a good serve, and let's get that first point and just go, all right, I'm down a game. Doesn't matter what the score was. Just doesn't.
No, and you're exactly right, Dave. It's doesn't matter if you lose 11-0 or 13-11, you lose, right? And then it's short-term memory.
Yep. Now, if I'm Zane, it matters a lot. I just won 11 points in a row. I can't feel better about myself. I can't believe I don't get to keep serving. It's make it, take it,
This
right?
is not fair.
Like, how dare you? The audacity. All right. Well, a very quick game one here of our men's bronze medal match. We've switched ends, and we have John Cincola serving in the white to Zane Navratil here for game two.
Uh-oh. Zane got the serve back pretty quick. But again, now two different sides here.
Yeah, I like the shot John hit. I mean, that's a good play by. Sometimes the guy makes a good play. All right. That's fine. There we go.
All right.
Just the word side and out coming out of our referee Derek's mouth right there is enough to just go, okay, that does exist.
Great get by Cincola.
Nice job by Zane knowing he needed to set up the next point, not just win it on the first ball there.
Great job by Cincola taking charge of the kitchen line there. Not letting Zane get any angle.
Still scoreless here in game two. Zane was at about 8-0 in game one at this point.
That's a
Those
great
are
ball. So Cincola talking to himself, and even from up here, we can hear him saying, you know, cover the line, you know what he's doing. Meaning you play with him all week, every week.
Hit the line. Okay,
what just
so
happened?
what happened was the
Referee
referee
error.
error.
He said
made it.
let.
Yep.
It's okay.
It happens. It's very burned into everyone's brain. It's a new rule.
What, Derek's human?
Absolutely. So we're just going to replay that point. 1-0. Audibly frustrated Cincola. He certainly doesn't want a repeat of game one here now that Zane's on the board. This, of course, is our men's singles bronze medal match. Zane Navratil serving to John Cincola, 3-0 here in game two.
Wow.
Ooh-wee.
That's too good there. Zane is dialed in right now.
And guess what? You win 11-0. I mean, we said from a John's perspective, it doesn't matter. From Zane's, of course it matters. I feel great. I'm going to go for the perfect roll, cross-court, play the win perfectly winner, and he just hit it. John's just got to keep putting pressure on him. Just as you said earlier, he owned the no volley zone on 1 point. Just keep getting up there. Say the kitchen's mine. I'm the chef.
And that's the shot John hit a lot
Against Jocelyn.
Against Jocelyn, and let that wind knock it down. Almost seems to be calm down there
It
right
does.
now, right?
It's
Yes.
Eerily, right?
considerably lessened, it would
Like
seem.
I don't see trees sideways.
Oh,
Wow.
Cincola with the fast hands.
Great firefight right there. John coming out on top. See if we can get on the board here. There it is.
There it is.
I like that he didn't mock cheer. You know what? It's not
Hey.
115. It's 1-4. You know.
Exactly.
Let's have confidence.
Oh. I mean, that drop was incredible by
Yes.
John. Zane just hit it was an incredible get.
And the return hit the back edge of the line. I think, you know, John's looking for the pickleball gods to give him just a little something.
And I mean, we saw in an earlier match, you know, Zane was on the receiving end of just not catching a break.
Yep.
And so it's like, you know, just wide on that
Yep.
serve.
It's the right call. I'm
Oh,
sitting
staring.
dead on
Yes.
this line. Great job. Again, we've said it a million times, but not letting that ball bounce and being able to catch your opponent just off balance a little bit.
Chase your good drops. I mean, chase them. If you let them bounce, the advantage you gained is gone.
Navratil says, "Oh, dirty," as the ball goes by him.
And, you know, that's what John told us. He wants to strike the ball into the wind, let it dive down, use it, hit out, and now it's 3-5.
Oh. And again, the wind is not gusting as hard as it was earlier when John was hitting that ball. It was knocking it down and dropping it right on that line when he was playing Jocelyn. And just making a little adjustment. That's a great drop from Zane.
Here it is again, just watching that thing move and then having the hands to just nurture that over.
Wow. Now we got a bigger gust, and that pushed that ball right down the line.
Navratil, of course, with that patented serve now, but he is getting those serves on the line back there. He's consistently just right as deep of a serve. That one was a little shorter than they have been, but set him up for some good action, that shot included.
Yeah, if you leave the first volley just sitting there in the middle of the court, it's just too many options. With, you know, he's been beat down the line with the backhand a few times. And again, it's tough fighting that serve and then the ball that comes after it back there. I mean, certainly of anyone in the sport, John knows it better than anybody. He's seen it more than anybody from all the talk we've had about the practicing. So, okay, it's 8-3. You called timeout. It's dire, but it's not over.
Right, it's not impossible. It's a 5-point
No.
lead. It's nothing at all. And again, even if it's 10-0, it's still not over until you get that 11th point.
Right.
So John's more than capable of stopping this bleeding right now and getting right back in this.
I mean, we saw him go 13-2 against a tremendous player in his last match against Davier. Just get the ball back, you know. Find that forehand that you were hitting so well, and as we've talked about, dial that in against this. You know, we said earlier the wind died down to look like for 98 seconds there, and I think it's right back.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere, that's for sure. All right, we're back here. Game 2, men's singles bronze medal match. Zane Navratil currently up 8-3 on John Cincola.
And great ball there from John, out in front, meeting that ball, and then going body at Zane at his feet.
We have seen several of those.
I mean,
Let's
look,
see, I
as you
mean,
watch the replay, look where that
gorgeous.
return lands. Just if Zane's inside the baseline hitting the passing shot, you're asking for trouble. I'm not saying it's easy to get the return deep, but that's what it has to happen.
That's a great drop from Cincola there.
Really nice execution of that over the highest part of the net. Extended, high level of difficulty there.
3-9. Cincola serving. Sends that wide. He's getting a little down on himself here in this match. We've heard a little talk there.
He walks in and just starts talking. Althoff is here.
Oh no. The Merchanator. Oh my.
I love it. I love that Zane took that ball out of the air and tried to hit that winner down the line.
I think as he was running, he's going, okay, let it bounce. He's like, no, one little quick step, and I can crank this. Oh.
John's missed a few now.
2 out of the last 3 serves. Oh.
Oh, look at this.
Little change up.
And just like that, we are on match point here for Zane Navratil to go get a little rematch with Ben Johns in our gold medal match. And John Cincola is our bronze medal winner here at the APP Delray Beach Pickleball Open. And a big congrats to Zane Navratil. He will move on to gold. We're going to take just a quick break. Dom is going to go chat with Zane as he's headed into our gold medal match, but don't go anywhere. We have our women's final gold medal match coming up next. We are going to take the stream down very briefly after Dom's interview, so don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure, if you haven't yet, to like and follow the Facebook and YouTube page so you'll get notified when we come back with our new live stream for the finals. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Pepo pickleball paddles have passed USAPA testing, which means our paddles are approved for sanctioned tournament play. Because of graphite's stiff nature, the ball does not sink into it, so it's easier to direct the ball, providing fantastic ball placement. Pepo pickleball paddle handle is perforated, sweat absorbent, and cushioned to allow for a better paddle grip for long-time play without fatigue. The edge guard maintains the integrity of the paddle and provides a covering to open the honeycomb interior. Awesome pickleball paddle for both beginners and players ready to take their game to the next level.
All right, guys, I am here in studio with Zane Navratil after his bronze medal match against John Cincola, coming out on top 11-0, 11-4. Very nice win. First game, got a little away from John considering he didn't serve.
Yeah.
You came out on fire. What are you thinking that whole first game?
Well, I was mostly in disbelief at how much, the tennis kids say that you're treeing, meaning, like, I don't know where it comes from, kids these days, but they say you're treeing if you're just playing out of your mind, and that's basically what happened. Like you said, I didn't miss a ball.
No.
Literally,
No.
I rattled off 11 points, which is, if anybody knows how I play, I'm a very high risk player. To even just make 11 shots in a row for me is quite the accomplishment.
So after that game, you rattle off 11, and we're like, okay, Zane's got to be coming out going, well, isn't it make it, take it? Don't I get the ball now, like, again? To give the serve up, and like, well, he didn't earn that. But John comes out, and then you start going back and forth, trade off a couple serves. Are you looking for John to make a move at that point?
Well, so I don't know if you guys talked about this in the booth, but John and I are regular practice partners, and I just knew immediately after that first game, when we play, we have very, very quick games. It's a game of runs. I mean, when in practice, it's not unheard of and actually relatively common to have a game that I win 11-1 followed by a game that John wins 11-1, right? It's a game of runs, so I was really, really focused on getting out to a good start at the second game as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we did. We talked about that. We said, well, both these guys are very familiar with each other. We know that. They practice on a regular basis. Going into something like that, when you're playing someone that you're very familiar with, are you changing your game plan, or are you trying to stick with your game plan and make them adjust to you?
I generally think that the way that I play, I determine most matches with my paddle, in my opinion. Just based on, if I'm serving well and hitting my spots well, I think I'm going to beat most people. And so that was the case there. I don't, I know what John does well. I know what I do well and what my game plan is. And so, we know each other's game inside and out.
Right.
It doesn't help either of us to, try to change the way we play against one another. So that's in my opinion.
All right, now moving on, gold medal match. You got Ben again. We all know your serve is a weapon to you. In my opinion, I think you're looking for at least 3 points off of your serve every game. If you get 3 to 4 points off your serve, that's a huge benefit to you. As we're watching you against Ben seemed to be a little more calm with your serve. Not saying your serve wasn't working, but Ben's just Ben. And so are you trying to do anything different in the next match against him, knowing that it's not that he can handle it, but he's handling a little bit more of your serve and getting it deep for you? Is there anything you want to change for it moving forward, or do you not want to say anything right now?
Well, Dom, I've gotten a lot better since that last match, so.
I mean, obviously.
No, I mean, it's like I said, it's a game of runs, and if somebody's making a good run against you, you feel a little bit more pressure to do more, and sometimes actually, well, without getting into it too much, you can overswing. I can overswing on these serves a little bit too much, and it doesn't end up doing what I want it to. So I was actually swinging probably a little bit too hard at my serves against Ben, and as a result, it actually wasn't getting the action that I was hoping for. So no, I'm just going to try and make more balls.
and I have to ask, because Althoff wants me to ask, what's with the sleeve? Althoff said, what's with this little sleeve you got going on?
I just think it looks cool.
All right,
no, I'm just kidding.
I'm all about that.
I actually, well, that's true, which is why I'm really glad that you got rid of the ponytail.
Right,
so
I had to. I was forced to. So.
No, with the amount that I'm playing and the amount of ground strokes I'm hitting, it's kind of a preventative tennis elbow type of thing.
Yeah.
So.
And then I am supporting. It's a Franklin family final.
Yeah. I call it a family feud. Franklin family feud.
I got my Franklin wristband on that Ben gave me. Do you have anything to give me?
No.
Nothing?
I can give you crap, but that's about it.
You can give me that. So. Well, congratulations. You face off against Ben in the final coming up in about an hour and a half. We got that live at 6 o'clock tonight after our women's final, so good luck with that.
All right.
And you come out on top, I get you back in here again, all right?
All right, sounds like a plan, Dom.
All right,
Thank you.
We're going to sign off right now for the next half hour. Sign back in about 5 o'clock. We will have our women's final, followed by our men's final at 6 o'clock. So we'll see you guys in a half hour.